consideration.
Right.
Yep.
Mhm.
Paladins, like where fighters and like clerics in particular lose a lot, and even some caster types, like paladins gain a ton. They're definitely one of the
So much.
winners.
You know, just throwing this out there, I feel like on Saturdays, if we do, or Sundays when we do these bonus sessions, having like just a 20 to 30 minute talk show before to just talk D&D or like talk about like what was going on in the last few chapters would actually be a lot of fun.
I actually very much enjoy chatting a little bit during our Saturday sessions because it doesn't feel like we're so hectic to like
Right.
start before
Get
the
into the
sun
game and
goes
get
down
stuff
and we
done.
die.
Before Rob gets sleepy, we gotta start.
Hurry! At 9:30 he begins turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah, at 9:30, like Rob just stops talking. Yeah, pretty much.
You're like that robot soldier in Return to Oz.
Man,
That- sorry,
nightmare
don't
fuel.
know-
I don't try to remember that movie willingly.
Oh no, it was intentionally like a nightmare fueled deep cut. I feel pretty good about it.
Ugh.
It was a terrible movie, and you should not see
What
it.
is it? The Wheelers? The Wheelies?
Oh, you know what? Rewatching it as an adult, they're
Blech.
not nearly as terrifying, but as a kid, holy shit.
Yeah, those things mess me up.
Yeah, that shit fucking
Oh,
scarred
also
me.
the hallway of like severed heads, not cool.
Yeah, that was weird, but it was the Wheelers that did it. It was just something. It was like
Okay,
everything
yeah,
awful about a
child me
clown.
did not understand why there was a hallway full of severed heads. So, not
Okay,
cool.
it's the Wheelers who did it.
Not cool.
Child me was definitely desensitized to stuff like that.
That
you
is
would
probably, growing up with a bunch of boys.
Yeah,
I
child-
love horrible
Oh,
shit
well,
as an adult.
I
but as
guess-
a kid, my imagination was way too active to watch.
You are the
horror.
eldest.
I was gonna say like I didn't have a brother until I was like almost 7, so it doesn't quite count. No, it was being allowed to watch like horror movies with my mom and shit like that when I was a kid. That like definitely was a kid who had a lot of fucked up nightmares. Probably not great, but also a kid who had a very active horror filled imagination.
Ugh.
I'm honestly like super glad that like, you know, as much as like certain aspects of my childhood were arguably rough, like otherwise like I was just pointed at Disney and like Garfield and like the animated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like that was all I got. Maybe some Power Rangers. Like I wasn't put near like anything adult.
that's a
until, like I watched
pretty
like
good
Die Hard
selection.
3.
Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong with Ninja Turtles.
No, it was great. I have no regrets about that. I would prefer not to have been exposed to a bunch of horror stuff as a child. Like, I don't know. I'm also like a little bitch about it now, but that's probably why.
So wait.
I don't watch horror.
Let's
I love
judge
a good
Rob.
monster movie as an adult,
No,
but
don't-
when I
Rob.
was a kid,
Wait, hold on. I have a very important question. Rob, don't answer this right now. But we're gonna judge Rob. Rob, think about your favorite Ninja Turtle, and I'm going to judge you, and I'm gonna guess your favorite Ninja Turtle.
You know what my favorite Ninja Turtle is. This isn't even close. Go ahead, say it.
I'll have Drew go first. Drew, what do you think Rob's favorite turtle is?
I'm gonna guess Raphael.
This
wait.
isn't close.
You can't confirm.
Sorry, I don't even think this is fair because it's so obvious.
Yeah.
It is. It really is. But
Yeah.
I was just gonna see like,
Which one's like
how
the
well do you know
prick?
Rob?
Yeah, like which one is the prick turtle? Great, it's that one. Right? And I
did
think,
you
like,
love Raph as a kid, or did you learn to love Raph as an adult? Because
No,
I feel
I
like
loved-
you were a Leo kid. You were a
No,
Leo
no.
kid.
I was always a Raph kid. Like it wasn't. When I played on the Super Nintendo, like that was it. I was just there to play Raphael. That was it. I like the other turtles. Like the only other one that I thought was like mildly interesting was Donatello.
Yeah, Donatello was my favorite, but like I am a big old nerd, and Don just felt more accessible than the other turtles.
Forget your Harry Potter house. What is your favorite Ninja Turtle?
Yeah,
No,
fuck that.
Harry
It's
Potter
much
house
more.
is harder.
I mean, that's
Because I
more
don't
accurate
actually
though.
like. The Harry Potter houses one are like basically like Slytherin represents like totally a dick. Raphael was like introduced me as a child to this idea that you could be kind of a dick, but also mostly be a good person, right? And like that was always like important to me is that you could just be a cut up and you could kind of be snarky, but you would do the right thing at the end of the day. Whereas Slytherin is just pretty much spends like most of the 5 books being like, oh, let's bring back Voldemort, and then Voldemort comes back and like, oh man, we fucked up. We shouldn't have done that. Like, no shit, you shouldn't have brought him back. What the fuck did you think would happen?
Like, idiot.
Yeah, I don't. But like, whenever someone's like, "Oh, you're clearly Gryffindor," I'm like, so I'm literally like the most boring character. Like,
No, see, like, Rob, you probably like, you know, Raphael and Estinian and, you know, those types of characters.
totally. Estinian, like, no spoiler, but like having
What the fuck
Estinian
Estinian?
around.
What the fuck is Estinian?
You're not a part of this
around-
conversation anymore. This is a
Yeah,
Final
sorry.
Fantasy 14 conversation.
This is not a
okay.
spoiler.
Stream now.
This is not a spoiler, by the way, because it's like stuff pre-expansion, because I had to finish it up. But like Estinian yelling "roar, Nidhogg, roar" was so fucking good. But like, yeah, having Estinian in the group to just say snarky things but still be like quotation marks a good guy makes my experience so much better.
Yes.
Everyone's just like, "Oh, forsooth, prithee. I hope we all get along in power friendships," and Estinian's like, "Fucking nerds."
I mean, okay, so like Nick is over here being the only person who hasn't played the critically acclaimed Final
Right.
Fantasy 14 online. But with the early access coming out yesterday, I'm
Yeah.
surprised that it's not even on your radar, Nick. Why
It
are
is
you not playing this game?
100% on my radar, and the reason I'm not playing it is because I can't play MMOs. Like, I can't casually play an MMO. Like, if I play an MMO, I'm going to play it like a hardcore freak.
Yeah, and that doesn't
And
jive with the
there's
reality
no
of
room in
7
my life
D&D
for that.
campaigns.
Yeah,
And also,
exactly.
you
When
can't
I'm gonna
really play
my
Final
D&D.
Fantasy that way.
Yeah, it's different.
You
just
can min-max
can't.
any game. If there's a game, you can min-max it.
MMO diff. Sorry.
You literally have to actually play through the story to do anything.
Yeah.
So
Oh, sure. I mean, I would do that, and then I'd
Yeah,
Is it
sure,
single
sure you would. Sure
it's
you
a
would.
single player. It is a single player. Each expansion has as much content as a single player Final Fantasy game in
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But you have like story content.
Which sounds
Me
amazing.
14 hours
and,
later.
I just like MMOs are just bad for me. I can't do it. I just don't play them anymore.
Or maybe you're just bad
For
and
Yeah.
MMOs are fine.
Yeah, I'm bad. It is me. It's not you MMOs, it's me. It's the ADD. Like a lot of the ills that plague me, I have come to terms with now that there's actually good research about ADD out there. And I'm like, well, fuck, that's just everything wrong with my life. So,
Isn't that treatable?
It is.
it is. You need health insurance
I see.
to afford the medications, and I also need to find a good psychiatrist. And
Well, that's all of us. To be clear, like, no mental
Yeah.
health shaming here. We would all benefit.
and I want to
Like,
avoid.
I don't.
wanna
Hey, speak for
avoid
yourself.
the,
I'm medicated.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
content.
Congratulations, Christina, and I mean that legitimately. Like, you are
Yeah.
like the one here doing it right, while the rest of us just fucking flounder.
I mean, you guys
Basically,
are
yeah.
like, I know what to do, but I haven't done it. So go fucking do it.
Well, I have to wait until stuff is settled medically before I can go and.
There's
seek out
actually a
appropriate
few
treatment.
services online that you can like do remote visits. I see you moving, Rain, where you can get prescriptions for ADD without, like, you know,
Yeah, if you want
necessarily
to hit
having
me up with those
insurance.
after the game is over, I'm totally down to check that out. The trick for me is that I don't want to use the methyl-like, like no Adderall, none of that shit.
I mean, that's yeah. I
I
mean,
wanna
that's
try some of the
entirely
other
up to you and your
interventions.
doctor, but yeah.
Yeah.
I
I just
also
don't
like Christina
like the
briefly
effect that
playing.
those have on my emotions. So
Christina briefly playing hall monitor as she sees Rain move. No running.
No running in the halls.
well, I mean, we can mill around. We're kind of just holing up in here and hoping our provisions last until friends arrive to help us cart away all these precious crystals. Right, and in
Well-
the meantime, we can mine for more treasure, right, Christina?
Okay. Grab your mining picks because how
I did-
long
I did-
can this go on?
Can we just strip all the craftable materials off of Rhymefang out of sheer time and effort?
It's
I
actually really
love
funny
I
to
love
me.
this fact is like, okay, Nick is like, I have 24 hours. I'm going to learn how to skin an entire dragon.
Yes,
There is a lot of dragon for him to practice on. To be fair,
that's true.
I'm telling you,
that
it's
is-
literally the meme of the doctor from Jurassic Park looking at the giant pile of shit. Except
Yep.
Ian Malcolm.
which is impressive.
Thank you.
because
Except
that
Twix is really
Is that
small,
a-
and then the giant pile of shit is just gargantuan.
Is that dragon?
No, like Christina's like, no, Nick, under no circumstances, like, you tried your rolls, you failed, you can't skin the dragon. And so we leave, and then Christina's like, we gotta go back in the cave. And Nick's just like, oh, really?
Am I gonna go
Yeah,
try and
yeah,
skin
no,
this
I'm
dragon again?
Yeah.
Like, I
Round
give
two.
up on doing it well, and I'm just wearing slabs of dragon meat that aren't even cured. It's like slowly rotting on my body, but Flix is just stubbornly sticking with it.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the thing between having like a skilled survival check where you actually know what you're doing and get usable parts versus I've received chunk of dragon with questionable purposes.
I'm
Maybe
wearing
they'll bring Ajax with
stick.
them.
Yes. Drew, you may want to reconnect to Discord. You are breaking up.
No,
Be right.
he's fine to me. It might be you.
What?
You
What?
heard me. You heard me.
How dare you?
I did hear you, but I'm
I feel
looking at
good
my
about it.
stream and I'm looking at my connection and I'm good. I will blame it on Drew.
Hmm.
Honking.
Yeah, Nick, on the subject of Final Fantasy 14 while we're waiting, like, I think you would really enjoy Final Fantasy 14, like, once you got into it, but yeah, I think, like,
I know I would. And I know a bunch of people that play it.
Right, I'm just kind of putting off playing it until, like, I have 2 full weeks to just enjoy it, because it's really not one of those things like WoW where you could just play for an hour and be like, cool, I did some stuff, and then, like, move on. Like, especially when you're beginning, it feels like you just need, like, months straight to play the game.
Yeah.
Check.
I mean,
Check,
that's
check.
all MMOs for me. Like, to feel satisfied with them, I
Right.
need to accomplish things in them. And that false sense of accomplishment is just fucking death for me. I just can't.
There is never a better time to try and take a different MMO in a different way, and I think Final Fantasy broke a lot of very bad gaming habits for me from World of Warcraft. Especially like the desire to constantly be like, oh my god, my item level, or oh my god, well my shit's not enchanted, or oh my god, like there's just other shit to worry about. And that's
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
because not
it
everything
is-
is tied to like a numerical desire to like have it be the best. There is that available, but it is not as like the only goal available in World of Warcraft, you know, is to have
Yeah,
the
I
big
feel
number. And in Final Fantasy, that's not the only goal. So you start to play it differently depending on how you want to consume it.
Yeah, there's also, you know, I don't want to, like, necessarily go too far down the rabbit hole here, but there's also just, I think, like, the team on Final Fantasy 14 is basically there to build you an experience you can enjoy, and then when you've consumed it all, or as much as you want to, or you're just done enjoying it, they're like, okay, cool, go do other things. We don't expect you to just hang around here all the time.
Yep.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Like, that philosophy is just very different from most other MMOs or even gacha.
Yep. Anywho,
which is good.
meanwhile, in
But,
Arctis.
you know.
Meanwhile, in Arctis! While Rain is Pepe
Aren't
spinning.
we waiting for Drew to come back anyway? We can just keep
No,
rushing
he's
him with
I'm
he's
back.
Pepe spinning. He's spinning.
Oh, okay.
I said I was back, but
He
you guys were too busy talking about the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14.
You know, just trying to convert another one to the cult, that's all.
If you watched any videos with Yoshi P, you would come play the game. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm gonna spend gaming time, it's gonna be on TTRPGs. Or
Apparently, you don't have any other time.
I've got time during the day that I could be playing video games.
Excited
I'm trying to
for us.
dedicate that time to writing, which is why
No,
I'm
no.
not playing MMOs.
We're going to be like 65 respectively, and Nick will be 73. I don't know, however old Nick is.
You're like,
Maybe
85,
I'll
whatever
try
it is.
that critically acclaimed expansion. And be like,
And we're gonna be
Nick,
like, yo,
we're playing
Nick, can you
Final
play the
Fantasy
game?
20 now.
Nick's going to be like, ooh, sorry, I can't play. I'm still in 7 RPG.
Oh, I've fit in 2 more. I saw a meme on, I think it was Reddit, where somebody was like, when we're in nursing homes, it's all going to be like Dungeons and Dragons and LAN parties, and I can't wait to be old.
Yeah, it's going to be, it'll be done through like Sword Art Online technology.
Yeah, it'll be even better. Just
Yeah.
living virtually until you die. It's going to be fucking fantastic.
Yeah, your brainwaves owned by Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, we're all
mean,
going to be playing on
listen.
Meta. I forgot.
No,
Yeah,
we
there
are
are-
not. Abso-fucking-lutely,
But
completely
Christina,
not.
when Meta owns everything, you basically have the choice of play on Meta or just not play.
I will not play.
Give me liberty! Or give me death.
I will not comply!
Man, you know what? You know what I wish I had right now? I wish I had some Haribo sour gummy kicks.
Well, like the
Turns
diet
out-
kind? Do you want to shit yourself
No,
to
they
death?
were like
Is this-
gummy shoes. It was like fucking dumb gummy shoes, but they were so good.
I don't even.
And I want
I'm
more.
sorry. Like,
Gummy shoes?
This is a clear sign that the conversation has concluded and we are ready to play because that had absolutely no connection to anything we were just
Nick's
talking
just
about.
like, here's a random thought I'm gonna throw out into the ether. And everyone's
I'm
like,
ready to
what?
play
I'm not
D&D.
responsible for my bad conversation. I
Yeah.
Since we're already very focused to play, I'm going to give you a 30-second meanwhile in Arctis. You guys went in and killed Rhymefang because he stole all of Prismata's crystals. But now Prismata is still dying and wants to take a nap near the crystal. You guys... What did you do? You took 6-6 bone of sending, you sent a message to 6-6, and you requested an Uber.
Well, I told them that we killed Rhymefang and that we have many, many important shards that we need to transport out of here. So tell Lou. Lou's got resources. We can do this.
Yeah,
If
we don't
there's
want to
not a
leave them
dick.
here for the fucking Forgruk orcs to just pilfer.
All right, Prismata remains motionless near the crystal that she dubbed the progenitor crystal as she attempts to regain some of her energy.
Now, why did you call this the progenitor crystal? Was this really the first ever Borean shard?
Flix, she's sleeping.
She's napping.
I'm asking questions.
She does not respond, as her breath is heavy and her breathing long and labored.
I really feel like this is an important question because what if she expires in her sleep and we never find out?
As you all take a moment in silence looking at the massive sleeping dragon, the time will begin to slip away as the dragon sleeps without rousing. How long do you let her sleep?
8 hours.
A long rest?
A
I mean,
long-
we got a short rest out of this.
But the rest could be long.
But I think we're mostly in kind of like a rest and guard situation right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Kashaba is going to take out his little linens that he carries with him. Go ahead and create a little sleeping bag apparatus on the icy floor. Yeah, I guess icy floor.
Should we maybe set up actually over at the entrance so we can actually know if somebody's in here?
You can set up there. I am quite fine here though, next to a dragon.
Prismata
what?
dozes.
Am I going to guard the door? Shall I patrol outside?
I mean, maybe you don't have to go outside, but maybe at least by the door would be good. Yeah.
Suppose I can. I'm not the best guard, if I'm honest.
I mean, you can hide and let us shout really loudly or flutter over very quickly.
Well, keep trying to skin the dragon. Not the good one, the other one.
Will not do that.
At this point, Akashaba is actually just sleeping.
Flix kicks Rhymefang on the way past. Stupid hunk of ice.
Your foot thumps into what is essentially a frozen block of ice.
I stub my tiny toe paw. Super mad about everything. I reset my little bell trap over here.
Okay, make me another sleight of hand check, please.
Oh, that's the wrong D&D Beyond character.
Whoa!
Okay, you create the most perfect bell trap ever.
This bell trap kills fascists.
Did you just make the scene from Entrapment with Catherine Zeta-Jones, just with fucking string and a bell?
They
But
don't call it a cat's cradle for nothing, motherfuckers.
this cradle is very cat-like. All right, I have created the line of bell impassment. Nothing Nothing will get past this bell. Not a flyer, not subterranean. You've got a stick in the ice. You've got it balancing due to the airflow. You're confident that this trap is perfect.
I'm obviously
the
a genius.
chef thing where he throws the sprinkles.
And then he realizes that he actually separated himself from the rest of the cave. With the
He's
trap.
on the other side. Shit.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. So
That
what
would be
Wait a
perfect.
minute.
So something occurs to me. This is one big continuous chamber. Where are we going to go to the bathroom?
What are you talking about, Flix? Do you even go to the bathroom?
Not really, but I presume that you two will, and I want to be away from it.
Akashiba is asleep.
I think we're okay for now.
I have concerns.
That's fine.
I like how the first thing on Flix's mind, aside from the bell trap, is bodily functions. He's like, okay, gotta go in alphabetical order, okay? A is for absolving myself of responsibility. B is for bell trap. Followed by bodily functions. C is for cutting
You
open
have
this
a-
fucking dragon.
You have a remarkable grasp of Flix's personality.
I think it's more like a remarkable grasp of Nick's personality. I just assume you have to use the bathroom, and that's why this came up.
I do not, but it's a pretty fair supposition.
All right. Do you all decide to take a long rest? Previously, you took a short rest.
I guess that is the plan.
I do not need one, so I will remain on guard.
Yeah, Rain, I guess, only needs another 3 hours to get her long rest, if that's the case.
I will rest enough to avoid exhaustion, but otherwise I'm in peak condition.
All right, everyone, please take your long rest. And the hours go by without any music. Please
Music,
play
please.
the music. Okay, that's a good. That's a good one. Oh, Rain, what are
Cool.
you shooting?
No, that's for charges on the Wand of Magic Missiles.
Oh, okay,
So
I
you
was
get
gonna
5
say-
charges back.
Rain levels the wand at Prismata and fires.
No,
Blap,
no,
blap.
no. That's the recharge roll, not the pew pew roll.
All right, everybody, make me a perception check, please.
What if I'm asleep?
Akashiba, not you. Rain and Flix.
Okay.
Yeah, Flix is just kind of patrolling around the chamber, getting into things, like messing with crystals, so on and so forth. He definitely didn't knock anything over.
Make me a perception check, please. Wow, okay, stop critting!
I mean, I'm gonna roll like this on these rolls, and then when we get into another combat, I'm gonna roll 3s, so it's all
Flix, because you're flying, you sense a change in the pressure of the air. Something must have moved the door even before hitting the bells of your trap. You have you know something is coming.
Wake up, friends! We have visitors. Hopefully they're friendly.
Akashiba actually stays asleep.
Is it back to Akashiba? I'm gonna put my face into one of your ear
Do you
holes.
see if it's a friendly
and be
person
like-
before you wake me up?
Nope.
God, you're so fucking awful.
He puts his face into your ear hole and is like, Akashiba, wake up.
Akashiba fucking jams up looking at what? Who is? He's what,
Are you just gonna just ASMR him? Awake.
Well,
Psst. Psst.
oh, good, you're awake. And then he zips away.
Akashiba fucking scowls at him and then like gets up and starts moving. Sword Chan is attached to me. Sword Chan is not summoned, but like I just like that it's there.
It makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Rain
Right.
is going to hide over here behind this rock.
Yeah, I'm hiding behind this purple crystal. Do you want me to roll that stealth check?
Yes, please. For those of you hiding.
There you go. See? That's the rolls I am accustomed to.
That's more appropriate.
Oh, wait. Ignore that one. I don't know why it had advantage.
Ikashima, I will remind you right now you have a light on. So
Okay.
stealth
And
checks
yeah,
may be a little sussy.
So yeah, I figured my light had gone out since the short rest.
I will turn it off. Zip!
I mean,
So,
it's just a mace, right? The mace can glow indefinitely.
But I have to I choose whether or not to activate that.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're saying you turned it off so you could sleep in darkness?
Well, I mean, I don't normally I don't have it lit up because we have someone in the party who benefits from being stealth.
I mean, you could literally just put light like right here or something if you wanted to, just to light it up, so other people can't benefit from stealth.
Okay. Well, Akashima has chosen to stealth or try to move about stealthily, so there is no light.
You know, honestly, the worst part about being able to see perfectly in all darkness is that it's never really dark. It makes sleeping so much less restful.
Akashima grumbles.
With a jingle, 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 Flicks, your trap is sprung. A wide-shouldered figure appears in the darkness. Vaguely orcish in nature. It grunts and struggles.
Do we see it?
It seems to be cloaked in heavy furs. It struggles with the bell.
Ah, Grun, wonderful!
I'm so glad I was woken up for this.
Upon hearing a voice, like there is a jingle as Grun draws a hand axe from somewhere on his belt. And he stops. Oh, Flix. He puts his hand axe away. He's like dripping in what appears to be bells.
Oh, yes,
what?
It's my...
Jingle, jingle.
I really outdid myself. You're probably not going to get untied from that for some time, so you might as well just get used to jingling.
He picks at the various thin wires and silvered bells. Nice trapping, Flix. I didn't see this. He's awkwardly trying to pull it off of his body.
Honestly, I thought that the bell mesh that fell from the ceiling was inspired.
Well, it certainly works. He has a large sack strewn over one shoulder, and he thumps it to the ground next to him.
I help extricate him from the bells.
It's just you, Grun.
Grun opens the sack. Sick crawls out of the sack.
I hate
What?
the sack.
But wait, what? But why? Why the sack?
What? You called me. I get cold very easy.
Sick
Oh.
is currently like wearing a long, very oversized coat that does not look like it fits her, and her horns are kind of peeking out, or sorry, her headdress is peeking out of two ripped holes in the top of the hood. Grun looks a little tiredly down at Sick. Well,
How did you two get here?
Grun jabs a finger outside. Owl.
Oh,
Grun kind of grins. I didn't forget all my abilities after leaving Grimma's tribe.
well,
Sick stretches her legs and kind of steps over the remains of the bell.
Yes, I get your message. Yes, very nice. Yes. However,
Sick pulls stuff out of her pockets.
I do not have airship in my pockets.
Sick, I know that you don't have an airship. I was hoping you'd talk to Lou, because I know that Lou does have an airship.
Yes. Well, I did do this. However, I know Gran and I will get here a little faster in order to make sure everything is in accordance. Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Securing an advantage for yourself before Lou arrives and takes everything.
If that is how you wish to see it, how dare you look at me this way?
Come
well,
on.
we're
Sick.
so happy you're here, Sick.
Agreed.
Well-
Welcome, Grun. I hope you didn't run into any trouble on the way up.
Grun shrugs. Nothing that a half-frozen narcotic kobold can't handle while I take the reins. Sik kind of pulls a wand from somewhere on her person and wags it around.
Zap! Zap! I zap them out of the sky. Thunder and lightning! At the back, man!
Sik stuffs the wand away contentedly.
However, I am here for a big purpose. You have something for me?
We do, actually. Goshab is sleeping with it, so we can maybe go over there. But, yes. How fortuitous that you're here, though, Grun, because we also have a surprise for you that we've been meaning to give you for like a week.
Grunt lifts his eyebrows.
Also, Sik, perhaps you can do something for Prismata.
Yes, she is not doing well.
Ah? What is wrong with the crystal dragon?
She has been trying to stop the flow of Sloe into borealis, and she's been taking it into herself.
Oh,
She's very adamant that she is not long for this world, but I can't help but feel like there's at least something that can be done.
Sik is like eyeballing the remains of Rhymefang as they walk past. She rubs her chin.
You two don't happen to know anything about skinning, do you?
what?
She looks up at Flix a little distracted.
Skinning. You wish to strip him for his parts, yes. Most assuredly.
Your parts we already got, and like I said, Goshab has them over here, but surely there's more useful bits.
Yes.
But
Well-
we should go to Prismata.
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course, that's the priority.
Come on, Sik.
Yes.
Let's try not to get distracted.
Grun kneels down next to Prismata.
What is wrong with you, Prismata?
Sik pokes Prismata's wing.
She slumbers, but she does not appear to be wounded.
She goes over next to her head and cracks open one of Prismata's eyes. Climbs on top of her.
Yes. You may have to give me a moment to more carefully look into her essence to identify the problem. It will take a moment. Why don't you go speak with Grun and discuss dismantling our friend Rhymefang to take home? Cleric!
Oh, Jesus.
6 on the up and up, right? She's not going to do anything shady.
Sik, very obvious. Stop critting.
Like I said, it's on this stuff. When it comes to life and death things, I'm going to start rolling 4s, so it's all good. Don't worry.
Sik very obviously has ulterior motives. She has made one of them very clear that she does want the heart of Rhymefang. She also does want to bring Rhymefang home in pieces, in usable pieces, as well. Although, she has not really told you exactly what she is going to do with the rest of the pieces. But she seems to want to get it home as much as you do, Flix, for, valuable dragon parts.
Yeah, I'm mostly concerned about her intentions toward Prismata.
When Sik is looking at Prismata, you can tell it's from a place of concern. Her gaze seems to soften. She's handling her with relative care, even though she's walking on top of her. She's treading very carefully. At least Sik does not appear to be treating Prismata with callousness, but rather a care and caution for the unknown. And Sik seems to have a very healthy respect and fear for anything involving the Sloe. That is what I will give you with that insight check.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you. Satisfied, Flix is gonna go lead Grun to Rhymefang and be like, try as I might, I couldn't separate the bastard's hide. Perhaps with your great big muscles, you can do better than I can.
Grun, like he's rubbing his chin. Well, there appears to be some places I can get a couple good chunks of hide from, but here's that Rhymefang has been building up a... He taps him a little bit, and Rhymefang goes, tink, tink, tink. Healthy coating of ice to keep him protected. May take a bit. Grun pulls his hand axe. But wouldn't be the first time. Grun starts to get to work on Rhymefang.
Not even impressed that we killed a dragon. Whatever, that's fine.
Sixik nudges Akashaba.
Krerik.
What? And Akashaba sits up. What?
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, what do you need for... No one will just let me sleep. Why Prismata get to sleep? Why not Akashaba?
You have slept long enough. You're not
have
wounded,
not slept
bleeding,
long
and you
enough.
have all of your limbs.
I've slain dragons.
Where is your on button?
Yeah,
You did not see what dragon did to me. It was very stressful day, Sik. I was not sitting in tavern. I was getting punted by dragon over and over. And Akashba stands up and kind of dusts himself off.
Sixik beeps you on the nose.
On.
What?
On.
What? I am Bugbear. I am not trebuchet or bowl of soup. You cannot turn me on like this.
Bowls of soup have. Never mind, actually.
I will turn you on like a bowl of soup.
Perfect.
What did you specifically need, Sik? What? Why was I woken?
I need light, cleric. Please give me the light.
Akashaba, reaches down with his hand, taps her on the head, and light begins emitting from her.
Oh!
Her whole body.
Oh, now I am the 6-6 squints. Too bright.
Oh, sorry, you said you wanted light, not bright light.
Ow!
You wanted light, yes?
It's too bright. Maybe a little less light.
Akashaba taps her on the head again, and it softens by probably about 30 or 40%.
Thank you. Hey.
Wait, hold on. I almost broke Sixik. Hang on. Ah! Bright light radius 0. Oop.
Thank you. Much better. It is important when you are looking at a crystal dragon to understand the colors of the light would refract. Yes, her light is dimming. Whatever she has done.
Sixik
Is
is
one of her
looking.
wings still missing, Christina?
Like a piece of it, like one of the wing stems from here to here, is just gone, and only the wing membrane remains on that side.
Roger.
If I had to venture a guess, it appears that whatever has touched her essence over time, the Sloe, has been corrupting it, has been destabilizing it. These dragons, magical creatures, beings of 2 worlds, without a magical nature. What is a dragon?
Sixik puts a hand on Prismata's forehead.
I do not know exactly what I can do for you, Prismata, and I am sorry.
Sixik kneels down. Prismata's eyes open slightly. And telepathically, you can hear. It is all right, little one. I have performed my duty for quite some time now. Now my body has grown tired. I have done what I could to stop the Sloe from reaching Borealis. It will be a very slow change once I am gone. The magic trickles in without stopping. I thought I could place myself in between the flow of the Sloe until it stopped to protect Borealis. But it never stopped. Prismatic closes her eyes. Please, Sik. And heroes, you must find the origin of the Sloe and stop it. Borealis cannot be the only place threatened by it. And it happens at such a slow and steady pace. Those that live there may not even notice the changes. And it starts insidiously, quietly.
Well, we're not giving up on you. You don't give up on yourself. We'll find the origin of the flow, and we'll stop it. And we'll save you and Borealis.
Are you saying this to
Arctis,
the
or
dead
what have you.
dragon?
I'm saying this telepathically, because we're all telepathically linked right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sik, is there anything we can do to just maybe keep her comfortable for now? I have a few ideas, but I'm gonna need time to do a little bit more research. I know we can't reverse whatever the effects are, but maybe we can slow it more.
Sik nods.
Akashima would like to do just like a medicine check, just to see if there's like anything else he could possibly be doing to like make Prismata more comfortable.
Sure. Oh!
Maybe a pillow?
Two pillows, at least.
He's gonna need both more and less blankets.
This is going to be very difficult for Prismata. Prismata is away from her lair, her source of power.
Prismata nods weakly.
But
Sik gestures to the room.
with the other presence of the ambient Borean shards, perhaps with a little time Prismata will regain some of her power. But I fear the damage from the Sloe is not reversible in a way I know how. But I do not think without her in the Sloe's path anymore that she will continue to deteriorate. I do not sense the presence of additional essence corruption. So perhaps for now, we have bought additional time.
So then, perhaps, so we actually would not want her to return to her lair then, because her lair is one of the sources of corruption. We want to pack her in with Borean shards somewhere safe.
Sik nods. Yes.
Now with her heart directly in the path of Borealis, but her body here, she is, in a way, slightly disconnected from the corruption of the Sloe. But eventually, it will eat away at her heart, and regardless of where her body is, if her heart comes to harm, her body will cease to be, and she will rejoin Arctis. So, it may behoove her to be here, for now in the presence of the Borean shards that she both creates and covets.
Should we not still endeavor to get her and the shards out of this location, though, so they do not become prizes for the nearby orc tribes?
Yes, I do agree that this puts Prismata in a very dangerous position. First, when a dragon dies, their lair begins to destabilize, and including the area around it begins to become less like the rage of a dragon. The winds around Rhymefang's lair have calmed enough that Gran and I could quickly take wing and arrive. Before, we could have not done this. However, with these protections gone, yes, the curious will begin to encroach on this lair. There are many things that lurk around these peaks, including additional orcs, yeti, and the like.
We know for a
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
we know for a fact that the orcs were at least the pawns who introduced the Sloe to Prismata's lair in some way. We found traces of their activities, although they were corrupted, no longer the orcs. They were some kind of crystalline arachnids or something. I have a whole bunch of notes here about.
Prismata lifts her head slightly to look at Rain. Yes, I'm familiar with what you speak of. Those creatures, as I rested intermittently and the years passed, once were orcs. But as they continued to meddle with the things, the refineries within my lair, their forms began to become gradually more twisted. Do you have anything to say about that, Rain?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Took a mouthful of drink. Help. So wait, were these orcs allies of yours before they became corrupted, or had they already defeated your retainers by the time this happened?
Prismata shakes her head. No, and perhaps I have enough strength to tell you. My lair, once long ago, was a hub of both trade and discovery. I welcomed those from Borealis into my lair. I enjoyed their conversations, how they viewed life. And soon, those in charge of the well-being of the people of Borealis and myself came to an accord. The people of Borealis wanted one simple thing: Borean shards in order to keep themselves warm, offer them minor powers, and allow them to build their city and live in harmony. The beast tribes of Borealis had begun to band together and wished to create a center of trade and learning and camaraderie. And this brought me great joy to see all of these people of Borealis come together under a common banner. And thus I opened my lair to them and taught them the ways to use Borean shards in order to enrich their lives and make them better. And the beast men who studied what you call artificery soon began to become skilled with utilizing the shards, not merely to simply keep their homes warm, but to innovate and make the lives of the people of Borealis better, to offer protection and safety, and protections that they passed on to me.
with a steady supply of trade and people, food, and discussion, we ushered Borealis into an age of prosperity. And they utilized the Borean shards in order to grow and bring the beastmen together.
They sounds like a nice time.
Prismata nods. The artificers soon took the Borean shards and learned how to utilize them in different ways. Always respecting our accord. But then, I began to feel strange, sick, reclusive. Over time, those that once frequented my lair saw themselves not visiting as often, becoming uncomfortable. Perhaps it was my presence. What I didn't know at the time was the Sloe had already taken form, and I had become an inadvertent barrier between the magical lava and the city. And as soon as I discovered what had been happening and the potential threat to the city, I couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to precious Borealis. And thus, I kept it a secret. I did not tell those I had worked with, the artificers, the leaders of Borealis. What could I say? What could I do? All they had built over their brief mortal lifespans. I vowed I would keep them safe, and at the very least this generation would live without suffering of cold and starvation. But only one I told. You may know this one. The young rabbit folk by the name of Lou Nibblesworth. I have heard he has grown to do many great things. But he has vowed to keep Borealis safe and not cause stir within the city. And he has dedicated his life in order to keep Borealis safe and to study the encroaching Sloe. Everybody can make me a wisdom saving throw or an intelligence saving throw.
No. We only... Sorry, Nick's rolling 20s, I'm rolling 1s.
Okay.
We'll do those 2s and 4s to come back around.
Rain, this does seem to line up with Lou's, Lou is a very prickly man, but at the very least, all he had ever espoused for was the protection of Borealis. And it seemed like Prismata is telling that Lou has been keeping the secret of the Sloe safe from Borealis. But you guys went into the geothermic rift, and Lou seemed surprised that Sloe was there. Rain, you are now slowly coming to the realization that Lou knew the Sloe was there the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And he has probably been trying to find a way to fix it because he can't stop it. And it is a way for him to stop it, and he never told Morris, so now Morris looks like an idiot.
Wow, we owe Morris so many apologies after this.
Wow.
Why?
Well, Akashba doesn't think that, because Akashba just doesn't think at all.
Yeah, Akashba has not put the pieces together yet, but Lou has basically taken this burden of knowledge because he knows that his dragon friend is dying, and he's trying to save both Prismata and Borealis, and has entirely shouldered the responsibility onto himself.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I think the time for secrecy is long since passed. I don't think we're going to solve this problem by keeping it a secret. I think this is something that at least more Borealis needs to be aware of. They need to be marshaling resources to try and find a solution.
Prismata
Obviously-
shuts her eyes. In my arrogance, You are right. You are right. Six pats Prismata on the head.
So,
Well, here I was preparing to have an argument with a dragon, but okay.
So
Now I feel weird.
Lou is Akashima pauses. Lou is good guy?
I mean,
I
I'm
mean, I
sure
never
he's always
doubted
been a
that his
good guy.
intentions were good. He was just a dick.
But now his prickly
So-
nature makes a lot more sense.
So
Lou
he's
has
possible.
a lot of pressure.
He's possible to be both, good guy and also huge dick.
Well,
Six
I mean,
chuckles.
Yes.
Yes. Very, very possible, yes.
Life outside village is much more confusing.
Yes.
I mean, I exist.
Akashima just stares over in the direction of Flix, like trying to hack at the dragon. Oh, I know you exist.
Wow.
I'm good.
Flix, make me a survival check with advantage as you help Grun.
Yeah, you're just.
Can't
Christina's trying
Grun
to
make
see
the
if-
survival check and I help him?
You are assisting.
Oh, I thought Christina was asking you to roll that to see if you survived that wicked burn. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. That would
Also
be a
the-
wisdom saving throw. Oh,
How
man.
much you want to bet that with advantage I'm still gonna roll under a 7? Let's find out.
Hey,
Hey!
those were both really good rolls.
Hey!
You guys are regaled by this story as you are hacking away at the corpse of Rhymefang. And Grun is attempting to teach you various things like, hey, you can't just stab the dragon and skin it as if you were a deer. You have to get into its weak points. And Grun is also pointing out, like, all of these weak points are currently frozen over by ice, so it's no fucking clue, like, why you couldn't skin it. Because skinning, normally you need to have the body at room temperature. So Grun is like hemming and hawing about just, we're not going to be able to get a good pelt, but we might be able to get some scales and a couple of trophies, if you wish.
Ooh, fangs and claws.
I'm just imagining like Grun and Flix over there with like a 2-person saw going back and forth, and Flix is just like basically just attached to the other end of the saw going back and forth. Like, I'm
helping!
Meanwhile, Grun's like, so let me get this straight. Like, you thought this was going to be easy to do.
Well, yes, of course. Aren't most things?
So what we're saying is we might get enough scales to actually let Flix wear Rhymefang. Because nobody else is going to be able to wear
If
it.
nothing else, I'm going to make a fucking codpiece.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
To protect your
No, dragon-
non-
It's gonna be very cold. Causes shrinkage. Cursed item.
I mean, I am equipped at convenience.
Hey,
so,
you expect that codpiece to be warm? Buddy, I got another story for you
Christina,
right now.
It's okay, because you can ask your buddy Akashima to decurse it.
Oh, decurse my codpiece! Lay on hands.
Okay, well,
Anyway.
separate from cod pieces, Six, do we know how long we should be waiting for Lou to show up to relocate Prismata?
I had let Lou know of the troubles on the mountain, and as soon as I mentioned Prismata, his eyebrows shut up, just like one of those artificery toys that he has. It went pring. Woo! But anyway, as I do not own an airship, I merely told Lou and gave him the locale. If he comes with airship, good. If not, we take what we can and vamos, as you say. Vamos?
I don't know anybody who says that, but sure.
It's kobold word for getting the fuck out.
What does this have to do with mooses?
They are native species, very large.
Also, have you seen how fast Rain's moose goes? It 668, it gets the fuck out of place.
It vamooses.
It vamooses. That's good. I learned a word today.
But yes, I do not know if Lou will show up with airship.
Well-
They are very complicated things. They require driver and fuel and air.
Well, we were able to secure 2 shards to at least complete our airship, perhaps we should return and do it ourselves.
This may be good, but I'm sure Lou will be sending something in order to get a feel of this situation.
Which is wonderful, but we have to make sure that Prismata and the shards are safe in our absence. That's all.
Yes. What do you propose for at least Prismata? It is difficult because we cannot return her to the heart, but staying here is also a bit precarious.
Could we not find some place in Borealis, perhaps in the Artificers Guild somewhere, where she could rest with her shards? I need.
The problem is transportation, right?
I mean, I can make Prismata small.
How small are we talking?
I can make her as small as a mouse.
6 squints.
This
If she would allow it.
Prismata looks. Ah, a mage. You wish to polymorph me then?
I mean, we're just talking about options right now, but I mean, if the concern is getting you off the mountain, yes, I could do that. But I don't have the ability to get all of the shards down as well. I can do one or the other. And I also wouldn't be able to get all of us down off the mountain. I mean, Six, I'm sure your and Grun's owl is not going to be able to carry all 5 of us off this mountain. Even if we made Prismata small.
Well, if you can make Prismata small, I could possibly make someone small. Do you have anyone else who could potentially make someone small? I do not know the weight capacity of owl, but
Well, I can, but only for a minute at a time.
This would be mental toll, yes.
Well, the problem would be the duration, yes?
Yes.
3 minutes, and the time that it would take me to recover my energies is just far too long.
And how long is this spell of the morphing of the poly?
Should be an hour or so, and I can always reapply it if we need to, but that should be plenty of time if we're flying off the mountain.
6 rubs her chin.
Perhaps, because Prismata's current form is destabilizing, perhaps we could give her a more befitting form. Something that's a bit more comfortable, at least temporarily. Your magic should be able to sustain it, yes?
A form? Yes, for the duration.
Yes. What are the limitations of this? How can you make her, I don't know, let's say also owl?
I could I could certainly do that, or we do have this. Rain pulls out the potion of growth.
Oh, what is this?
6 nostrils flare.
Well, this
Sniff?
we could potentially give it to the owl that you brought up here and make it larger.
Oh, that is brilliant. Make owl big, make Prismata small. Easy, we can transport, no problem.
It doubles its size, so it basically goes up a size category. So it would go from large to huge.
Yes, but can we make it huge?
I don't know. Flix, can you also change things size? We talked about that a moment ago, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I certainly can.
For how long?
1 minute.
No, too
It's a
short.
very short-term enchantment, unfortunately. It's not meant for... It's meant for mischief, mostly, or getting into places where I shouldn't be.
I just have the potion. I can only make it quite a bit bigger than it is now, but not... I could make it approximately the size of, well, Prismata is now.
Well, that is quite brilliant, actually, because now we should be able to carry Gran and Ikashaba. Ikashaba, no offense, but you're quite fluffy.
So I do not take offense about being fluffy. Most people enjoy my fluff.
Now,
I enjoy your fluffiness.
I am small, and Flix can't fly. So, we really only need to worry about the weight of Ikashaba and Rain.
Well, I can't do much about. I mean, I have to be able to concentrate on the spell, so I will not be able to do much more than that, unfortunately.
But you have me. Rain, perhaps I, if you like, make you light as feather. That way, the owl only has to bury the large S's of Gran and Ikashaba.
Would it not be better to make them as light as a feather then?
This is why you are the wizard and I am the shaman.
Akash, you can see Akash was actually kind of trying to look at his own ass.
Just only one thing. Make sure whoever is very light has good grip.
Oh, I'm very light. My grip is terrible.
You are already magic, Flix. Yes, you do not need to fall like feather.
Oh, that's true.
You are feather.
Yes, sometimes.
Yes, well, we can have Ikashaba magically lose a few pounds, yes. But as long as he can hold on.
I could reduce Akashaba's size, but again, only for a minute.
Yes, we need something a little more stable. The winds outside are still quite dangerous, even by owls, so any extra weight... we do not want to have you, take risks, plummet to ground, etc., etc.
No, they don't do bad. No, he's fine. I have these gauntlets, and he kind of holds them up. Drew specifically in the everything, nothing way. They're very strong. They will help me hold grip.
Okay, well, this sounds like a plan. We do have to leave at least most of the shards behind. I don't know, we might be able to take a couple with us just as a temporary measure for wherever we plant Prismata until Luke can recover the rest, but this seems like a plan.
Yes.
Don't we have that bag? Flix, what about your bag?
Yeah, how many of them can we actually get into the bag? Do we know?
I'm not exactly sure. Keep in mind that the bag can hold quite a lot by the standards of a backpack, but based on my experiments, it seems as though it can't hold much more than what you would be able to fit inside something that was about 4 feet deep and 2 feet in diameter.
So, I mean, most of these crystals, because Rain specifically studied their size previously, are around 4 feet.
Yes, that is rather the problem, especially given that I already have objects in the bag, yes?
Okay, that's the capacity then, not...
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it is what it is.
I think.
No helping it now.
I think for this purpose, the shards are the least important thing.
Six pats the progenitor shard.
And I don't think anyone will be moving this anytime soon.
Well, if Lou is going to be up here soon with an airship, then... Or even we could come back with one. Hopefully that's still enough time that...
You have airships in your pockets? Like, what is this with the airships?
Well, we had to get... Our airship is under construction. It's missing 2 shards. We have the 2 shards that we need
Oh, I see.
to power it, so we could potentially just come back. Anyway, maybe we should get off this godforsaken mountain before we pursue the rest of the plan. Flix, how are you doing with the field dressing?
Flix, you and Grun have managed to procure the following from Rhymefang's corpse. And this will be a final total dependent on your previous rolls with skinning. With Grun's help, you are able to salvage some things, but otherwise, there's a lot of unusable meat, punctured scales, chipped leathers, And otherwise, Rhymefang is in kind of a state. It seems like he's seen...
It is fair that
he's seen some
ended
shit.
up I shot him like a gazillion times, and we did a lot of other damage, so it makes sense that there'd be a lot of unrecoverable or unusable material.
You gain 4, you should write this down, 4 dragon fangs. This is on top of, you already have the heart, dragon eye.
Yeah, I'm not recording the heart and the eyes, since I think they already were given to Six-Sick, yeah?
No, Kashima
not
hasn't
yet.
wanted him.
Okay.
You gain 10 white dragon scales.
Yes.
1 low quality hunk of white dragon hide. Parentheses small. It's small.
All right.
And 4 dragon claws.
Well, it's better than nothing. Perhaps I can make a pair of tiny pants out of this.
I mean, those scales are probably like the size of dinner plates. You could easily do something with it at your size.
The scales are actually quite large. They're like big flat sheets of ice, and they seem to bounce the light everywhere as you tilt them this way and that.
Oh, at least they're pretty.
Those were the only salvageable ones. The rest, either too encased in grime and rime and half shattered. Rhymefang looks like he's seen some battle up here.
Okay, well, are we ready then?
I'm ready.
Okay, here goes. Prismata?
Yes. Go on. I am ready.
Rain will cast Polymorph. Oh my god, so many concentrations.
1 sec. My music. Why is it doing it twice still? I don't know. It's only when you do it. When I do it, it only does it once. Hang on. Now I kind of want to get to the bottom of this.
I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Okay. Rain, what do you turn Prismata into?
We'll turn her into a small lizard.
Okay.
To try and like maintain her like scale pattern and stuff like that, but has to be an actual beast. So, small lizard, and then tuck her away with the small purple borean shard that I had grabbed for Rain's personal collection, so she can like use it as a heating rock, basically.
Okay.
Magical heaty rock.
I don't know why this is marked as invisible, but she's not invisible. All right. I have transformed Prismata into a small lizard.
Great. But yeah, she just tucks her away with the small purple borean shard, and like Eco like kind of like crawls over and like snuggles up next to her in Rain's cloaks.
Eco is a welcome heater, and Prismata just kind of curls up like a croissant.
Great. All right, well, let's go.
All right, you all make your way out?
Yes.
It's Six is apparently still glowing. All right, does everybody leave?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hide Prismata. I know Akashba's briefly AFK, but I'm going to swap the scenes.
Ah!
Ah!
Monkey rain.
Oh God, why is Rain a monkey? Hang on.
Here.
Hold
I
on.
got rid of it.
I got her. Boop.
Oh yeah, the scene is still fucked up for me. I can't see anything, and
Oh, okay. Hang
glowing.
on. Yeah, don't move. Don't move. I need to fix this. Let's see. Token vision. Fog is okay. Fog exploration.
I'm back.
Hi.
welcome back.
Okay. Are you all able to see, or is it still just the vision range around you?
I can see. Yeah, I still have like the weird glowing orb right over Rain's face, but it's fine.
I think I can see. Like, I can see grayed out stuff, but I don't know if I actually have proper vision, if that makes sense.
Okay. Let me... I will turn on the light. Woo!
Ah. I do like the gradual light progression.
Ah, yeah, that's much better.
Can
So-
you all see each other?
Yeah.
I can see Akasha, but I can't see anyone else. I'll refresh.
I'm also going to refresh. Woo!
Wow, I clicked the refresh button and nothing is happening.
It's because I refreshed at the same time, so you might have to do it
Here, I'll
again.
stop. There we go. Now I have carbon fiber.
Yeah, I reloaded, so we all should have carbon fiber.
Oh, do we also have to reload?
You
then?
probably won't. I was just doing it because I was having some funkiness. But if you are having funkiness, then you should reload.
I'm always scared to reload.
It should be fine. Okay, everything seems good for me, so.
Looks good. I see Rain and Akasha, but I do not see Grun and Sick.
They're not there yet, because I haven't added them to the scene.
Alright, perfect.
One second. Boop. As you all exit Rhymefang's lair, outside, sitting on top of one of these nearby pillars, appears to be a giant owl. And it makes a hooting noise as it sees you come out of Rhymefang's lair. Ooh. Grun looks at the party expectantly.
I don't see any of them.
Oh, sorry. You can't see other people?
I can't
I see
see
Grun.
Grun or the.
I see Grun and Sick. Grun is here. Oh, Grun just moved.
Nope,
see
I don't see
Sick
them.
over here.
I'm
I don't
gonna
see Owl.
delete.
Did you refresh?
I did refresh.
I'm gonna drop you again, Rain. Boop. There
This
you go.
scene is as fucked up as it has been post refresh. So
Rain, can you see Grun now? Here.
nope.
Neither can I.
What the fuck?
I think there's something about this map, like the layers are all.
There are no layers. I know. Here, I'm gonna delete you all. I literally don't know what it is. Here, hold on. Rain. I think it's because I limited the vision range.
Seems better. Nope, not really. Never mind. It's a different type of glowing, and I still don't see anybody.
Okay, I need everybody hang on 1 second. Please. Vision, dim 60. Sight limit, scene default. Okay. Please hold.
Just imagine Christina behind the scenes, like frantically writing fucking lighting scripts.
Darkness. Well, the entire scene is visible. Okay, that's so bizarre. Dog. Cave.
Well, I see me. That's all I see.
Yeah, I know. I know! I am trying to fix this. Give me 1 second, guys. If you guys want to grab a drink, I do want to figure out what the fuck is wrong with this scene. But
Okay, sounds good. I will.
go ahead and
do
take
that.
5, and I'll be back at 3:35.
I'm going to make a yuzu whiskey sour. Let's see if this turns out.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I see everybody on my screen that I should see.
Yeah, I fixed it. It just took me a second to suss out what was wrong. And it's hard to do that because anxiety, and then my brain turns off and I have to be like, okay, I need to like actually take a second to figure this out.
Well, I'm glad you took a second and figured it out and feel better.
I did!
My life has meaning. I have tech supported this.
Woohoo! Also I have a sleeping Tabby in a bed next to me. Welcome back, Rain.
Hello.
Hello. Waiting on Flix, and we will continue.
So, while we're waiting on Flix, did you all know there's such a thing on YouTube as booktubers?
What is a booktuber?
Like it, as it sounds, it's somebody who reads a lot of books and then kind of discusses their perspectives on the books. And kind of like they oftentimes work together and like challenge each other to read different authors that they may not read. It's actually like a really cool genre. Like I've been enjoying like diving into the world of booktubers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Any particular book that you're covering right now?
Yeah, so I finished up the most recent trilogy in the First Law universe of the Blade itself and all that, and nobody else I know reads those books. Like Nick has read some First Law. I know Drew has read one book in the First Law universe, but I just after finishing the last book, there's a bunch of stuff that happens that I just needed to I needed to hear someone else's reaction to it. So that's kind of what sent me down that rabbit hole. But in doing so, I was exposed to at least a couple of booktubers who gave me a lot of good ideas about books I would say read, but really listen to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, Christina. While we're waiting for Nick, Rain would like to go back up to where Prismata was lying and recover her wing spar, her little wingtip.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll allow it. It's totally fine.
Cool.
Now that the fog has cleared and you guys can actually see the area around you, it shouldn't be too hard to get you back up. Just a little bit of climbing.
Do you want me to roll anything, or you want to RP this out, or?
No, we will wait for Flix. But otherwise, I mean, we could potentially break your arm. That's fine, but I think it would probably be easier if we did it when we get on the owl, and then you don't have to.
Oh, that's fair. Climb.
Tabby. Oh lord, this boy's sleeping.
So tired.
Yeah, he's had a long day.
It's tough being a cat.
It is.
Long day of sleeping. It's like Freya.
Long day of big napping and screaming for brown pellets.
Yeah, ever since Edwin got his surgery and recovered, the one where he had all his teeth taken out, he's feeling much better now, and so he pretty much just follows me around like a shadow yelling at me. If I'm downstairs, I get yelled at. If he's hungry, I get yelled at. If he just feels like yelling, I get yelled at.
Yep.
Oh, are you talking about cats?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope, but now that
cats are
you're
great.
back.
All right,
I'm
Flix is
back.
back.
And I have a yuzu sour, and it's delicious.
All right, everyone is back. I have fixed the lighting issue. You all exit Rhymefang's lair, and you all notice immediately that the terrible fog of war that was limiting your sight around Rhymefang's lair has lifted, and the winds have significantly died down. You do notice now, as you are looking around, that you are seemingly in a half-buried temple that has been preserved under the ice in this cliffside for, well, Ascended knows how long.
A temple to what, though?
You're not quite sure.
Are these gems up here? Can I pry these out?
Meanwhile, Flix is getting distracted. Flix flies straight up now that the wind has dissipated, noting that he has seen something glimmering on the top of this temple.
While Flix is doing that, Rain will hand over the potion of growth to Groon.
Grun takes it.
Rude.
Is it Groon or Grun?
Grun. Grun.
Oh, Grun. Sorry. Okay.
It's not Grithoon.
Grithoon! And I just administer this. He looks to the owl.
Yes, I think it has to be imbibed.
He walks over to the owl. All right now. He motions you to come closer, Rain. Rain,
I'm
come.
not good with animals.
It's all right.
Hello.
Rain, please explain to my friend, he gestures to the owl, what your intent is.
Oh, yes. Well, we need to get off this mountain, and there are a lot of us, and we are quite heavy, even for your beautiful wings. So this should make you much bigger. And for a brief period of time, not forever, like long enough for us to get off this mountain safely.
Grun looks at the owl. All right now. Open up. He rustles in one of his pouches and pulls out a long strip of jerky. If you have any other meats on you, you may make a fast friend. He tosses the meat strip into the owl's mouth.
Oh, I might have some prosciutto left, actually. It's 6-6 favorite.
What? Are you going to waste that prosciutto on the owl? An abomination.
Rain pulls out like the dregs of her prosciutto.
Some sad prosciutto comes out, but yeah.
I mean, it's very good prosciutto.
It is.
6-6 just ate most of it.
The owl, trails expectantly.
Here you go. Like, Rain kind of like holds it in the palm of her hand, uncomfortably.
The owl, peers down at it, tilting its head, lifts an eye, and looks up at you, back down at the meat, and it's gone.
And it's gone.
All right. Now open the potion.
Oh, it would have been actually a really smart idea to douse the Aladdin the potion. Okay.
It's all right.
Rain,
he pats like the neck area of the owl. All right.
Rain
now.
uncorks the potion. Feel a little bit like fucking like Ron Weasley with the fucking hippogriff right now. Like not.
Grun like gently lifts the owl's chin until it's pointing to the skies and like, all right, open up, more meat coming in. He pulls out another piece of meat from his bag. And the owl opens its mouth. All right, Rain, make me an animal handling check with advantage.
Oh man.
Yeah, you thought I would never have you make an animal handling check now, did you, bitch?
That was Ajax's job.
Handle them.
The
Ajax
owl
was good with the animals.
does not choose to bite your fingers off. And with
That's
the meat
great.
being tossed in its gullet, you quickly uncork the potion and pour it down. And the owl is like,
It would be very bad if the owl bit Rain, took damage, lost concentration on the spell, and Prismata just like immediately like erupts and like collapses on all of us.
yeah, Rain takes like dragon amounts of bashing damage because she's just crushed.
Idea, Gron. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Hoot.
The owl massively grows in size, and it spreads its wings into an impressive wingspan. I'm gonna make it even more impressive. Hang on. Oh, that's too impressive. Hang on. Boop. All right, he's a big boy.
Give it biceps or something.
I mean, he is like the
Words with
size of like
arms.
Prismata and Rhymefang at this
Yeah,
point. If he
he
was
is
large
just a
before,
dragon-sized giant owl, and he kind of hops around in the snow a little bit. Thump, thump, thump. Hoot. Oh. Grun looks up. Oh, now I know how the fairies feel.
hoot fucking
We feel
hoot,
fine,
babe.
thank you.
Well, Grun is like, how am I going to mount this? He points at the ground and is like, uppies. And the owl like lowers
Now
a
you know what
wing.
it's like to be a short guy dating tall girls.
Uppies.
Puppies.
How am I going to mount this?
How am I gonna mount this?
Okay.
All right, Siksik. Do you want to go back in the bag? Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump.
I do not like heights.
And the bag makes you feel better about them.
I am not high up when I am in the bag. Shut up.
Siksik climbs up on the owl and is rummaging around in Grun's backpack, pulls out a sack, puts herself in it, ties herself up, and ties herself to Grun's belt. And then her little hands disappear into the mouth of the bag, which closes itself shut. You hear a satisfied noise come from within.
Kashiba tries to find like the best way to climb up in this owl, settles for kind of like climbing up in the space between like the wing and the back part of it.
Yeah, Siksik, were you going to make Akashiba light?
You see a hand stick out of the bag.
Yes. Akashima, give me your hand.
Hesitates like very noticeably for a minute and then like does it, gives her his hand.
The little kobold hand wraps around your paw.
Okay. Zippity zoopity. Your butt does not weigh as much. Huzzah!
That doesn't rhyme.
It does
Doesn't
not.
magic rhyme?
No, kobold.
Flix, what are
We
you
are
doing?
not good birds. I am not a bird. What? I'm a shaman. Do I look like a bird? This is just for show. Now, Akashiba, you will notice you are very light. Stiff wind may blow you away. As I say, hang on. See?
Siksik, the hand of Siksik points to the belt.
I hang on. No falling. Is like seat belt, I call it. Seat belt.
You can see Akashima kind of moving around, like he's trying to understand the new reality of being a light, and then just kind of shrugs and grabs onto the belt tightly.
Grunt looks over at Flix. You may want to stay in the, behind the wings of the owl in order to lessen the effects of the wind, Flix.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. I'm trying to pry. Are these actually gems up here? What is this?
They are. Make me a sleight of hand check. I'm gonna move you up there. Boop. Flix?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
stop
shit.
critting! Flix, yeah,
It's
this
all
whole...
inconsequential shit. That's great.
Stop!
How
You've
does
critted like
being a
4
moment-
times this session! Flix is about 40 feet up. He is currently worrying at some fist-sized sapphires that seem to be adorning the top of this temple. After a while, Flix, you get one out with a very satisfying pop as you wedge your dagger in between it and the wall.
Fist-sized sapphire. I will add that to treasure.
And because you crit your sleight of hand check, I will give you 8 fist-sized sapphires as you pop them all out
Oh, shit.
with relative ease.
You know, I think they've been here long enough that the snow and ice damaged their settings. This took no time at all.
You have what is veritably a handful of fist-sized sapphires.
So they are a human fist size, so they are like chest-sized sapphires to me. This is great.
Oh, yeah. You're like, how do I hold all these sapphires?
That's why we gave Flix the bag. They disappear into the bag.
All right, keep track. You have 8
That's not why we gave Flix the bag, but
Well, we gave Flix the bag because he whined and cajoled until he got it, but it turned out to be a good decision.
it was a decision.
All right, I rejoin the owl. All right, lead on. You don't suppose that some godling is going to be mad at me?
Oh,
Who cares?
most
Let's go.
certainly.
Grun shrugs. Welcome to the club.
Grun, up these cliffs a little ways. If we could just stop briefly, I'll point it out when we're up there.
All right. Up. All right. He yells something in Orcish, and the owl takes flight.
What?
Its massive wings flapping on the Arctic winds. Somewhere down there.
Yes, you see above that last ice shelf.
Ah, I see it. Bit of a depression.
Yeah, that right there.
All right. The owl lands back on the shelf of ice near Prismata's fractured wing.
Rain will hop off and go kind of dig through the snow a little bit where she was and try to find her wing spar tip thing.
You find it. And you gain a 1 wingtip of Prismata, the crystal dragon. You could just say Prismata's wingtip is also fine. What do you have there, Rain?
The missing piece of Prismata's wing. I don't know if we can reattach it, but well, it seemed a thing to grab.
Good.
Killing
Nick
lots
nods.
of dragon parts.
I mean, at the very least, it might help later for trying to restore her or heal her. Find. I don't know. Parts have power.
It seems
they
more
do.
more rock than body part at this point.
Back
Well,
home, there was a small group of humans that used to hunt us in order to make potions of flight.
I don't know.
Grunt
It just might be
frowns.
important. Besides, seems poor thing to leave up here on the side of the mountain. At the very least, it seems indecent. Anyway, let's go.
Of course, once we found out, they didn't last long.
All right, and you all fly up and out of the depression of Rhymefang's lair and alight over the cliffs of Gale Cutter's End, and nothingness just seems to be under you for as far as the eye can see. It's just swirling snow and blackness. You're not quite sure how long it is until you hit the ground. And now that the Arctic winds don't bite half as much, Flix, you are able to fly and keep up, I would say, kind of up with the owl. But the owl is very fast. But you are also a rogue. It might take you a little bit more effort, but if you get tired, you can always hitch a ride on the owl's butt. All right, Rain. Where to?
Oh shit! Why am I? Borealis? Definitely straight to the Artificers Guild.
All right.
We need to see if Lou is coming up, and surely he has a place for Prismata.
Wait, didn't Prismata say she'd be stronger in her own lair?
No, that's a really good way for her to fucking die, Flix, if you were paying attention.
Only
Her
someone.
lair's- Her lair
This is
is...
why you are put in charge of this, by the way. You see, Flix and I do not have ideas.
Oh, shit.
That's correct. And you always complain about it. Why do you complain so much,
Oh,
Rain?
it's like Rain's whole thing. Rain loves to complain, even though Rain like, oh yeah, naturally I would make decisions.
Cruel.
Teach you both.
All right, one moment.
Be flattered that we trust your intellect, Rain.
But
All right, I'm gonna pause it real quick. As we all, that loaded really fast. All right, give me a
that
second.
loaded super fast.
It's like I just went from 56K to DSL.
What
I'm
happened?
experiencing that again.
DSL.
The picture loaded immediately.
DSL was such a game changer back in the day. Holy
Dude,
shit.
Game
was.
Changer was the way. Or sorry, DSL was the way.
I love. God damn it! I got nothing. That was.
Nothing appropriate for a
time.
stream. It's fine.
All right, you all ride the potion of growth supplemented giant owl off of Rhymefang's lair through the cutting winds of Galecutter's End and wing your way back towards Borealis. Grun does not take the way back towards the bladed spires, and thus also avoiding potential confrontation with some of the orcs that were lurking about there. As Rhymefang's lair is a few hours away by flight from Borealis, it takes a little bit to get back. And by the time you've arrived at the Artificer's workshop, dawn has broken over the horizon. And the smell of freshly brewed coffee is wafting in from the Artificer's Guild. Grun lands the massive owl a little bit outside of the Artificer's workshop. And motions you all in.
So it was a few hours back, you said, Christina, so Rain had to reapply polymorph a couple times, probably.
Yes, you will probably expend all your spell slots doing so. I would say about 3 hours.
Well, great. That's literally all of her spells, so...
You are very, very mentally tired by the time you hit the Artificer's Guild. But otherwise, the doors are open. And the guild is alive with activity, even at this time of, ungodly time of the morning.
So, in that case, Prismata is also about to pop back up into a dragon at any point. Lou! Are you here, Lou? Lou?
Morris is on the platform, the airship building platform, and steps to the edge, peering over down at you.
No, not you, Morris. I need
what?
Lou. Apologies. I need a place for a dragon.
Yes, we brought Prismata. Hurry, find Lou. Don't babble.
Ah! Lou! What?
Going.
What do you
Akashi,
want?
He sweeps in and hugs her and then darts
What?
away.
I am very busy. Morris, I told you not to disturb me. I am very... Oh.
Lou,
What?
Lou, I need a place to put Prismata where she will be safe and preferably surrounded by Borean shards. Also, we need to go get a lot of Borean shards off a fucking mountain so we can keep Prismata comfortable.
Lou points to the platform that currently houses Lucaris.
Great.
Put her there.
Excellent. Rain puts Prismata down on the ground and, like, steps back just in time for her to, like, expand back into a full-size dragon.
Christina,
Oh,
Christina,
Jesus.
as this happens, Akashiba runs up and envelops Lou in a big bugbear hug and is like, I'm so sorry, Lou, I misjudge you.
You pick him up out of his little spider bot wheelchair,
just like-
and he just dangles there like, put me down, bugbear, damn it, damn you, bugbear, what are you doing?
He, like, continues to hug him for, like, 15 seconds and then puts him down. He's like, yeah, we talk about this later. Prismata probably more important. And then Akashiba, like, runs off to join the others.
Prismata, the small lizard that is currently Prismata, walks around on the platform just a tiny bit, and then with a very satisfying whoomph,
Bah!
becomes a full-fledged dragon once more. Wow, just barely fit that one. Well, now you have done it. You have brought Prismata to me. He pushes his glasses up on his nose. Well, this is a whole another host of problems you've brought here. Adventurers.
Are you really going to whine about it, Lou? We know what you did. We know what she did. She's ready to give up. We're not going to let her, and you're going to help us save her.
Bricks, it's okay. It's how, right? It's like how Lou is, like how Rain is. It's just what they do. Lou probably very excited to see Prismata, though.
That is true. The little spider bot he's riding scuttles up between you. Out of the way. Prismata. Why? The dragon breathes a heavy sigh. You know why, little one. That damnable, stupid dragon. He says it with a kindness. He's not calling her truly stupid.
At least he's about the same with those he truly loves, apparently, as he is with anybody. So, there's that. He's consistent.
Or he just truly loves us.
Actually, you know what? Maybe that's true, Akashiba. I doubt it, but maybe.
Oh, I think he does. I'm reasonably sure that most people love me on some level.
Well, Lou spins on his spider bot and turns back to face you. Well, now that you've been to Prismata's lair, I'm sure you have a whole host of other questions to ask, so go on, get it out.
Not actually really so many questions for you. I think we've got most of those answers and have come to the conclusion that you probably wouldn't have any additional answers. But
Thank
we
the
do have
Ascended.
Yes, well, we do have a small problem of all of Prismata's shards that Rhymefang stole are still up in Rhymefang's lair. Rhymefang is dead, but if we need to sustain her somehow, and it seems the only way to do that right now is to surround her with Borean shards. And we certainly don't want the orcs to get a hold of her shards either.
Oh, the fates, Rain. Beat around the bush more. We need you to fix our airship so we can go get the shards. Can
What?
you do it? We got you 2 more shards.
You think I haven't been spending every damnable hour, every minute upon Princess Luminaria Arctis's decree that I have to make you this Ascendant's damn airship on a shoestring budget with no crew, and you're demanding it be ready now?
Well, now it's even more important, see, because those crystals just waiting there completely unguarded. Think what would happen if we don't get them.
I mean, unless you have an airship that we all should fly up there and secure them with instead.
Lou points at you all accusingly. And if I said your airship was ready this moment, this minute, what would you do? Just merely get in it and say, airship ho, and then expect it to fly? No!
That's what Esta's for.
Oh, I thought that's how it worked.
Well, you need a crew, and at very least you need some sort of pilot, a captain, a navigator, and someone
I'll
who
be
could
the captain.
potentially... That is a disaster waiting to happen. I did not spend the last, he thinks, I don't know how many hours not sleeping in order for you to wreck an airship in the first 24.
I'm not gonna wreck it. I was born to fly it.
No, you're too stupid to be a captain. You've never flown an airship in your life. I appreciate your overconfidence, Fairy, but why don't you leave this one to the actual professionals?
Oh my goodness,
Admittedly,
that was
Lou.
so mean.
You are correct on so many counts. However, time is of the essence, regrettably,
Yeah,
and
you
none of us are really allowed to control that.
Yes, and you breathing down my neck isn't going to get this done any faster. He looks at Prismata.
Well, these shards will, though, says Flix, bringing out the rainbow shard and the clear shard.
Lou's ears go straight up. Ah! Yes! Give those to me. He reaches out with his little fuzzy rabbit hands.
Oh, grabby hands. I'm well acquainted with those.
Yes. Well, I just need 2 of them, preferably of different colors.
Well, yes, that's why we got a rainbow one and this crystalline clear one. We already had the purple and the green. It was purple and green
Blue.
we already had, right? Oh,
Purple and blue.
Purple and blue we already had.
The green one we left behind.
Well, he looks over the shards.
And of course the red one, but we're not willing to use that one for obvious reasons.
He hasn't actually seen the red one.
I thought we showed it to him, and he was
No,
like,
we did not.
Oh, okay.
We've not been back here since we came back from there.
Okay, well, I mention it in passing anyway, because why wouldn't he?
A red one.
Oh, it's
Oh.
terrible. You don't want that one.
He lifts an eyebrow.
A conversation for another time when time is less of the essence, Lou.
Yes, I do believe these will do. These will certainly have a very interesting effect on your airship. But
All right, so what do we need exactly for a crew? What is optimal for each position? I will find them, and if I can't be captain, I'll be useful in some other way.
Lou chuckles.
Nominal owner of the airship, perhaps.
Well, you three can suss that out between yourselves. Who owns it? I don't particularly care. Who's going to drive it out of here without wrecking my entire workshop?
I do. We will.
Well, yes, you need someone who is at least...
He snaps his finger. Crew list qualifications. Come on, man.
Well, you need a pilot. Someone who knows how to fly and who knows how to fly an airship. For that, you can probably count on Esther. However, if something goes awry and you need to both fly and fix your airship, you need someone on board who could potentially do repairs. You can't have your captain very well, plugging a hole in your mast, can you? So, you'll need someone who can do a little bit of tinkering.
Morris.
He narrows his eyes. Are you going to take all of my employees?
Yes.
He sighs. The next thing that you'll need is some sort of navigator. Without, somebody to tell you which way you're going to be going, you're going to get lost. And especially you need somebody who's got the know-how of the various weird things about Arctis, including the powerful winds across Galecutter's End. And last but not least, with all those things, if you actually manage to get the airship in the air into your destination in one piece, you actually need probably someone who knows a little bit about, well, what to do when you get to port. You see, airships are not something that just run about all willy-nilly over the skies of Arctis. They are regulated. There are ports of call. There are regulations. There are check-ins. And there are the numbers. You'll need somebody who knows the numbers and who can do all the shitty work that you don't want them to do. So, you'll probably need those 4 people for your crew. No, not one of you, unless you want to be stuck on your boat all day doing paperwork. You need someone...
Does that mean we need to hire a different captain? It seems to me that the captain can get away with being ridiculously charismatic, and I can do that.
Do that. I'm pretty
You all
charismatic.
each can call yourself captain and buy yourself a silly hat all you want.
We can be co-captains with silly hats?
I already have a hat. I feel like I am already captain.
We can be co-captains.
Lou lets out a
You can
long
be-
sigh.
You can be my assistant captain.
Ranger shrugs hopelessly in Lou's direction. Maybe we can work on this while Lou makes the finishing touches on the airship.
Wouldn't you need for ship or like, something like this, you need cleric to help people solve problems. Flix, you can be captain. I will be ship cleric. How's that?
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
If you want to be practical for the airship, I'm going to duct tape you to the prow so you can serve as a searching light for the airship.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Or like mascot. I am like ship mascot.
Okay, so maybe we could ask Grun politely to serve as some kind of navigator. He seems to know his way around.
I think you
Arctis?
need
Grun, yes.
Listen, if you haven't made enough friends in Arctis already to go about and ask them to become a part of your airship crew, then by all intents and purposes, you may be able to find somebody at the Adventurers Guild.
I was actually rather thinking that I'd speak to Eris on the matter. Perhaps he could recommend people for the positions.
Lou
Also,
shrugs. I can also recommend somebody if you are stuck. I know anybody and everybody who could potentially power your airship in town. But you should probably find somebody that you trust, not to run about with your airship.
Indeed. All right, well, there's no time to waste. Shall I run and speak with Eris? Do you want to go with me, Franz?
Maybe we can meet up and have a conversation with Eris. Sure.
Maybe we bring wine so he is more likely to help.
Oh, I don't think he needs to be plied. In fact, he may be a good assistant captain for when we can't be captaining. After all, he's no longer as needed in Borealis now that the hunt is over.
Something tells me he might not want to leave, the whole threat to his life thing, but sure, we can talk to him about it.
Okay, let's start with Eris.
Excellent. Unless either of you has a better suggestion.
I don't. I mean, I think the best option would be Lou, but Lou does not want to come with us.
I have many duties I need to do in Borealis, as I'm sure you are aware of at this point in time.
Well, look, we have an obvious pilot. We have an obvious engineer. I think Grun would be a fine member of the crew if he's willing to come along. And
I was thinking Ajax might make a fine navigator as well if we can tear him away from his centaur compatriots.
Lou laughs and slaps his knee. A centaur navigator?
Oh,
Now
a
that's
rabbit
a hoot.
master engineer? How ridiculous.
Is that a racism? Lou, did you just do a racism?
Listen, horsemen are the best flyers.
Grun literally knows how to fly giant owls across
He's not
Arctis.
a horseman, he's a green man.
Right, I'm talking about Grun, not about Ajax. Ajax, I don't know Ajax personally that well. We
he's
had,
fantastic.
Well, before you joined, Ajax was our friend, and then he left, and then you became our friend.
yes, but
Ajax is still our friend.
We don't ever see him. That's not really friend.
He's very busy.
anyway, maybe
busy
maybe
for
we
us.
should maybe we should go find this crew. So, when Lou actually finishes the airship, we can do something with it. Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
all right, let's start with Eris. Let's go. Hip hop.
Grun's
Wait.
here. We should also ask Grun while we're here.
Good luck.
Yes, of course.
Thanks, Lou. We'll be back later today
Oh,
in
oh.
like an hour.
What are,
Hey,
what are we
guys,
going to
did
pay
you-
these?
Hey, did you guys get, did you guys get to what you needed? Morris
Yeah,
asks awkwardly as you run past him.
Would you
yes,
like to
Morris,
be
would you
our
like to be
chief
our ship's
engineer?
engineer?
What? Huh? What?
Ooh, oh, we're going to get into countless dangers. It'll be such fun.
I have a, I
That
work.
job sucks.
I work
You should
here.
do this job instead, and ours probably pays better.
I'm getting paid.
If you're not getting paid, well, you can start getting paid. Doesn't that sound nice?
Are you on some kind of unpaid internship here, Morris?
I appear to be on he looks at his feet. Some sort of temporary suspension based on my duties in the geothermic rift.
Well, we have enough information now to suggest that that is grossly unfair, and that you were set up for failure. So you should definitely come work for us.
No, you will have to actually start working, which might be a change of pace.
I will have to run that through Lou.
Oh, Lou
Lou was
already
fine
knows.
with it. He approved.
It was like, yeah, get out of my hair. Oh. Okay. Okay.
And you'll get to continue working with Esther.
Oh,
Because Esther, you'll
Morris,
surely come, won't you?
Morris smiles a little bit at that. Esther's in the prow of the ship with a wrench. She lifts her head from the ship, pulls back her goggles. Oh, yes. I love working with Morris. Hi, Morris. Morris like, hey.
And you can continue to make improvements to the ship as time goes on.
Oh yeah. Hey, have you guys brought anything back? Any interesting stuff?
Now
As a
that I'm
matter of
working on the
fact.
hull, I could. That would be a perfect time if you had any hull reinforcements. I could
Like
probably slap them on here
scales?
today. Esther's eyes light up. Her eyes dilate. Dragon scales.
Yes. Flix,
Yes.
do you want to impart to Esther our recent haul?
I need to preserve some of this for garments. I told Ryan Fang I would wear him, and I fully intend to.
I feel like Rain holds up one of the scales in front of Flix. I feel like one of these in the front and one of these in the back would about be perfect, right?
Oh, perhaps several of them.
I mean, they're huge, Flix.
All right, fine. I'll keep 2 scales in the leather and one fang, because the fang's like dagger sized, right?
Oh yeah, they're like almost short sword sized.
All right, well here's 8 scales. Surely that's useful for something.
Do you give them to Rain? Rain gives them to Esther?
Here you go, Esther.
Ooh, Esther turns them over. Oh, they're They're so cold. Why are they so cold?
White dragon, coldy,
Oh.
spits icy breath.
Well, since these scales have some sort of innate cold properties, I could probably do something with the hull in order to give our airship additional resistance against the cold. Always useful in a place like Arctis.
I bet you could use one of them to keep our drinks cold too.
But I absolutely could. Do we want a cold drink holder?
So that would be very important to me. Yes.
Maybe we skip that one for now. Yes.
Yeah, we could probably just put all of the scales into reinforcing the hull of the airship.
That seems most practical.
What if cold drink holder was in hull of airship somehow? Would that maybe like do both things?
Would make it hard to access, but I'm not here to do user research. It would be cold, but very inaccessible.
Esther's an engineer, not a UX designer, guys.
I can do it. It's just not going to be functional. Yeah, sure. Another good way to make your drinks cold is just by, holding them outside as the airship is flying in the air. Your hands may freeze off too.
Or
I
ice.
mean, eventually we're going to fly the airship south, Esther. We're not going to stay in the frozen north forever.
Oh, that's true. We may need an ice maker.
Indeed. But that's a problem for future, Esther.
Well, problems for future Esther.
Do you give Esther 8 dragon scales?
Yep.
Unless you guys want dragon scales to make armor for you, because 2
Nope.
dragon scales should be plenty of armor for Flix, right?
Yeah, especially if you take the hide too to do the joints. You're tiny. You're so small.
Yeah.
Please remove 8 dragon scales from your inventory. These will be used to reinforce the hull of the airship. Esther seems very excited to get to work adding the dragon scales to your airship. And she will tell you how this will manifest when she is done with her work. As she did mention that the scales were cold and will probably give your airship some amount of cold resist.
That seems important.
Especially here, yes. Should we talk Grun, we're putting the finishing touches on our airship, and we were wondering if you would like to join our crew, maybe as the ship's navigator, or something else if you think is another job that's appropriate. We would love to have you aboard. Right, guys.
Yeah, we have very few handsome people, so it would be great to have.
Oh, yes, and also, Rain digs through her bags for a moment. We also found these a while ago, and we thought that we should give them to you. She pulls out the very fine wolf pelts.
Oh, we already did that.
No, we never gave them to Grun.
Oh, no, we absolutely did.
We absolutely did not.
I did it personally. I remember giving him the wolf pelts. He was overcome. We were in the room in the
No. That was us talking about his sister.
Yeah, I don't believe you ever gave him the pelts, but for RP purposes, we will say that Rain still has pelts.
Sure. Yeah,
and she is going to give him very fine wolf pelts. Grun takes a step forward and is both touched and honored. He takes the wolf pelts and looks between Akashaba and Rain. And he says, well, I do know a bit about the winds and the areas of Borealis and Rimia, but I will have to admit my knowledge of some of the other Arctis regions is limited. I have not traveled much, but if you're willing to learn like I can read the winds. And, well, he looks down. I feel like you all are going to make a big impact in Arctis. So I would be honored to join your crew as your navigator.
Oh, thank you. These very kind words, and we will be happy to have you.
He
It's
idly
excellent.
strokes the wolf pelts.
Not to mention, you're no slouch in a fight should it come to it.
He chuckles. Let's just worry about getting you all from point A to point B in one piece. He looks at Siksik. Well, Siksik, this may mean that Siksik folds her arms across her chest and like, humph.
You know, unless Siksik and the kobolds would like to come along, I can't imagine a better quartermaster and portmaster than Siksik.
I am not very good with the paperwork. I would rather eat the paper. And I am not good with the laws and following them.
But you excel at circumventing them,
I
which is rather
do.
what I'm more interested in.
For one, I do not believe you have the coin to sustain my legion of children's hunger for more than 2 days. I think you grossly underestimate how many children I have.
What about Cherry? She's really good at administrative work.
She may have trouble communicating her knowledge of the common tongue. She very shy to speak. Only speaks in meep meep.
True. All right,
That's
well,
fair.
we'll reserve that conversation for Eris then.
Yes, you may want to find someone who is glib of tongue and knowledgeable about city matters.
I'm glib of tongue and knowledgeable of city matters.
What about Harkin?
No,
We could have more
Wait,
fun.
why? What's wrong with Harkin?
he's crude and rude, and he's very creepy.
What?
He gets very uncomfortably close and does not really listen to other people's.
Well, you know what? If you say so,
Space.
Rain, then that's all there is to it. If you're not comfortable with Harkin, no Harkin. Simple.
Oh.
I mean, he could be on the crew if he wants to come along, but like not for the role that literally needs to work with other people and not
He
off-put
organize
them.
hunt. He organize hunt. He do things around city. I don't know. He seem like maybe good for it.
Yes, if we need somebody to design some kind of death trap, I think he would be excellent at that role.
Oh, that reminds me. We've been gone how many days?
Oh, I'm sorry. So you have 2 days left to get to
So it's
the
been like
the
one
Night Bloom
additional
Garden.
day.
Well, it's like the dawn of the third day.
The reason that I'm asking is because Cherry was trying to trade the adamantine chainmail for a cloak of elven kind.
Oh,
for
it is a new day
single
today. That is true.
So 3 days to roll? What do I have to roll?
No. Let's see. Hold on. You would
we
roll
looked-
3 times.
Yeah, I forget what the roll was, though.
I believe it was a luck roll. Go ahead and roll 1d20 for me. Because I believe she found it on a 17, 18, or 19. Okay, roll another.
Oh, wow, that high? Alright, well, maybe I'll get lucky, probably.
And one more.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, Cherry cannot find the exact magical item. But she will
Alright.
be able to sell it just straight up for money.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to do that.
Actually, can we talk about that?
Also, if you guys want to do shopping and sales in Discord, not during the game, you absolutely can. That is what the treasure chest is for.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think we'd like to do that because it would be nice to sand the rough edges off of our shortcomings with some gear.
Okay, so to Eris then, yes?
Yes, let's go.
All right, one moment.
On the way to Eris, Akasha brings up, or I'll just do it. That is, there's also goblins. All the goblins we have met. There are so many of them. If we need, small labor around ship, and I speak the tongue.
I do enjoy goblins. Unfortunately, my experiences with the goblins, in Borealis at least, has led me to believe that I haven't met any that I personally trust. This is not to suggest that goblins themselves are untrustworthy, simply that those that I've personally met are not.
Well, I know you would never say that because, technically I trace ancestry to goblin and I'm quite trustworthy, so...
Well, you are a bugbear. I'm speaking specifically of the goblin subspecies.
Oh, I was just saying, I would consider myself kind of a goblin too, but, that's all I say.
Well, it'd be like
you
me
all
saying
make your
that
way back to
I'm
the Thieves
kind
Guild.
of an elf. We're related distantly, but I'm still not an elf, And far less trustworthy than most elves would be, probably.
You don't know that many elves, then, Flix.
Well, I've known my fair share. Perhaps you haven't met enough fairies.
I like how this conversation's going. Okay, fine. No hurricane, no goblins. He's fine.
All right, you all make your way back to the Thieves Guild, and after a brief greeting with the Goliath butcher up front, you are led into the familiar main chamber where Eris
brought her some dragon meat. Oh, we're such bad friends.
You are bad friends.
Did
Where
we
Eris...
also give Sik her stuff, actually?
you have not, so...
Shit, we're bad at this.
I mean, it's in Akasha's possession, so...
Bold of you to assume Akasha was actually going to give her these things.
Why wouldn't you?
Because, I don't fucking know what she's doing with these things. Akasha, Sik talked to a dead thing. I can't trust that. Sorry, but let's deal with Eris here. It's fine.
Eris is currently in a meeting with Shar, the icy tiefling that you had met previously, who had spoken to you briefly about ley lines. Harkin is currently kind of awkwardly shuffling papers in the back. Hello, my friends. Eris greets you sullenly, drinking a massive pot of coffee.
Hello, Eris. It's so wonderful to see you again. So,
Good
how
to see you all hail and whole.
Feel about the life of a sailor? A sky sailor. More specifically, a portmaster / quartermaster, or possibly captain of an airship
Eris
that belongs to us.
Lifts a perfectly manicured eyebrow. Are you offering me a job?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what we're doing. And why not?
Eris snorts.
We have so much to accomplish together. We might as well stay together to do it. Part of the reason you're here is to keep yourself safe. Well, I imagine traveling around would actually make you harder to locate. You can probably do more good with us than apart from us.
Eris kind of narrows his eyes. I may have to politely decline this time. He gestures to a map that is currently on the table. I have a lot of current ties to Borealis that are very, very important. A lot of gears that keep this city turning depend on me. While I am flattered at your suggestion to be a ship hand upon your boat, I unfortunately have business here that I must attend to.
Oh, it's so much more than that, Eris. Don't sell it short. It wasn't about you being a ship hand. It would be about you being part of our ongoing crew. A roving band of adventurers solving problems across the land.
Oh, you could even be Captain Eris.
Eris shakes his head. I do not long for leadership.
And yet, he sort of gestures around at everything.
Eris is, meanwhile, sitting in, a pile of paperwork. He sighs tiredly.
Well, would you happen to have anyone you may recommend for a... Wait, how you say? We need person who do paperwork like you do and, arrange entry into places. You know someone like this?
Shar leans forward on the table. Oh, go on. Boring paperwork. Travel. Adventure, you say?
Akashiba turns and looks to Shar. Oh, and also being good with people, right? So, if people say, no, Akashiba, you can't come into my city, then you would be like, oh, no, but Akashiba can, and then they would listen to you, right? This is what we're looking for.
And, of course, manage supplies, the usual quartermaster nonsense.
Yeah, but also mostly just getting us into places they normally would say, oh, no bugbears.
Shar drums fingers on her lips. Ah, if you would have me, I would love to join your crew. She smirks a little bit. You? Eris like picks up his pencil and begins writing on a piece of paper. He makes a gesture with his pencil as he's talking. Well, in fact, Shar is actually very good at getting around Arctis. And Shar does know how to sweet talk some of the people in the various, how you say, entrances to the major Arctis cities. Shar's studies have taken her all around Arctis, and in fact, possibly to more places than I've been. I am not particularly worldly at this point. My adventures mostly limited to Polaris and Borealis. But Shar, he gestures at her, Shar and I, if Shar were to join your group, it would be just as good as having me on board.
Okay, it sounds like good solution then, right? Everyone happy with this? No one secretly dislikes Shar? He stares at Rain.
No, apparently Rain loves Shar. Absolutely, sees absolutely no issues whatsoever.
Okay, great.
I mean, Shar has proven herself resourceful and intelligent on many occasions. I think that if you're willing, Shar, you'd be an admirable inclusion to the crew. Are you willing to take orders from the likes of us?
As long as your adventures bring me new discoveries, I'm more than happy to take a direction from you. But don't pay me any mind when I've got my nose stuck in a book most of the time.
Almost certainly to do more exploration and investigation of the effects of Sloe, so that seems to be right up your alley.
Char smiles contentedly.
In fact, our next mission after recovering a number of Borean shards is to stop the flow of Sloe into the city.
Shar nods.
Yeah.
I feel like I could potentially help you with my knowledge of Arctis ley lines and a good idea of the flow of magic of Arctis. I feel like I could have a very good advisory position on your board, not to mention I am very good at getting around from place to place and getting my nose into things where it doesn't belong.
Oh, I do appreciate a woman with skills.
And you would be able to do things like arrange logistics, like maybe supply orders and deliveries and things like that we could, use to keep everybody paid and happy, modestly at least, and then as we go from port to port.
Blix darts over and snatches up a writing implement and hands it to Shar. Sell me this quill.
Shar looks at the quill. Well, why would I sell you? Why would I sell you this quill? When she pulls out a golden quill from her pocket, it glimmers in the light. It actually seems to have its own ambient light source. When I could sell you this quill.
Oh, do you have more of those?
Shar winks and the quill disappears. It was just an illusion. I have.
Cool. He produces dozens of glowing quills. I'm an idiot. All right, this sounds wonderful. Shar, you're fantastic. Let's do it.
But yes, if you're looking for somebody to push boring paperwork, I don't mind the boring paperwork. She busts out a journal, slams it on the bed, opens it up. In fact, if you'd like to read some of my latest dissertations on ley lines, I've finished chapter 53 about the irregularities of the wind. Yes, Rain.
Rain immediately pours over her notes. Absolutely, yes, I would.
Rain loves boring shit like that.
Shar closes her books. Perhaps
fascinating arcane subject matter.
And perhaps this is something we should share together when we're airborne.
Great, well, we shove off in an hour, so...
Oh! She stands up. Oh! I have things to take care of. Harkin! Harkin, sighs. Yes, sure. Harkin, come, let's go shopping. Yes, ma'am.
Shar was such a better choice than Harkin. Look at this.
feel a
So-
little bad for Harkin. Not sure why.
So-
you hear Harkin like, but I wanted to go on the airship.
But I was going to Tashi Station with my friends to sell some power converters.
Actually, Akashaba, make me an insight check. Everybody else's insight sucks. Big chungus. You can tell by just Harkin's posture and how he's a little bit slumped on the way out that the whole time he was just kind of shuffling about on the papers and not really doing anything and just kind of hoping you guys would be like, Harkin, do you want to join our airship? And Harkin be like, yeah! And then Char's like, no, me. And Harkin's like,
Akashiba gets up as he notices and actually runs over and catches them. Oh, hey,
Akashaba.
I'm glad. Harkin, we were trying to fill one position, but actually, we would have space for a ship on you. Would you like to come as well?
Oh, you mean it? Really?
Yeah, I would. You are a very strong bugbear, and I need more people of your quality.
Looks at Rain and looks back at Akashaba, opens his mouth, closes his mouth.
Rain shrugs. I mean, presumably we'll need a gunner at some point, and you're pretty handy with the bow.
Think of it, Harkin.
yeah,
You and I, two bugbear champions going on great adventures together, saving world.
That sounds excellent. What's the pay?
Enough.
This number stuff Char would probably decide, to be honest. I think she is mostly taking over kind of chief financial responsibility.
Yes, Chief Operating Officer.
Yeah, all those kinds of words. So maybe you talk to her about that. But for me, I can promise you lots of great bugbear adventure.
It mostly pays an exposure.
Most of Flix. Flix loves money, I promise you. So we would always have lots of money to give.
Yeah, you can have Akashiba's share.
It's true. I don't normally take mine.
Do I get my own room?
Really unclear on that one, actually, Harkin.
All right, Harkin, come here. Look, I dump the bag of holding on the table.
Oh God.
Oh God.
This is just the last few weeks.
What?
Now, obviously, since we're
one,
out there risking our necks, we would get
two,
the lion's share of things.
3,
But being part of our crew virtually guarantees
4.
Luca.
Hold on, I'm counting. 5, 6.
Obviously, we'd have to.
You're not
take
sure what he's
rules in
counting.
it.
There's so many things on the table, and he's just kind of counting.
The
What
diamonds.
are
He's
you-
counting the diamonds.
What are you counting exactly?
Oh,
I shuffle things back into the bag carefully.
the gems. Yeah, I'm being useful. I'm taking inventory. I'm gonna write that down. He grabs a random piece of paper on the table and a pencil and very hurriedly writes down the exact amount of diamonds that you have in your bag.
Well, here, I thrust a fist-sized sapphire into his fist, and I toss another one to Shar across the room. There's your signing bonus.
Oh. She looks.
Akashba leans into to whisper to Char very quietly. You can probably wait to figure out his rate until we understand exactly what he's doing.
Oh, I'm sure I could eventually pay him in steak or jerky. But I'll humor him a little bit.
That would actually absolutely work on me, so probably work on him.
Yeah, I'll be sure to stock up on whatever his favorite meat is.
Okay. Akashba gives a friendly wave like he would normally do if he was saying hello, and then he walks back to the table.
Sharp thumbs up. Oh, by the way,
Not to mention, these sapphires are probably good for several months' pay by themselves, aside from any loot bonuses and what have you.
Yes, actually, as first order of business as your chief operating officer, toss me another one of those. And I'll get your ship stocked up with food and beverage.
Akashba reaches across the table and just hucks it at her.
Do we do we know that those aren't resonant gems? We have other gems if we're just going to trade them.
Akashba tossed the closest gem. A gem was tossed.
Huck?
We tested them all for
Flix,
resonance.
No, all the
you
other ones.
touched
That's
all
fine.
of them. Flix, you touched all of them. None of them resonated with you.
Okay. Well, none of them resonated with me. If you want to check them now would be the time. Before we trade them for goods.
Rain will touch the sapphires because she touched all the other gems when she was with No. So
For Rain and Akashava, none of these gems are resonant with you. They are just
Great.
very valuable and very nice.
Great. Then yes, I guess let's get things stocked up.
Very good.
If we have more of those sapphires, sounds great.
All right, we'll make sure we have enough things for the trip, and I'll meet you there.
Great. Lou might be a little bit irritated about the timeline. Don't let him dissuade you, though.
I wouldn't be a good operating officer if I was dissuaded by a rabbit.
Hell yes! Go get him, Shaw.
Honestly, that might be the best hire that we've made so far.
She
Besides
cer-
Esther, but Esther I feel like was already pre-hired.
She has a good force
I
of
have a feeling
personality.
I have a feeling that between Morris and Esther, our ship's repairs are in good hands.
Jury's still out on Morris, but Esther, I trust.
I think Morris has had a surfeit of trust. I think that he'll rise to the occasion.
Akashba like puts a hand around or puts a hand on Harkin's shoulder, like just trying to like support him, remembering how bad he felt.
Oh, hey, yeah. Listen, I'm not really good with numbers, and I'm not really good with being oriented with the environment, or really good at anything. But I will make sure that not a damn soul will touch your airship unless they want to lose a finger.
That sounds
you,
great.
can,
Harkin.
you can be our chief of security.
Chief of Security! Perfect.
Are we
But
just hitting
also-
up chief title now? Okay, sorry. No, never mind.
Harkin, you can carry boxes though. Yes, I think Shar is going to need some assistance. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah, right. I should keep her safe.
Go protect her, Harkin.
I got it!
You are so strong.
Yeah, he throws open the door, slams it.
Sure!
Don't underestimate the value of enthusiasm, Rain.
I'm not. I'm ecstatic. This is my ecstatic face. This is great.
I've seen your ecstatic face. That isn't it. There's not even a book involved.
Yeah, you look like it's just normal annoyed face, to be honest.
Honestly, that looks a little
it's
bit like a
fine.
pooping face.
It's honest. It's fine. It's fine. It's honestly fine. I don't dislike Harkin. He has a problem with personal boundaries.
Well, then you
But
can teach him.
he tried to make move on you, Rain.
It's fine. Shar will keep him in line. It's good enough for
Okay.
me.
Talk to and let him know that's not really your thing. Okay, I tell him.
Yes, it's
chuckles.
extremely important that everyone on the crew be comfortable with one another, and we'll enforce that boundary if need be.
I do appreciate
It's
you
fine.
all.
I can enforce my boundaries myself. Thank you.
I do appreciate you all coming here and trying to recruit me for your travels, but understandably, I've tried to make myself useful here, and I have, and it gives me a bit of a sense of purpose. But me gallivanting around on an airship, that is certainly going to garner a lot of attention. So I'd rather stay low. And besides, I can always help you if you decide to return to Borealis.
Honestly, I think we kind of thought it was a long shot anyway, but yeah, at least until, we throw down the despots of Polaris and get your station back.
You
Is
know,
that what we
Seems like a
To be
reasonable
perfectly
decision.
honest, it's part of the reason why I wanted you on the cruise is so that we could help keep you safe. That was one of the things that we told Lucaris that we would do.
and I do appreciate that, and I have no doubt that you would be able to do so. But, as I said, I do have responsibilities here in Borealis, and a lot of people do depend on me to keep the goods flowing, the trade flowing.
To be honest, Eris, I mostly just wanted you on board because you're a friend and I enjoy being around you.
He smiles. And I enjoy being around you all, and believe me, I will miss you all when you are gone. But if you are visiting Polaris, he thinks, perhaps it would behoove me to have a way to be able to speak with you across longer distances.
Yes! Flix roars. Sending stones. We need sending stones. I always forget to buy sending stones. We need so many sending stones.
Eris blinks.
Like Flix is bumps against the ceiling in his enthusiasm. Fucking sending stones.
Oh, well, yes, he thinks.
You have no idea how inconvenient it is. And every time we leave the city and then we're an hour or so out, and then I remember, oh, I forgot to buy the sending stones, and I'm furious with myself.
Do you have
Three
any?
times now.
Do you have any borean shards?
Well, we have one that we really shouldn't remand into anyone else's care, a corrupt one. The others are all being used on the airship. We
Oh.
will have access to quite a few of them, though.
Perhaps I can procure a couple for you, but if you had any additional borean shards, I could possibly have more commissioned. But if there's one that you don't wish to use, then we'll just have to make do with buying them.
Out of character, do we have any small chunks of borean shard that anybody picked up?
Rain does.
Oh, Rain, I saw you mucking about with the little pieces. Do you have one for each of us?
No.
Do you have any that you would choose to spare?
No.
I had a feeling. How many chunks of borean shard do you have, Rain?
I have a single, rather large shard, but small compared to the ones we found in the hoard of Rhymefang. For an experiment.
All right. Well, one way or another, if you can help us source some sending stones, or a linked set so that we can communicate with each other and anyone that would be on the ship, that would be incredible.
Having to communicate with the others on the ship is something that would require much more planning. I don't even know who else is on your ship.
Well, this is my thought, is we'd have a large shard on the ship, and anyone who touched that shard would communicate with any one of 3 other shards, or 3 or 4 other shards, that we would then have in our possession. So
Is this some sort of strange fairy magic?
Well, I know sending stones connect back and forth. I don't see why we can't connect them to each other.
But
You
one-
essentially want 2 sets, right, Flix? One between us and Eris, and one between us and the people on the ship, right? That's what you're looking for?
Yes.
So we need 2 sets.
Actually, it wouldn't hurt for us to have, 4 sets? That we each have ascending stones with each other?
There are some spells that I can do now if I spend some time.
I prefer to have a consistent source in the event that we get separated or something befalls one of us. That does not depend on someone happening to cast a spell that day.
Well, perhaps if you have some coin, I can look through my logs and see if any sending stones have been coming through the ledger, and then I can make an arrangement with the shopkeeper and purchase them, hopefully at a very decent rate. But I do not have these merely on hand. But as I am very aware of the trade going through Arctis, if anybody's peddling sending stones, I can find them for you. I can have them delivered to your ship before you leave, if you give me some time.
That would be lovely. Time is of the essence, of course. We need to secure a number of borean shards before they are discovered.
He just kind of shrugs. It all depends on if I can find them or not.
You know, I suspect that you have superior resources to Cherry the Kobold. If you happen across any cloaks of elven kind, please let me know.
Oh, you want me to look on my ledger for that as well?
It would be helpful.
Magical item trade has gone a little bit slower as of late, now that the hunt and the festival are over, and the vendors are leaving town. But I can take another look.
It would be appreciated. I've had no luck. I think that concludes our business here for the moment, though, and I suspect we have other things to attend to.
Very
Is there
well.
anything else that you need, Eris?
I myself
In return
know.
for the favors you're doing us.
I would like to inform you that our friend Delphinius Australis is settling in, well, rather well.
Oh yes, where is he?
He has decided to... Eris kind of purses his lips a little bit. Take up shop in some of the surrounding shops in the area. Today he has decided he wants to be a plant in the botanist's shop to the west. I made...
Good to have hobbies.
Yes, he just wants to be around people, listen to conversations, the jingle of the doorbell, the wind. He just merely wants to exist for a time. I haven't pressed him too much for questions. I can sense when he's distressed. It's almost a palpable
Frustrated?
aura in the air.
Yes. Well, he deserves it. After the origin and torture that he suffered, a little bit of simple existing is the least that he should be able to enjoy.
So, he will be a houseplant until he decides not to be, and then perhaps he will rotate to, say, the stables, or perhaps the Goliath butcher's shop for a time. But for now, he just wants to merely be with his thoughts.
Fair enough.
It sounds like kind of happy ending. I mean, not really ending because, it keeps going, but it's happy outcome, we would say.
It will be a long, long time until I want to broach the topic of Delphinius's change to him. Most assuredly, as he is merely only thought in a jar. I don't want to put any sort of emotional burden upon him. He has no way of expressing himself truly, unless he wishes to wreak destruction on whatever is around him. Keeping in mind that he has no body to release stress or to go for a walk. It is, well, not a life I would choose to live, but before breaching any cold emotional topics, I want to give him time.
That seems right. That's very good of you.
He nods. You all can make me an insight check, actually. Okay.
Well, it wasn't a crit, but it was close.
For Rain and Flix, Eris is more concerned about Delphinius than he is letting on. But he also does not want to concern you, as you all have very important things to do. Seems like he's playing it off a little bit, but obviously his friend being turned into a brain in the jar has been very stressful for Delphinius. And he is very worried about him. And Eris himself is very depressed that he has been now forcefully turned into a Polaran.
That story's not over. We do intend to do what we can for Delphinius.
Eris looks down at his map. I know. And I want to do more for him, too. He sighs. I don't know exactly what to do with him for a time, as Delphinius now seems satisfied to be out of the grips of whatever alchemist was performing experiments on him. He has not been very willing to discuss the horrors that he's seen. I would like to get more information from him, as I do feel like it would be beneficial to all of us here. But without potentially spurring him into some sort of psychic tantrum, I'm going to give it more time. But if he does come around and decides to share additional information, those sending stones, hopefully I can find for you, Flix, may come in handy. And I do think it's a wise idea.
Most appreciated.
I just don't want to oppress him, understandably so. And Delphinius seems to be very aware of emotions in the general area. It is not actually good for me to keep him directly in the Thieves' Guild, as emotions tend to run a little hot around here.
Well, for what it's worth, he does seem to really like music, even in his current form.
I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps I can put him somewhere with music and he'll come around a bit faster.
And perhaps, rather than an interrogation, you can offer him some means of keeping a journal. And he can let the information out. He can exorcise it. I used to find that useful in my more introspective days. Fortunately, such days are long past.
I'll have to find a way for him to pen in a journal without the use of hands. But I do see what you're saying. He's going to need some sort of way to express himself in a constructive way. I am concerned that if he grows bored or complicit in his brainosity, that he may start to become a psychic bother.
Out of character, what was the name of the cleric that hung out with Echo?
Ava and Echo. Ava and Echo Giz.
You may... Ava Giz has a very soothing presence. Perhaps some time speaking with her may be of aid to him as well.
Eris looks thoughtful. Ah, religion. I didn't think of that.
Like his... Flex's mouth makes a line. Religion, maybe, but a wise counselor.
No, I
definitely.
think you... Eris actually, like, stands up and begins thinking, perhaps I should have Delphinius spend some time in the light. He glances over at Akashaba. What say you, Akashaba? Have you found your thoughts soothed with the presence of the light?
Not that it's quite like that. It's not like I was, sitting around one day being like, oh, I am miserable, I should find a reason not to be. I think, like, just always have strong attachment to light, but I will say it's good to kind of have pairing, right? When I go to think about things or solve problems, I always think, oh, what is it, how does this apply to the framework of the light? Is this, something I should do, something I just know? So maybe helpful, but it's not like you see sad person and you're like, okay, just start believing in something. It's, there's more to it than that.
Perhaps it is something I can broach with him. I know comfort in a higher power sometimes brings succor to the needy. It is something I'll broach with him slowly. I will not simply plop him in the middle of a church and say, goodbye, Delphinius, go find the Ascended. But I do agree with you. The cleric of life, the Giz sister, Echo, she does have a calming presence. I've seen her about in town. I wonder how she would feel speaking with Delphinius at length. These are all very fantastic ideas. I'm not particularly good at the nurturing aspects of, well, he glances at around the paperwork. It's not my forte.
What? No, you're so touchy-feely.
Size.
Well, with a bottle of wine.
I
and then
don't-
some.
I have many an emotional
True.
burden of my own. It is not that I do not care about Delphinius's plight. I just am merely overburdened.
No one's blaming you, Eros.
I blame myself, at least for Delphinius's current position.
And everything else, you need to stop that.
He wouldn't be a brain in a jar if it wasn't for me.
He
wouldn't be a brain in a jar.
if it wasn't for Styx. Not
What Flick
you.
said. And also that skeletal alchemist, that full skeletal alchemist, what a shitbag he was.
Eris
Yeah,
nods.
well, that's usually what happens when you're undead and still, around.
But don't you worry, we'll wreak terrible vengeance on House Styx.
The barest hint of a smile crosses Eris's lips, and I would be in your debt.
Did you hear we murdered a dragon, Eris?
A dragon? Oh.
Defended ourselves against a dragon rain, please.
Was
I
the
mean,
title
we-
of Hero of the Hunt not enough for you? Now you needed Slayer of Dragons in your purview.
Well, apparently, we didn't really set out to do it, but it kind of just happened.
It just did you just happen upon a dragon?
No, okay, so we found a dragon, she was hurt, we had gone to save her, and then she was like, oh, let's go kill another dragon who's, got all my shards, and then we flew on the back of a dragon to another dragon's lair, and then we murdered that dragon mercilessly in his own lair, but he was kind of a
Defended
shitbag.
ourselves against that dragon.
It does not count as defense when you invade their lair, but he was a shitbag to start with, so it doesn't really fucking matter, now does it?
No, it doesn't.
There we go. So yes,
So
Rhymefang is
frightening,
dead.
though. I was convinced it was going to eat me. I am delicious, and who could blame it?
Eris leans forward. There's a market for dragon parts.
Oh, we have fangs and claws, and I still have a couple of scales.
If you wish to turn that into pure money, I can make sure you get top dollar for them. Or else you can use them for your own ends.
I was rather hoping that we could make cool stuff with them.
Those claws and fangs might be really good for harpoons for the airship.
Weapon.
You might want to show those to Esther.
Special crossbow bolts. You could probably make a wonderful short sword with one of these fangs.
You're not going to find a want for buyers for dragon parts, let me tell you that. It's just who you talk to. I will ensure that you get top dollar for them, but if you wish to use them for your ship, perhaps that is more useful to you.
How many dragons are we going to slay, realistically?
By top dollar, how much is all this stuff worth?
Well, do we wish to take inventory? He
Certainly.
taps
I
a
have
nib of
4
a pen against his tongue.
I have 4 dragon fangs, 2 dragon scales, 1 dragon hide, small, of dubious quality, and 4 dragon claws. Oh, do stop dozing off, Akasha. I know you don't find commerce interesting in the least, but I find
Why
gold
would
and
I-
things that gold buys
You know,
quite
Fitz,
interesting.
there is more to being a good guest in someone's home than just talking incessantly. If I have nothing valuable to say, I sit here and, just kind of watch.
I talk incessantly anyway. It doesn't matter whose home I'm in.
I do want to also remind us that we are on a bit of a timetable if we want to secure the rest of those Borean shards, though.
Oh, of course.
Like,
There's
perhaps
still
this is-
preparations to make.
Well, if you want me to, let's see, he's like taking notes, lifting things. He pulls out a small scale. He's weighing the fangs. He is looking over the leather. He's touching it in his hands. And he's just mumbling to himself. And now you can see the Lunesti mind at work. He's like assessing, writing things down, making a grade. And he's like very,
Is
very
he going
busily
the
doing
distance?
this. He's going the distance.
I'm sorry. I should
He's
not
going
even ban you
for
hate.
speed.
He's there all alone.
All alone.
Alone.
In the time of need. Ugh.
I apologize formally to you, Christina.
I could. Well, these are good parts. They're all in good condition, actually. Not a chip or scratch on them. I'm glad you actually brought me usable things as opposed to half-broken garbage. I could probably fetch you about 5,000 gold for this lot.
What about turning them into things, though? Aren't they useful materials for crafting enchanted equipment?
Eris shrugs. That's outside of my purview. I
Would
just
you?
know how much they're worth.
All right.
You did swear that you were going to wear that bastard Rhymefang, I believe
do
were
have
your
to keep
exact
at
words.
least- I have to keep at least something to wear of him.
Eris holds up a finger. Now, if you turn it into money, and then you wear it, you're still technically wearing him. He grins.
Well, I appreciate the technicality. No, some part of me must be adorned with that bastard's hide. Or fangs, or claws, or what have you. You know, some bit of him that used to be him when he was still alive and roaring the bastard.
Are all fairies so bloodlusty for dragons?
Actually, we're all incredibly petty and vengeful. To the very last one of us. There's not an enlightened member of the fairy tribe, as it were.
Eris
It's
laughs.
part of our nature, you see. If you wrong us, we will see you burn.
Oh,
Or at the very least be tremendously inconvenienced. It varies from fairy to fairy, of course.
well, I would say death is a very good inconvenience, but a full pocket and potentially a full belly.
I didn't have time for a proper vengeance, unfortunately. Murder it had to be. I mean, self-defense.
I'm surprised you were able to procure enough white dragon parts that are usable to actually get some money back.
Yeah, it was mostly Grun helping, to be honest.
Yes, we tried to chip bits off and met with little success.
Eris gets up for a moment and walks over to one of these areas, and you hear some jingle jangling, and he comes back. I can take care of this in platinum right now if you like.
Would you mind terribly if we wait and saw what we could make of them? I doubt that the buyers are going anywhere right away.
You're the ones who were in a hurry.
Well, in the short term. We need to recover the shards before they go someplace. After that, we'll have a little bit of time.
Of
Hopefully.
course. The offer's still on the table, of course. Unless the need for dragon parts suddenly goes down, then we may have to renegotiate. He chuckles.
Of course.
Is that
See,
like a real
likely-
thing that can happen? Could dragon parts not be needed?
I mean, another dragon would have to die and flood the market with its bits. And since Prismata's remains are unlikely to be butchered, as it were, I don't see that happening.
Akashma rolled an insight check to see if Ferris was being sarcastic. He legitimately couldn't tell.
He was being sarcastic.
Akashma listens to Flix's response and like rubs his chin and looks at Eris and then goes like he waggles a finger like he knows what's going on here.
Well,
I,
he picks up a couple parts. At the very least, I should be able to make a quick trade for some of these parts for some sending stones.
That would be perfect. I'm thinking 4 stones. 1 for each of us, and then 1 that we can use to communicate with the ship.
He takes all of the claws.
I guess 3. Because there would be like 1 pair for each of us to talk to. No, it would be 3. Because we each need 2-way stones for each other. So he takes how many claws?
All of them.
All of them. Okay.
He pushes the rest back to you. Now this, at least the promised of dragon parts, should be able to loosen the purse of any wizard peddling stones for their wares. I'll have a kobold attend to this.
Brilliant. Do you think there's any chance that you'll have those ready by the time that we depart to pick up the shards? I don't know how readily available such magical items are. The sending stones, I mean.
She's going to have to do some looking, but her feet carry her a bit faster than mine.
All right.
we'll have to return here anyway first, Flix, to redeposit the shards.
I don't
if
know
we're
how
leaving
long
soon.
it's going to take, Flix. We're going to have to find someone, barter, trade.
It's gonna sit on my shelf for a while, you know.
Yes, of course.
Why don't you go do your thing? And if we're fortunate and you have the time, we'll meet up again before you leave. If I find them first, then I will send them directly to the Artificers Guild.
Perfect.
Yes. Shock and coordinate. Sounds great.
Wonderful. I did not open with, I am glad to see you all hale and whole. And thank you. I know you have gone through a great deal of trial and tribulation in order to put this, well, pesky Polaran in his place. So you have my thanks. As much
Oh.
as that means.
Well, it means a lot. We are very happy to help.
Actually, Eris, if there's, while you're sitting here doing other work, if you can maybe jot down some notes for us of what maybe we could expect from Lady Raven's something Woodcrest.
I believe he was
And-
referring to Lady Catherine Ravensblood.
Raven's blood. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
That would be very helpful because I think we would, jet off from here directly to their little rendezvous after
I-
securing the shards.
I will do what I can. I will write down everything I know about Miss Ravensblood and be sure to send it in a sealed account.
That would be much appreciated. And also, if you have any idea what types of things maybe we should be on the lookout for that we would be able to identify as artifacts of your house, so we know what we're looking for.
Absolutely. I will get you a list.
Excellent.
Some of these
Well-
things may be odd or merely trinkets or paintings, but I assure you, they are important to me.
Oh, no judgments. I mean, we're happy to recover whatever property of yours we can.
Eris puts down his pencil for a moment. I have to speak plainly with you for a moment. There's one thing that Baron Sebastian Styx believes, and that is if the acquisition of all the artifacts of my house is successful, he will be able to create Polarans at will. And I will assure you, and I promise you, that this is possibly one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. However, certain artifacts of my house do have magical properties.
Oh, do you want us to recover some treasures?
They're all treasures, Flix. But some of them may have useful and practical properties. And if you find them, utilize them to their fullest. You have my full blessing.
Ah, fantastic.
Like what kind of uses?
He thinks. Well, my house did have a grand armory at one point. And we did have a variety of well-crafted arms. And some relics of the house. He actually looks sad for a moment. I remember for a long time as a child I trained in this a rapier I had, a moonblade. And I always trained with a wooden one as a child in order to not slice off my own foot and lose a finger and arm. But I remember the one time when my mother allowed me to use the blade and to wield it in my hand to feel the weight, the balance. She smiled at me and said that one day it would be mine to wield. And unfortunately, I was not able to escape with that blade.
If we can find that blade, we'd be happy to bring it back.
He nods.
And potentially use it in the meantime. I'm sure it is mighty.
Aside from the blade, there are various armaments and armors. And my mother had access to many tomes. And including, and not up to, my mother was also rumored to have knowledge of the Great Ice Library.
No, that's just books. That's less interesting than Moonsword.
They're less interested in the Moonsword, but just as vital, unfortunately. I do wish we could just run around looking for swords. That would be far more interesting.
Yeah, that really would be more interesting. But we have Rain here, so someone will care of books. So this is, as always, good team.
Well, if we want to find some way of healing Prismata, I think you're going to have to deal with some books, Akashaba.
I mean, there's other ways to learn how to treat people. I think you are being a little presumptuous on how that works, but, you know.
Not if you're trying to reverse the effects of Sloe.
Oh, sorry, you're right. It would never be found outside the book. People would have to... Okay, you're right. Go ahead.
Now, Akashaba, Eris regards you with some seriousness. I do need to remind you that my mother is a vampire. And as such, some of our relics of our house may be reminiscent of her true nature. She is not a cruel or callous woman, by any means. But if you find any odd-looking chalices, perhaps overlook them? He gives kind of an awkward smile.
Like, overlook them, like... break them? Overlook them?
Eris, looks a little bit awkward and looks around at, like, Rain and Flix to help.
Akashaba is great with nuance. You have absolutely nothing to worry about, Eris. I'm sure it will be just fine.
That's
if I find unholy foul thing that is used to hurt people, yeah, I definitely will. He makes finger quotes. I overlook it.
Eris kind of grimaces. Not evil. Just the nature of vampires is they do have to subsist on the energy of others to survive, generally derived through the letting of blood.
I mean, everyone does. Everyone needs to
like-
derive energy from other living things, whether they be plant or animal.
Oh, is it like, blood of volunteers? Like people who are like, oh, here, you look thirsty, have some of my blood? Or was it like, kidnapped children on street?
Eris, looks aghast. Oh, no, we would never. No, not from the unwilling. What an abomination.
Well, that is rather what vampires are known for literally everywhere else.
Well, yes, but in order to survive in some semblance of a civilized society, where you have an abundance of vampires, they can't very well consume each other. You would have nothing left.
Okay, well, then they don't sound so bad to me, so yeah, I will, as you say, overlook them.
I am merely saying that if you find some artifacts that are involved in the letting of blood, it does not necessarily mean that they are inherently evil. Eris coughs. I do not know how to say this gracefully.
Akashba kind of tilts his head back and forth like he's chewing on this. Well, I think I get it.
Honestly, that's about as best in a agreement you could have gotten from Akashba, I think, without him knowing exactly to what you're referring.
I will
feel
take
like we're making progress.
There are various...
Learning and appreciating cultures different from their own.
I look at Akashba, Akashba again. I float over and press the back of my hand against your forehead. Are you running a fever?
What are you doing? So, for the record, Akashba totally said that so that when we fast forward to the actual Polaris arc and Polaris is being set on fire by him, we can be like, ooh, we did not learn to respect other cultures. It's like, yeah, we have to respect other cultures, and then just Ron Howard, he didn't though.
He didn't.
Great. Well,
aside from that, a number of artifacts of my house will be vaguely involved with, or decorated with lunar sigils. We are very tied to the moon, you see.
Okay.
is there anything actively dangerous that we would need to be aware of how to control it, contain it, or otherwise transport it?
Eris thinks.
You don't have to answer now. I mean, you're going to write all this out in exhaustive detail, but...
I suppose that all depends on how you wish to utilize it. I would say anything that has a magical property has the potential to be utilized in a negative way, yes. But
well, as a general rule, we don't use magical items without understanding what their purpose is, right?
yes.
She eyes Akashba and flicks.
I assure you,
Well, I mean, I usually
there
can't
are
get them to work properly unless I know what they're for.
there are no accursed items in our collection.
I'm more concerned about things that maybe explode if you don't handle them in such a certain way, or things that are cursed, or things that are otherwise dangerous if you don't fully know what you're doing with them. Delicate instruments of people who are professionals in very particular types of arcane magicry.
That is a very long and exhaustive list of potential troubles. Now, as I mentioned, my mother has access to a number of tomes that were full of very potent spells. So, if that falls under your idea of dangerous items, then yes, I would have to say that I do believe there was also some wards upon her tomes.
Yes, those are the types of things. I'm more concerned about bright, shiny things that a fairy might find particularly intriguing to pick up and toss around that might explode and cause great harm to
It's
his
literally
body or
every
others.
shining thing, Rain. You're not going to protect yourself from everything. Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Eris is like, not that I can think of. I don't also suggest throwing around about paintings, sculpture.
Look,
Well-
Rain, if things weren't meant to be handled, why make them shiny? It is the very first thing you do with something that should be touched, is you make it glittery. That's the point.
Eris points. He has a good point.
No, he has a terrible point. That's the worst point I've ever heard of.
That's
The
a really
first-
good point, to be honest.
The first
I-
thing you
I
do
think that
with a
you're-
shiny object is if you're trying to harm somebody, is you do trap it. Oh my.
I think you're just upset because you're overly cautious. I think it's stifling your passions.
Rain takes a very deep breath. You know what? Never mind. It doesn't even fucking matter. Well,
Before we erupt in a war here, I will get you the list of my artifacts, and then you can decide for yourself their various levels of danger, whether they're in the hands of the Fae, he looks at Flix, or the hands of the elves, he looks at Rain.
Oh, it's a little known fact, but virtually all the most powerful artifacts are in the hands of the fairies. We are excellent custodians.
Willingly
mostly.
or not.
Well, I mean, we could put a quibble, but willingly, whatever that means. They're objects, they can't be willing.
well,
Unless you're a brain in a jar.
No, that's not an object, that's a person. That happens to
Speaking-
be a brain in the jar.
speaking of brains and jars, it does seem that in some capacity, Styx did find a way to make Polarans, and that is rather concerning to me.
This
Even if
is
it's a
true. Now, like I mentioned, I haven't had the chance to press Delphinius for details about his turning, but understandably, the raising of the undead tends to be a more simple thing than the both the sustaining and the free will that Polarans have. There's a distinction there.
but he has all of those things.
He did, but he's also the only person of my house that I've even seen vaguely survive. I don't know if the alchemist got lucky, or if there's something about Delphinius that made him more receptive to becoming a Polaran. In life, he was
I thought he was already Polaran, to be honest.
from Polaris, yes. A brain in a jar, no.
Well, no, but undead, or whatever it is, whatever term you use to, whatever euphemistic term you use to refer to yourselves, but I thought he was undead before he got turned into a brain in the jar.
Delphinius was a scholar before he was turned into a brain in a jar, but it was
Of what
not
species?
already a... he was an elf, actually.
A living elf.
He nuts. One you would, one that would normally dwell deep in the depths of Arctis, and they tend to call themselves the Drow. But many
Never
of them
heard of
have, many of them have taken to living up top of, excuse me, not underground within Arctis, but in Polaris proper, since they don't have to see the sun. Well, they can live a very comfortable life there. Delphinius was a scholar of my house, but he was not originally from the house. Some houses trade people. We call them wards. And so he was a ward of our house.
Interesting. All right. Well, I suspect that our preparations are almost complete. We should leave you to your business and we should get moving.
Absolutely. It's been good to speak with you all. And I will be sure to try and get you these sending stones.
Hey, Christina, can we also say that, like, we can do some offline shopping here, just with whatever this time is and not deal with it?
Yes, I
session.
want all your shopping to be done in Discord. Essentially.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, with your discussion with Eris coming to a close, where do you all need to go next?
I guess back to our airship. Is there anybody else we need to communicate with? I mean, I need to go pick up some spells and odds and ends and things like that. I can do that briefly.
We can honestly do all of our... This should be an errand that will bring us immediately back here.
Right.
We can't very well run around all of Arctis with our hold laden with boreal shards, so we have to bring them back here.
Right. But
So
is there
we might as well
anybody we
do
need
our
to
shopping
specifically
then.
talk to? No, that's what I was in character, like writing off the shopping flicks.
Oh.
So, is there anybody else we need to actually speak to? Or are we good to go try and recover the shards if Lou has completed his preparations?
You guys can talk amongst yourselves. I have to buy a break real quick. Please continue.
I don't have anyone I need to talk to. It's honestly best thing for me would be taking maybe a rest and then get to it.
So, there is something that I do want to do, but I don't want. There's some risk associated with it, and I don't want to do it before we've recovered the shards and bring them back. It's something that could leave me incapacitated for the better part of a day. But I think it's important to try and figure out, maybe set us on a path towards being able to find some way of helping Prismata.
Hey, what's this entail?
I believe that I can communicate with Tessa Pulcanis.
Oh.
What?
It's something that I've been working on for a little while, since we were down in the geothermic rift. I kind of thought that there was something more to all this business, and honestly, practically every day since has further reinforced that. So I worked on it a little bit harder, and I think I have a method to contact her directly.
I'm back.
But I can't. There's risk. Like I said, I've never done it before, and I don't want to do it right before we possibly fly back into Ramfang's den. But afterwards, immediately, if you are comfortable with it, I would like to try.
No, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Honestly, I do know where that large purple shard that I had the vision from was. Perhaps that would be a useful channel for you.
Perhaps. I don't really need that so much.
What do you hope to accomplish by these?
Well, if anybody knows anything about Sloe, she would.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I little bit beyond me, but yeah, it seems like thing we could try.
At the very least, I might be able to get enough direction from her to point me in the right direction. I don't think she'll solve it for us. That's not really... It's not really how creatures like her work, anyway. But if I can at least get a direction, it might help to guide the research, because I feel like time is of the essence if we hope to save Prismata.
Okay, well, I like saving Prismata, so yeah, let's give it a go.
Yeah, it seems to make the most sense to me. Otherwise, what were we going to do? Put a cork in it?
That's I had thought about that. We would need big corks though, like lots of big corks.
Great. So, well, let's get the shards first, because I guess we have to kind of put her on ice, so to speak.
And also, like, these corks would have to be made of some pretty tough stuff.
I don't
We
understand. What is the
probably will
cork
have
bit
to use
about?
some sort of metaphorical cork. That's effectively what Prismata was for a long time, a dragon cork on a
Dragon
volcanic
cork?
Like, what if we found where, like, you know, Sloe is actually just coming from, and then we put, like, you know, big cork in it?
That is a interesting solution to a
Right.
complex problem.
Yeah. And it did not come,
Sometimes,
and it did not come from a book. Look at that.
You're absolutely correct. It did not come from a book.
oh, Akashaba, she's patronizing you, I can tell.
No, Ren and I have different, you know, we bring different things to team. Sometimes you don't need books. Maybe sometimes we do. I don't know. I've never needed book, but maybe we do. Who knows? Who can say?
Oh, who knows?
Okay, then I guess, yeah, we want to go back to Ramfang's cave, yes? This is the plan?
Yes, sounds great.
Okay. Do we have time to rest first?
Do we need to?
Well, to be honest, that would be more advantageous in a fight if I had time to rest, but if you don't care about
You
that...
just had a long rest.
Did I?
Yeah, you had
Yeah.
a long rest. Rain is the one that's out of spells.
Yeah, I think you should be good.
Sorry, no one told me. My understanding is I was woken up early, so nobody told me that I had a long rest.
You
No,
long
you were
rested
sleeping
in the
well
cave
past.
while Flix was skinning Rhyme
No, that's what I'm trying to clarify, because from my perspective, like, Akashima lied down and then, like, 20 minutes later was
Oh,
woken up. Like, I didn't
Forgive
think
me,
it was 8
no,
hours.
that actually took 8 hours.
Okay, cool. Then never mind.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna mark myself long rested. Great.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you just
so
missed the long
generally
rest bit.
Generally speaking, Christina, like, unless you tell me it's a long rest, like, I, as a player, like, I'm not gonna try to metagame.
Sorry, I thought I did.
She did. You just missed
Okay.
it.
Never mind then. My bad.
Yep.
Do
So
mind
that's why you were so
doing-
fussy about sleeping.
Yeah. Fussy
when,
bear.
That's why I was so mad. Yeah. Christina, do you mind then if I fuck around with my spells while we're doing the next part?
Oh,
of this?
no, not at all. You can fuck around and find out.
Great.
Bless this
All right.
mess.
I do have I just don't have any 4th or 5th level spells left, basically. So like I'm okay. To at least go get the shards. I don't need to rest.
Well, what's
I'm
after the so after the shards, that's when you want to talk to. Okay, yeah. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry, do this in character. So okay, we go get shards, and then you try to reach out to Tessa Volcanus. Yes, that is itinerary.
Yep. If nobody else has any problems with that.
Or unless some other immediate catastrophe demands our attention, as always seems to happen. I
Well,
swear,
I
are we
mean-
the only ones capable of accomplishing things in Borealis?
I mean, if
I
everybody
wondered
could slay a
sometimes.
dragon flicks, then everybody would do it. And there would be no dragons left.
Oh, are you actually curious as to the other myriad goings on in Borealis? Eris picks up a different piece of paper. Let's see. We have another.
Actually,
Selfish and egotistical
think we
right
have
now,
time.
Eris.
We have an incursion of twisted creatures appearing up on the mountainside to the northeast of Borealis that currently
Oh, yeah, we
Ranger
did deal with
General
that too.
Poro Sleethoof and Ajax Dawnstrider appear to be tending to.
Oh, are they crystalline? Or do they look like strange insectile creatures with crystals jutting out of them?
Nope. We gotta go. Let's let Ajax and Poro deal with that.
There's also, during the ceremony, there was an incursion of, well, rather fell fiends that happened upon the town. Oh, you didn't want to hear about that one? Oh, you've all paused.
Well, we were fighting the Arc Demon at the time, Eris.
Well, yes, but they definitely ran rampant throughout the town, and there were some repairs that had to be done. And not up into including Lou manning the rabbit defense system in order to chase many of them out. That cost a pretty penny, not to mention a few Warrior shards. Need I go on? You all look enraptured.
Nope. I think we are just leaving. Thank you,
I
Eris.
find it quite interesting, right? Because it's easy to fall into this trap where you think like, oh, we are only heroes out doing things. So I personally enjoy hearing other stories, but Rain seems like wants to go, so maybe take you up on this later. I do want to
Yeah,
know-
I'm curious too. I want to know who else is getting things done.
Oh, absolutely. There's also a plethora of things coming in from the Adventurers Guild. This one from, let's see.
But later, we do have to. We have quite a
Save
few
the
shards
dragon.
to rescue, which are, who knows when the Forgruk orcs will discover that Rhymefang is dead. Hopefully not yet, but
Yes, hopefully
they get
not
risky.
anytime soon.
I mean, even if they did, they'd have a difficult time moving the shards out as well.
Yes, and you have both an airship and strong arms on your side. Shoo.
Okay.
Thank you, Eris.
Shoo! Get out!
Yes, we do so. Can I have a quick bio break?
Yeah, absolutely. Where are you all headed? Back to the Artificer's Workshop?
Yep.
All right, I will pause this and reload. The Artificer's Workshop. We will say Sick is no longer here. Grun, you have recruited to your ship. One moment. And 1 Shar Iceborne.
And also Harkin.
And also 1 Harkin Roars.
Chief of Security.
Chief of Security.
All right, bring it back.
I'll point out, Akasha was down to bring Harkin. He wasn't talking about, like, handing out any chief titles to Harkin, but, like...
No, it's too late now.
I mean, sure it is, but, like, that wasn't on me.
Chief Security Officer Harkin Roars.
Honestly, it does sound like a Star Trek security officer, so it's fine. Like, his name is perfect for it.
I mean, Harkin seems like an obvious red shirt to me.
That's so rude. You think he would die so unceremoniously?
Oh, 100%. Harkin's a baby back bitch, let's be real.
Wow.
Christina also has a penchant for mercilessly murdering beloved NPCs, so...
Oh, yeah, that's my second favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. Let's be real.
You both can continue while Flix is having a fairy pee-pee break. As you enter the Artificers Guild once again, your assembled crew appears to be assembled outside of your airship and is being debriefed by Lou Nibblesworth, who appears to be talking quietly with Esther. Esther is nodding enthusiastically in response to whatever Lou is saying. He stops as Rain approaches. There you are, Rain.
Hello,
Finish
Lou.
up your various errands.
Yes, some of them. I think we're ready to go if the ship is to recover the shards on behalf of Prismata.
I was just going over with Esther some final preparations. She said she made some last-minute modifications to your ship hull, so I had to double-check the integrity. But I actually need a little assistance in this matter. Rain, he pushes up his glasses on his nose. I take it you are a knowledgeable wizard, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any cold-based spells in your repertoire?
Not currently.
What about you, Kashaba? Do you know anything that could, make something snippety-snappity cold-snappy?
No, not really my area of expertise.
Yeah.
We did literally just fight a dragon who was made of cold, so it's not really something that we prepared for.
Yes. It was just something I was going to test the whole integrity of Esther's masterwork and give you a bit of a demonstration on what you can expect, but without any...
Maybe Shar? Shar's also an adept arcanist.
Shar kind of leans forward. Hi. Actually, in fact, I do have perhaps merely a small ray of frost. Yes, that should do. In fact, so at certain points of the hull, we've picked these key points on both both sides. Fuck, I forgot the name of the both left, aft and fore and aft. What's the right and the left side? Larboard and starboard? Yes. Okay, I just had to talk that one out. Yes, on the larboard and starboard side, because you see, if you're going to be fighting anything in midair, you probably don't want to be chasing it down head on. So it's going to be coming in from the side, but the dragon scale has been affixed to the side, and you'll notice various magical reducing properties of cold, just in case you're attacked by something on the side. Shar, I'm going to have you cast your ray of frost at the hull of the airship, just along the middle side. Port and starboard. Yes, Raiden. Good, very good. Very good.
Oh,
stay
I'm back.
in
What
school.
happened?
Shar is currently summoning a mystical blizzard around her hands, and she points with a finger, and just a delicate ray of frost goes zip and strikes the side of the ship, and a blue light appears to flare up, and the cold dissipates, ending with lovely blue sparkles going up and down the side of the ship. Yeah, so it should be more or less more resistant to any sort of ice or any sort of cold damage that may happen upon it. Now, if you find more things like this, or dragons that, say, like to stick around in magma, or perhaps even wind, or something like that, yeah, we could probably staple them to the side of your ship as well. He chuckles. Well, that's a bit
technical.
crude of a way to say it, but no, it actually takes a little bit of forming and a little bit of. Well, Esther got this done very quickly because she's a trained artificer, but.
And a genius of
And-
unparalleled wit.
Don't give her a big head. But yes, she was able to do this rather quickly for you. And hopefully, if you bring her additional parts that she can find useful in tinkering up your airship, if you happen to have any mid-air confrontations, she should be able to keep you aloft and alive.
I have no doubt of it.
But anyway, after the debrief, he claps his hands. Welcome to your airship. He gestures to it. There it is. I don't know what name you've given it, and I don't have a bottle of champagne to wish you good luck, but you know what? I'll throw my water skin at it and curse at you and be on your way.
Oh,
I think it should be called the Ascension after
If we name it
Lucaris.
the Ajax, if we name it the Ajax, it's like Ajax still with us. And sometimes people would ride on Ajax, is my understanding.
Well, I'll have you know it's very important to name your airship. Very, very
Yes.
important.
No, a good name takes time. We will have to consider it.
I mean, I think something like the Ascension is perfect. Lucaris is a part of the ship, and he was the Ascendant.
Why not name it the Lucaris then?
A little on the nose, isn't it?
A little bit.
Oh, yeah,
What's
perhaps
also-
not name your ship the thing you're
what
trying
is
to keep hidden
optional-
from everybody else.
Okay, sorry. Can someone explain on the nose? Like, I have nose is good. What is on the nose?
It's too literal. It's too upfront.
Remember,
A
you're
good
supposed to be
name-
keeping Lucaris hidden and safe, not naming
isn't-
boats after him.
Isn't the Ascension then little on the nose?
No, it's like
a
a
bit
double entendre.
removed, but I
It's-
agree that it is a bit of a reference, and also a flying ship to name the Ascension is a little.
If we name it the Ajax, no one will think Lucaris is on it. They will think Ajax is on it.
Why don't we?
All right, well, why don't you guys put a pin in that one? And let me introduce you to your crew while you figure it out. First off, yes, you are all familiar with Esther T. Tinkerwing. Yes, she will be
We love you, Esther.
your acting captain on the ship, and she will steer you to wherever you need to go. Captain doesn't necessarily mean she's the boss, but if she's driving the ship and you have input, shut up. She
Okay.
probably won't care. She's going to get you to point A to point B with the assistance of come here, Grun. Shit, I went 6-6. Sorry, Grun.
That's all right.
Come here, Grun. So you've chosen this young man to be your navigator. So with Esther at the helm, she'll push the buttons and pull the dials, and Grun here will make sure you don't slam into the side of a mountain. Isn't that right, Grun? Grun looks a little concerned. Yeah.
We have every faith in you, Grun. Absolute faith. We're putting our lives in your hands. Yep.
I will
Yeah,
listen to the winds.
We are trusting that as big as your other muscles are, the brain is your biggest muscle.
Grun sweats. All right, now that you've chosen your navigator, next up, this lovely lady here. You've chosen as your, your bookkeeper and,
Quartermaster.
quartermaster.
Operations Officer.
Yes,
is I
yes.
believe the title that
Chief-
Akashva imparted.
Financial
Chief.
officer.
Chief
What?
Operating officer, Shaw Iceborne. At your service.
Hey,
And in fact, I will be ushering you into the city and signing all the papers and doing all the annoying entrance paperwork and making sure we keep the authorities off your back. Yes, well, you all aren't going to be getting into any trouble with this airship, right? Keep it on the straight and narrow. It's going to be
Obviously. What do I
licensed.
look like? A criminal?
Well, you look very small and flighty. Now,
Both of those things are literally true.
why is Harkin here?
He's our chief of security.
Yeah, that's me. What? What is he going to chiefly do?
Secure things.
He's going to chiefly make sure no one who is not supposed to be on ship is on ship by chiefly removing them.
Ah, so if you're in the middle of the air and something comes upon your ship, Harkin will surely be there to defend it, yes. Ah, yes, the earthbound Harkin.
Well, if you think that it's unlikely that there are beings who would try to board the ship, well, then I assure you that that's mistaken. And there are times when we will have to dock the ship, and having someone around to make sure that no mischief occurs then will be most valuable.
Yeah, I'll make sure that everybody's, fine and protected. Harkin? Yeah? You're going to have responsibility, right?
Ooh, the R word. Why would you even say that?
Yeah. Listen, I'll be responsible in keeping the ship safe. It's fine.
Yeah, I trust her.
Well, I really hope that Shaw took into account the bugbear in your shopping list. Oh, I did. And last but not least, if your ship lights on fire or loses a sprocket or a cog goes sprung, you'll have this one to fix it. Morris? Yeah? Good luck.
Everybody's so confident.
This is an excellent opportunity to redeem a unsalvageable situation that you were in previously. You do have our faith and our confidence.
What? Morris does not understand. What do you mean?
Oh, I'm implying that you did a terrible job with the volcanic rift, and that you'll do an excellent job with the ship.
Morris slumps. Oh.
No slump. I zip over and prop his shoulders up. No. Stick that chest out. He slaps his back.
Ah!
This is your opportunity to be proud of your work, to be invested in it. We are going to do heroic things on behalf of all of Arctis.
Yes, and you owe him, Morris, for your shitty work.
Rain leans over Lou and kind of leans in. I think you actually owe Morris an apology, you shitty little rabbit.
He'll earn it one of these days. He'll come back a better artificer.
I would like to roll a persuasion check to be a good leader and inspire Morris.
All right, go ahead. Oh, God.
Holy
shit. Morris is like, you know what? I'm gonna be the best damn ship hand there ever was.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna go work on something right now. He climbs on the ship.
There's something curiously regal about Flix's bearing when he is inspiring Morris.
Flix, I'm gonna move you towards the group because you're at the door.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Morris climbs on the ship with renewed vigor, and he is currently adjusting dials and doing artificer things. Char lifts her eyebrows. Well, you certainly got him going.
Some people just need positive encouragement.
Indeed.
Yes, well, with all that said and done, we've already plugged in Lucaris to the lower levels of the ship. Now, I'm not going to have you all board the ship here. In fact, I'm going to have you meet it at the airship dock. Shara's going to finish up the last of the registration, and then you can leave from the dock and do it the official way. Not just rocketing out from my ceiling all willy-nilly.
I was kind of hoping ceiling would open and then, but never mind. No,
it does, but only Esther is going to be driving this airship out of here, because if it, happens to explode, I would very much like to minimize my losses. Sorry, Esther, but this is your ship now, and if it explodes, well, it's on you. I hope it doesn't explode. Esther's like, oh, it won't. It won't.
Probably.
Most likely. We've never built an airship, certainly powered by the crystallized essence of the combined forms of an Ascendant and an Abishai. Lou is rubbing his chin. So I'm sure it's going to have
all the other
see what happens.
Well,
to stabilize it?
Yes, but it's going to have a certain amount of pep. Yep. Lots of pep. Possibly some complications. Which is exactly why you have a crew here to help manage it. Morris pokes his head up. You know, I'm really good at borean shard stuff. You know, the boy is actually quite good at borean shard stuff. He makes quotation marks with his hands. If you find more in the field, he'll be able to hook them up.
Surprisingly up at the ship. What do you all think of the Dawn Shadow?
What?
For the ship. The Dawn Shadow. It reflects all of us a little bit.
Wait, did you just combine 2 words?
The Dawn's shadow. Dawn's possessive. Shadow. The shadows cast by the light of the dawn across the land. The Dawn's shadow.
I don't see how it's very representative of anybody but a caution bit, but sure.
Well, I'm shady.
What about the optimistic, talkative, unpleasant? I feel like that reflects all of us.
Mystic. Talkative. Pleasant. I think you're pleasant, Kasha, but you shouldn't sell yourself short.
It was not me. It's fine. Wait. Okay. Maybe this needs more work.
I still think the Dawn Shadow has a nice ring to it.
When you say it, it sounds like Dawn's Shadow, not Dawn's Shadow.
Dawn Shadow works just fine too, one word.
Okay, I like that.
Esther
Dawn
flutters
Shadow?
up to the hull of the ship. All right, Morris, head on out. Yep. Morris hops over the ledge. All right, hold on. Lou, like, shuffles off on his spider bot. All right, give me a moment.
Where should we be?
On deck! Flicks flies up.
No, off deck. Off deck.
We are not on deck yet.
Flicks, get off the ship now.
Flicks peers over the rail. Why?
We have to go to
Again, with the
Foundry.
explosions, minimize losses. I don't want your family to ask me for a lot of money in case of your death.
I don't have a family.
Get out. That's what they all say before I get sued for a lot of money.
Fine. Yes, Dawn Shadow. It's good. I like it. It's
Yeah,
dramatic.
let's go with Dawn Shadow. Okay. Then, come on, we have to get to place.
Sure, why don't you take them to the airship dock? All right, let's go.
So I trust everything proceeded smoothly, Shaw?
She nods. Thumbs up. All right, one moment, everybody.
Oh, one note. Obviously, any meat provision should be purchased strictly from the Goliath woman who guards the thing.
Oh, you have a preference for your meat procurement?
I'm primarily carnivorous, with the exception of the occasional breakfast waffle or pancake.
Oh, right, cat thing. Yes, right.
Indeed.
All right, one moment. Okay, I'm going to warn everybody. This map is massive. So please don't be scared. It will take a second to load. 1 second.
I'm a little scared now. It's like a tiny bit scared.
Oh my god, it is so huge.
I haven't loaded in yet. Or I have, and I can't see my little cat face.
I'm as scrolled out as possible.
Hold on. I have not added tokens to the map yet, so you're gonna have to give me a second.
I can't see anything yet. But
I
I'm
know, because I
scrolling
haven't
all
added
the way.
tokens to the map yet.
Just looking at stuff, Christina. Just looking at stuff. It's fine.
Damn, we're in like Times Square or the New York subway station. I don't know. Where are we? We're in a place.
And one moment.
Grand Central Station is what you're looking for.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look, Nick, I've only been to New York once, and it was with you, so I don't know where that is.
I'm not sure that trip counts. We were all fucking exhausted.
That was a long trip.
Actually, this one is not great.
We need the Highwind theme. Play it, you coward.
a Highwind theme.
Yeah. It's taken all of my restraint to not suggest Highwind for the ship name, by the way.
That's fair.
I really wanted to.
Is Highwind a reference to something else?
Yeah, God damn it, Nick. Yeah, when Flick said Dawn Shadow, I immediately was like, why can't I say Highwind? And then I was like, Rob, don't say Highwind.
But
You could have said Highwind.
Highwind is like the name of like every ship in the Final Fantasy universe.
Oh.
all right, Shar leads you through Borealis and a little bit far away from the city to a massive, towering structure where airships float in the air far above the clouds. And after ascending what seems to be a billion stairs, you arrive with your friend Shar in the station proper. And she gestures to it.
Continuing a conversation. Honestly, Rain, if you don't like Dawn Shadow, what did you have in mind?
I already gave my ship name. It's
I think
fine.
Rain said Ascension.
I don't particularly care. If you like Dawn Shadow and Koshpa likes Dawn Shadow, that's fine. It's very representative, the two of you.
I don't want to leave you out.
Dawn Shadow Magic. There we go.
No,
It's fine. It's really Flix. I'm being quite honest. It is very fine. It's a perfectly fine name. Will be great, I'm sure, embossed in beautiful letters along the side of the ship.
He like bangs a fist into his palm. It has to be perfect, Rain. Perfect.
It is excellent.
He narrows his eyes at you skeptically.
Shar is laughing quietly to herself as she leads you into the station. Welcome to the airship dock of Borealis. Here you'll find everybody who is registered to an airship coming and going. Everything is very taken into meticulous detail.
Is this the security line?
It is. And in fact...
Oh, good.
Bureaucracy. This can usually be manipulated for profit.
Yes, go through any one of the turnstiles.
He just kind of floats over them all.
Do I need to take off my boots?
Oh no, you can leave your boots on.
I don't have identification if that's important.
Yes, you do. You were given identification, Nakashaba.
Oh yeah, you're right. I just normally don't.
Yeah.
Flix, hey! The goblins are yelling at you. Where the hell do you think you're going? Stop right there!
I'm going to my airship, actually. Thank you.
Char's like, no, Flix.
Yes?
Come on back, man. We need to do this the proper way. Please.
Shiba waves up hand. Hello.
He flashes his, like, sweet-ass passport.
Yes, keep that in your hand. Anything that you got from Luminaria Arctis is going to be very important here. But yes, there are going to be lines and paperwork and all sorts of things that are the antithesis to the Fae. So I ask for a modicum of patience. Hey, brother. The goblin says casually, excuse me, welcome to the airship dock of Borealis. How can I help you today?
We are going to take airship to save world.
Char, clears her throat. Yes. Shove action.
You know, it occurs to me, perhaps we should just shut up and let Shaw do her thing.
It seems fairly straightforward, but yeah, sure, this is why you're here, I guess. Go for it.
It's literally why she is here.
Yes. Yes, we have a newly registered airship that just went on their first test flight. It should have arrived 5 minutes ago. Currently, working name under the number, and then she starts rattling off some identification for the airship. The goblin's like, yes, I have that here. Everything seems to be working in order. Yes, and the additional expedited fee, everything seems to be in tip-top shape. You'll find your ship and the current paperwork all ready for you in the very Northwest Station 1. And here, yes, and here, he grabs a stamp. Passports, please. Shar neatly flips a small magical notebook out of the air, and it floats for a moment before landing neatly on the table. And the goblin looks at it, and he appears to put on a bit of a spyglass and twists it into his eye, and he peers at the passport. Yes, very good. Everything seems to be in order here. Yes, where are your travels taking you today, Shar? Miss Iceborne? Ah, yes. And she looks over her shoulder at Rain and Nakashima. Yes, we're headed for Polaris, correct?
Yes.
No?
No, actually,
Well-
the Blade's Edge Mountains initially.
We have a small stop that will return here, and then on to Polaris.
Shar nods. Yes, our final destination is Maginox, Polaris. Ah, yes, Maginox. Very good, very good.
We could just generalized flight plans for, I don't know, everywhere.
You all can see Akashima is like patting himself down, clearly looking for something.
You okay, Akashiba?
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to find something.
What you missing?
You see him reach into the pocket, like, on his butt, and then he pulls, like, a piece of paper out, and he's like, okay, never mind, we're good, I found it.
All right. The registration of the airship is complete. We have your license here and ready. Who would like to hold the license?
Honestly, Shar, I really think you should hold on to it.
I think that's a good idea. She tucks it into her
Yes.
pocket. Tabby, I'm going to need you off the table. I love
Oh,
you.
we need a ship's cat.
The ship cat. That's you. That's you. It's literally you.
No, I'm the Duke of Cats. We need an actual cat.
All right. Now, next, whenever you check into an airship dock, you'll have to come through customs. And there, they'll check your passports and ask you some vague questions about your entry. Generally, why you're there and your occupation. Be warned that they can turn you away at any time. So, be good. She grins. Not all things I'm going to be able to help you with. So be nice to the customs officers and don't threaten them.
We're actually royal messengers that should afford us some VIP treatment at these various check-ins, no?
Yes. But also, don't be a jerk. Even if you have nice royal papers, they can still turn you away. They are the final arbiters, after all. Anyway,
Well,
she looks
I
at
do
the
think
goblin.
that.
Well, you're not going to be able to get away with murder with those papers. They just give you a little bit of a leg up.
I suppose a royal seal means a different thing here in the north than it does in the south.
Everything here seems a lot more bureaucratic than I always thought Arctis was.
Or at the very least, more egalitarian. A royal seal is virtually the word of God in the south. You can get away with murder if you're holding one.
Maybe we should talk a little bit more about the influence of the center of Arctis and truly what royalty means here.
I actually rather think it's better here, despite the inconveniences.
Yes, you'll find
Something
it's
the
not as
south could use.
you'll find it's not as oppressive, but that goes with both its positives and its downsides. You tend not to get away with murder with the blessing of royalty, but she shrugs. They're not in your face about anything either.
Fair. Well, it also seems to me that the powerful are somewhat less powerful here, and that the common folk have rather more agency. There's something to be said about that.
She smiles. Ikashima, why don't you show the customs agent here your passport?
Akashima slams the piece of paper on the counter.
The goblin peers at it through his inquisitive-looking spyglass. Yes, very good. Your first trip. Yes, what brings you to Maginox? What is going to bring you to Maginox today?
Oh, we are going to help friend. He has some stuff left there from when he moved, so we are going to go help him bring it back.
You're too kind, too kind. All that fuel on a
Akashima
moving
nods.
expense? He slams your passport. There you go. Thank you for visiting Borealis. We hope you had a very lovely trip.
Akashima holds up his hand and waves, goodbye! And then walks over behind Shar like a mom.
Next.
Rain approaches and hands over her passport.
All right, Rain Silversong. Yes, I see you have a royal seal here. Yes, very good. Everything seems in order. First trip for you as well, Miss Silversong.
Yes, I'm not originally from Arctis. This is all very new for me and exciting.
Very good. Well, again, I hope you had a fruitful time in Borealis and spent a lot of money.
Well, we won the hunt, you know.
He looks up at you, looks over at his friend in Goblin. He says, hey, wait, is she serious? Is she the one that won the hunt? Goblin looks over, is like, yeah, idiot. Like,
Out of character, where the hell is everyone? I don't see anyone.
You need to go past the turnstile.
I tried to.
Flicks get lost in the turnstile.
Yeah, he's
you
still
would
there.
find
He's
the other-
turning it around. He's like, oh,
Help!
making the ratcheting sound. All right, there we go.
Akasha just grins as he hears the goblins talking.
Shar steps out of the way, like a little bit like, oh, just give them their time in the spotlight. Oh, well, heroes of the hunt. I watched the whole thing. You know, wow, you are, the goblin starts to turn a little bit of shade of red. Oh, God, you are much more beautiful in person, Miss Silversong.
So who are you actually rooting for?
This goblin over here points at Akasha, but my man.
Thank you. I was very happy to represent goblinoids everywhere.
Did you end up hanging out with Kalga Applebottom? Oh man, everybody's really rooting for you too.
Was this asked in common or goblin?
In Goblin.
Akasha looks around and then he goes, yes.
Oh! They slam
guys.
a thunderous high five with each other. Yeah, I told you he would. Oh man, that's so great. Oh
Akasha
man.
does the Tiger Woods arm thing and then gives the thumbs up.
You hear Shar's lips on your fuzzy ear. You big liar.
Akasha looks back fucking tomato red, and then he's like, okay, well, everyone needs to get processed, and then takes a step over here.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. Oh, and you, Flix, now, I'll tell you what. My sister is a fletcher for an archery shop. And let me tell you, after the hunt, her business went up 500% because of people that were watching you, and they wanted to shoot like you, as accurate as you, and the archery rounds, they're full. Thank you, Flix. My sister's business is booming. Actually,
that's delightful.
From under the counter, he produces what can only be described as a 5-foot-long hand cannon. Oh, wait. No, it's just a massive ballista-looking crossbow. It's much too large for him. But he slams it on the counter. Will you sign my sister's crossbow?
Oh my fucking god.
I'd be delighted.
Oh man. It's a heavy repeater. She loves it.
Oh, I would love to get a repeating enchantment on mine, actually. I'll have to have a conversation with her later.
Oh.
Right now, it takes fast hands, very fast hands. When I was fighting Rhymefang, I couldn't get the bolts into the groove fast enough, let me tell you. I used prestidigitation to produce a pen that inscribes my signature on the side in, gold inlay.
The goblin takes back the massive ballista. Oh, wow. She's gonna be so excited.
He reaches into the bag. I was saving this for a special occasion. Perhaps your sister could do me a favor, and in the meantime, hold it in a prominent place in her shop. This is the quarrel that slew Rhymefang the dragon. I sunk it into his left eye. I was planning to get it gilded.
The goblins are in awe. No way.
It's the very one. I hand it to him.
No.
If she'd be willing to do that, like I said, she can proudly display it in her shop, and I will absolutely verify the facts of its existence.
I'll totally give this to her. I can't speak for her, but I'm totally gonna give it to her. Wow, the Flix.
Duke of Cats.
Yeah. Wow, this is so cool. Thanks, Flix.
Well, it's just delightful that we've had a positive impact for citizens of Borealis. Thank your sister for the work that she's doing on behalf of the citizenry.
The goblins stand up a little bit straighter. It it was an honor to serve you in Borealis today. Thank you. Please visit again.
We'd be delighted. Oh, I didn't catch your names.
They're both looking at each other. Oh man, well I'm Giblaz, the first one. Yes. And, my name is Noctraz.
Giblaz and Noctraz. Well, it was a privilege, gentlemen.
They wave. Hey, good luck, and man, I hope you do more magical, stuff we can watch again. But we'll be on the lookout for your exploits.
Rain.
Shara's looking thoughtful.
Indeed, perhaps it would be good for the Borealan citizens. They could keep up with our adventures to some extent. What if we could rig something up?
You mean like a periodical?
No, I mean, those mirrors exist. Sure, the rest of them have to go back to their home provinces, but one at least remains inside Borealis. Perhaps we could rig something up so that if we want something to be displayed, we can have it be displayed. Eris would know the ins and outs of it.
I suppose.
Might be inspirational. And
Sure.
profitable.
That sounds like an awful lot to do while we're risking our lives, but sure.
I was like, yeah, you have a lot on your plate. Oh, Flix, your ambition is quite delightful. Well, come along this way. Come. Come, my
It
children.
seems a shame to make people wait until the next hunt in order to catch up with us,
I think all the fame is going to your head, Flix.
Maybe just hiring a personal bard for Flix would be precisely what he needs.
Rain,
or
Rain,
perhaps I
Rain,
could
stop.
study-
Rain, make me a perception check. Okay. Rain, there is a kobold in the bushes over here. Rain,
Hello.
Rain. A small blue kobold head peers back at you. It doesn't say anything. Its eyes wide.
Rain turns around and just kind of like leans against the potted plants. Hello, would you like to speak?
The kobold begins to try and hide in the foliage. Make me another perception check. Hey, yeah. You can see where it's going. It's trying to hide from you, but the rustling of the bushes gives it away.
Okay, nobody's here to hurt you. I assume you're not supposed to be here, but you seem to be looking for some kind of attention.
Shh. He hops out.
Are you one of 6-6?
He nods.
Are you here to see us off, or do you have other business?
He's trying to hide in the bushes a little bit still. He nods. He hands you a little satchel.
Oh. Thank you. Rain peeks inside.
There's just a loaf of bread in there, that's all. And the kobold disappears back into the foliage.
Okay.
Rain,
Well, have a nice day.
what do you have there, Rain?
A bit of bread. from a kobold, who may or may not be one of 6-6 brood.
Strange.
Exceedingly, especially because he tried to hide from me, yet had something to give us. I don't know. Very weird.
Well, that seems terribly suspicious to me. Let's have a look at it.
Well, maybe not right here in the open, Flix. Let's get to our ship.
Where else? You accepted a strange package from someone.
Shar holds out her hand. I'll take the bread.
Akashba just starts wandering off.
I'm perfectly capable of holding the bread. Let's get to the ship.
Shar points at the fountain. Throw to the
I catch
fountain.
one of these fish immediately.
What? Wait, Shard does what with the fountain?
She points at the fountain. Throw the bread in the fountain. I don't trust it.
Okay. Rain tosses the loaf of bread into the fountain.
Hey, I'm fishing here.
The fish scatter as Rain tosses the bag of bread
So does
into the
Flix.
fountain.
No, she keeps the satchel. She just takes the loaf out.
Oh, okay. And the loaf of bread makes a strange green bubbling hiss as it hits the water.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You have enemies in Borealis, Rain?
Me? I mean, I don't think so in particular, any more than any of us do.
You have to admit that that's a terribly stupid way to attempt an assassination. Depending on Rain noticing a kobold in the shadows and accepting bread snacks. Perhaps something else was amiss
I don't think
there.
that kobold was intended to be seen. Well, bread aside, let's continue. We have things to do.
I need to step away for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Rain will make a mental note and sketch that particular kobold into her notebook later
Okay.
to discuss with Sick.
Do the fish seem to be worse for wear from the green cloud?
The fish are dead.
Oh.
Oops.
They are belly up.
Perfect. Those
Sure,
are perfectly
you'll-
good fish are.
You'll tend to that, right?
Of course.
Excellent.
Wait, where did Kashima go?
She, you see her point over at the fish and kind of mage hand them out of the water and then into the bush.
Great. Akashima went to the northeast. We are on the northwest platform.
Yep, northwest platform.
Oh,
We may want to
Akashima.
bring Akashima back.
Yes, we have to go the other way.
Drag. Come. All right, keep going north. No, not that platform.
Oh, well, what's over here?
A ship that does not belong to us.
But it could.
But it could not. I mean, well, it depends on how much money you have. All right,
Well,
here
less
at this...
now that we're paying people. Look at us being all respectable and responsible. Well, fortunately, we've managed to delegate most of the responsibilities.
Shar looks at the goblin and says something in Goblin to the goblin.
Kashima would understand.
He would, but he's AFK.
Oh.
You look familiar. Haven't we met before?
Eh? He looks up at you. Yeah, I know you.
Oh, so you also moonlight as some kind of security here?
No, I am a dock unloader. I unload things at docks, like this thing.
Oh, that seems like a wonderful opportunity to find things.
Okay.
I'm back.
You didn't find any
Anyway.
power things, I hope.
What?
Shar gives Flix the eye. Now, let's have the goblins load our goods and we'll be off. Maybe we don't
Oh,
need to be
I've-
suspicious about, I don't know, everybody in Borealis?
I'm suspicious of everyone at all times, mostly, unless I'm having a good time and decided to throw caution to the wind altogether.
Oh, you can trust goblins. Goblins are very good.
As we walk, Rain leans in a short. But seriously, though, that goblin was smuggling drugs in for the hunt. So we should probably verify the quantity and quality of the goods they are loading.
Oh, so yeah, just
And make
because
sure
he was
that-
smuggling drugs makes him want to steal our stuff?
Well,
Well,
less
actually,
that, and
yes.
perhaps using us as a mule or adding things to our manifest that are not intended to be there.
Shar nods. You all have a very strong suspicion. This is good. It'll keep you alive. All right.
Yes, I know. I've been doing this for years.
All right. Shar, yep. I'm gonna put everybody on the ship. Everybody on the ship. I'm gonna put Flix
you
on
don't
the
have
ship.
a gangplank?
Nope, you gotta jump.
You don't need a
Or
gangplank.
fly.
You fly.
All
Oh,
you
I
gotta
mean-
do is jump.
Shar goes to the middle of the boat and gestures. Welcome to your boat. Did you
It's a
decide?
ship.
Did you decide on a name yet?
Hey,
Yes, it's
Shara,
the
what-
Dawn Shadow.
No, wait, Shara, what do you think is good name?
Oh, no.
Do you want my input? What are the options?
Well, we've got the Ascendant. We've
Okay.
got Dawn Shadow.
It
We
was
could
the
be
Ascension,
Dawn Rider.
but
Or the Ascension, my apologies.
The Dawn Shadow.
The talkative, the optimistic,
No.
and the
I want different. I want it to be the Ajax.
oh, the Ajax is one.
Well, the Ascension does have a nice ring to it. I don't understand the meaning of the Dawn Shadow, but it's very ominous. And I don't know what an Ajax is.
That said, he's gone too long.
Well, everyone should be here. I believe they've checked in already, so why don't we go in? After you.
We could play cards, and then whoever wins gets to name the ship. That's a sure way to get a ship named by a car ship, which would be hilarious.
Well, these things don't need to be necessarily finalized right away, but you're probably going to get tired of me referring to your ship by a series of numbers. Now, here is going to be the main, area in which the captain and the navigator will be corresponding. And, well, at least we have Grun here. Hello, Grun. Grun waves and he's looking down at the map. I'm going to have to get used to my cartography again.
Oh, we could go for a quality name. We could call it the Impertinent.
That's...
That would just be Flick's name.
Morris, would you like to take everyone around the ship, or would you like to, bring everybody below? Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, everybody, come this way. Listen, one of us is probably gonna sleep here, probably Esther. And then Gren will be hanging out here a lot too, because he's gonna be looking at the maps. There's a place to hold your stuff, and we have packed it with some books. How to put out fires. 101. He opens the
It'd be
door.
lovely to have a place to keep my valuables that isn't in my satchel all the time.
Well, there's a variety of rooms to choose from. Here on the right, I think Esther's in here. He knocks. Esther! Oh, hello!
Akasha just jumped. Oh, hello, Esther T. Tinkerwing.
Oh, hey! I'm just getting everything ready. Esther's, unpacking some things.
It looks like we will be neighbors. I am excited.
Me too.
Okay, goodbye. He closes the door.
Well, feel free and take a look around. There's another empty room on the left, whoever wants to claim that one.
Perhaps.
Oh, this room is actually open. I'm going to be taking mostly the middle room with Grun. Yep. You all open doors to toilets,
There are some mops and sponges. And that goes down. Flix, would you like to go to the airship floor 2?
Yes. Flix is just zooming around, like opening every door, getting into everything.
One moment, please. I'm gonna stop that one there. 1 second. As you make your way down into the second floor of the airship, feel free and wander about. Flex, you open the door into Lucaris's chamber. A massive crystal sits here, surrounded by...
On.
Huh?
He puts a fond hand on the crystal. Thanks, Lucaris. We'll get you right as rain soon enough.
There appears to be various magical glyphs in the door. In the floor. And otherwise, cords and pipes, all leading to and from the Lucaris crystal.
Akashba waves at the crystal without saying anything.
Below deck, you find additional storage.
You mean extra rooms?
Each of the rooms, as you open up, are relatively neat.
Some bones in here.
It's a new airship. No bones.
Yeah, why are there bones in our airship? What's going on?
The bones are free. The bones are free.
Okay, right.
Flix, you enter what can be described as an eatery. And a place where other people can sleep. Cots line the walls. Just in case you get additional crew or prisoners.
Interesting. Oh, do we have a brig? We need a brig.
We have a butcher shop over here.
Why is this door locked?
If you want to unlock it, you may.
Yes.
Make me a sleight of hand check. I like everybody just tried to open a locked door. Just tried to open a locked door. Just as a fucking chat. Flix, you can't open this lock. It's it's too well made.
Oh, that's actually good. It'll be challenging for...
Where's Morris? I thought Morris was taking us on a tour.
Well, he should be in what? In engineering? Is there such a thing as engineering? It seems like there should be engineering.
He was literally taking us on a tour of the ship.
Huh? What? Huh?
Morris!
Hey. What? Hey! Hi! Oh wow, you guys got really
we
ahead
lost
of me.
you.
I got distracted.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I have a question.
what?
This is based on the chassis of the folding boat. Does this mean that it can fold down, or does that mean it's larger on the inside than it is on the outside?
Oh! Morris snaps his fingers. That's one of the things. It's definitely got some spatial irregularities.
What is that?
It definitely seems to hold a lot more than we originally built it for. In fact, that is true. This boat does seem a lot larger on the inside.
Fantastic.
There are some locked doors. Morris, can you tell us what they are?
Oh, it's probably just the storage. Here, well, did you want the tour, or...
Yes. Continue.
Well, okay, so this is where Lucaris is gonna be. Don't mind all, like, the cords and stuff, but they're gonna go into the walls to power, some of the stuff in the back. Yeah, the propulsion system. Anyway, if you want me to show you that, I can, but it's gonna require some... I would rather you just not be back there. It's a very delicate system.
What about over here?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
I mean, it's best that we understand the whole ship, Morris, honestly.
Yeah, so at least the properties of the folding boat allowed us to add a significant amount of storage to the boat. And in fact, the boat will appear to be a lot smaller than it actually is. So we do have a lot of room on the inside. But that's like one of also the magical properties that Lucaris is helping us maintain, thankfully. So this is going to go back into one of the parts where I'm going to be. He starts fussing with a key ring on his belt. I have the keys for this place, but I'm going to open it for you. So at least these large packages are going to contain some refined borean shard that we need for, induction purposes. He motions over to, he goes over to the back of this wall. And he starts playing with a panel. He pops out a wooden panel. And he unlocks the door. Whoops. So, if you squeeze back here... Whoa, easy. Please try not to step on anything. The power source to the right is going to be extremely hot, Flix. Extremely hot. So
right.
Only you want to walk on the cords.
Or float away from everything.
Right, fairies.
Yes.
But that heat induction is going to go into the generator in the back and, well, propel us forward. So
what happens if this is damaged?
Horrible things. We fall out of the sky. We float in the sky. We explode in the sky.
Is there any way to reinforce or take precautions against that?
Yeah.
Armor this section of the ship?
Yeah, not be back here. Let's get out of here. Well, but to answer your question in kind of a serious manner, the reinforcing plates that you brought us with the dragon scales, they're going to help protect these parts from damage. And if something happens with the propulsion system, you're going to find yourself not being able to be, propelled forward. So reinforcing those areas is good. This ship is going to have, a limited amount of damage it can take before it starts falling out of the sky. So, but the more we keep working on it and improving it, theoretically, with enough work, we could probably take it into war. He chuckles. I mean, Lucaris is putting out a lot of power. I'm actually very curious to see what the max cargo load is, I hear. Anyway, this is gonna be the larder. We're gonna eat here. There's like some tables. It's kind of nice. Well, so this is storage. So we have, the one thing we didn't pick up here was a chef. So you guys are gonna have to figure out who's cooking the meals, because I'm definitely not doing that. He opens the door. But here's like the foodstuffs. Supplies, things to keep us alive. Food, mostly water.
Wine, no doubt.
What? How much money did you give us for this ship? You're lucky it was built on time. Wine. No, water. You guys are gonna have to fill this with wine yourself. This isn't a party boat. We're lucky this thing is held together with farts and glue.
It's not the Venga bus.
I really hope it's not. We've provided quite a bit of magical goods to.
Indeed, not to
craft the
mention, in
ship.
terms of provisions, I tossed Shar a fist-sized sapphire. I imagine that could buy quite a lot of wine. Come to it.
Well, she probably just spent it on getting this stuff expedited. We did only have like a couple hours to stock this boat.
No. It's of course fine for right now, Morris.
But at least we've got meat enough for a little bit. I think Esther is like volunteered to make like a couple meals, but I don't know. We'd probably use a chef. Maybe we can get Harkin to do it.
I think Flix might have a great idea of a chef, but that's neither here nor there for now. I think, are we -1 sleeping accommodation, if I counted correctly?
There's like all these extra rooms down here. There's the nicer ones, usually for the crew, He like makes a face. Usually for the people who are doing work. So you guys are supposed to sleep downstairs?
Morris,
He,
that makes
like, stops.
absolutely no sense.
Why did we pay for both then?
He frowns. But we're working.
And we're not.
We're the ones who have to go out constantly and face danger and fight dragons and who knows what else.
I guess I'm sleeping downstairs, sad.
That's very mature of you, Morris.
Well, we'll make sure that all the sleeping accommodations are comfortable, clean, safe, well
There seems-
appointed. There's no
there
reason
seems-
for us not to.
Plenty of storage, so
I'm also too big for those small rooms, Morris. You could put me. You are much more accustomed to that size of room, I think.
I mean, I guess I am gonna be down in the bottom of the ship a lot. He says sadly.
Oh, there you go. That's positive attitude. Makes everything work.
oh no, I lost control of Rain.
I'm gonna move her a little bit.
Yeah, I can't do
Yes, I
anything.
like this room.
You can't move her?
No,
Can you move her now?
no.
Can you move her now?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Oh, that's weird.
Which room did you claim, Flix?
This big one with the maps in it.
Esther's like, no.
Esther already claimed this room with Groon.
Yep, out.
Oh.
Sorry, Flix, but you know, I gotta be up here pretty much all the time.
Well,
Making
we have
sure-
to be on the top. We have to be on the top deck in order to address any kind of attackers or anything, that sort of thing. Rapidly embarking and disembarking.
I am going to be driving. Yep, I'm gonna be driving this whole boat.
Yes, I understand. This room will do then.
Honestly, Flix, do you even need a whole room? We could make you like a little apartment in one of the rooms.
I mean, he is royalty.
Well, technically. Let's see. Where else? What else would work?
Nikashaba, have you claimed this room then?
I have, but I figured I could also just share with Flix. He doesn't need that much space. And he usually sleeps on top of me anyway.
That's actually
fair.
a valid point. Well, anyway,
I
are
just
we
need
ready?
a good place to store all of my stuff. That's my concern.
But
And
that's-
I should room with Akashaba because Akashaba refuses to accept stuff.
it's
Are
good
we ready to disembark on our first mission then?
So is this our room then, or the other one, Akashaba?
No, this is our room here. This is our place.
Esther
perfect.
salutes you. Yes, ma'am. We are ready for takeoff whenever you are, ma'am.
And we need a lockable chest in here.
There's the chest in the other
she-
room.
Esther points to the chest. There's a chest there.
Well, I guess we're taking the other room then, Akashaba. I have to lock things up, you know. Locking things, very important.
Okay.
And look at this nifty sack. You can do things with sacks. There's a bone.
What?
You like
What would I do
bones?
with that?
Not to mention the bathroom is closer to this one.
I think we can. I think we can take off, Esther.
Okay. Grun? Let's go.
I don't need the bathroom. I was thinking of you, Akashaba.
I appreciate that.
There's the
Indeed.
bathrooms. There's the shared bathrooms right outside.
I think you should write your name on it, Akashaba, so other filthies aren't taking your bathroom away from you.
Well, I figure this is kind of like shared space, so I have to be amenable to sharing spaces like that.
But if I understand things correctly, other people's butts are going to touch that bathroom as well.
Yeah, that's how it goes in a lot of places.
Oh, well, that's appalling.
And with a rumble and a thrum of power, you hear something in the back of the ship begin to turn on. And if you can see back there, which I don't think a lot of you can, but there is a multicolored magical pulse that begins emanating from the back of the ship. And it begins to slowly, ever so slowly, lift away from the dock right next to it. And you hear Esther kind of giggle in glee. And Grun is looking over the side of the airship with a little concern.
Yeah, Flix takes off out of the cabin like an arrow and rushes to the prow.
All right, everybody, hang on.
Oh, these ballista are a nice touch.
One moment. Boy, you guys load too fast now. All right. As the airship leaves the dock and begins to float to your destination, the rain picks up again, and the clouds begin to list lazily past you. And you can all continue moving about on the airship if you like. I do have to repopulate it with a few people that are currently missing from here. So Shar is in here. And Morris is downstairs. It's a relatively quiet time as the airship successfully takes off from Borealis. And with Grun's help, helping you navigate back closer towards Gale Cutter's End. You have to retrieve your precious Borean shards. But it may take some time. Now that you have a little bit of time to yourself to enjoy the airship, feel free and meander about, talk to people, or simply just look over the edge.
Rain would like to get into what I assume is now her room, since Akashaba and
Yeah, we
Flix
took the room
opted
with
to take a
the
left.
yellow bedspread because it's got the lockable chest in it.
That's fine. This one makes sense. There's books and papers everywhere in this one, so feel like that's weirdly appropriate.
Akashba gets in from the rain and, like, dog shakes off, like, without even thinking about the maps.
Shar, like, blots them off. Well, I
Oh.
wasn't expecting such inclement weather.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have noticed maps. That's my bad.
It's all right.
You know,
Uh,
it's funny. I never thought, you know, as growing up in small villages around Borealis, that I would one day be on an airship. This is very exciting.
And not just on an airship, you own an airship.
Like joint, I think we all own it, really. I mean, everyone doing work, right? We are doing least work right now.
She chuckles. Well, you do have a lot ahead of you, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we do have the crystallized essence of the latest ascendant in the hull of our ship.
Yeah, Akashba kind of winces at that. I wish that were not the case, but I suppose I am glad at least he is near us so we can protect him.
Yeah, and all things considered, at least from what Morris said, the ship is performing optimally.
Well, Lakata's hard worker, and does not surprise me.
How do you think your friends are holding up?
I imagine Flix is probably looking for things to take, and Rain is probably reading book, but you make good point. I should probably go check.
Rain is definitely taking a short rest to try and get back her 5th level spell slot.
Akashba notices the door is closed, and he like starts to knock, and then like thinks better of it.
Flix is actually floating around, quietly observing the crew at work and absorbing what they're doing.
Yeah, Akashba's just gonna actually like plunk down on the bed and just rest some.
Right. Grun is currently overlooking one of the edges of the ship, and he appears to be staring at the clouds. Hello, Flix.
Hello, Grun. How can I assist you?
He shuts his eyes. As a fairy, how attuned do you feel to the wind?
Good question. Not particularly, I would say. My flight isn't dependent on the wind. The wind can be an impediment, but because it all comes from within, the wind does very little for me, you see. I suppose
see.
if I had a tailwind, it would make me move faster.
So
I
you
do
don't
have some
rely.
small magic at my disposal.
You don't rely on the wind to propel you. You're just merely propelled by magic.
If you could imagine, so there's the ocean, yes? It's all water, and then there's the air, which is the same thing, but less. Oh, there's also an ocean of magic all around us, and we swim through that.
He nods.
Which is why Sloe is so detrimental. It disrupts it all. The tension disappears. We fall. It's horrible.
Ah, so it cuts you off from your ocean of magic, puts you into a desert.
That's one way of thinking about it, yes. Or at least that's so it seems to me. I'm hardly a scholar.
He frowns. I couldn't imagine. His flying must be as natural to you as walking was for me.
Indeed.
He looks down. Orcs that are unable to perform a function in battle are quickly proven useless. I'm glad to hear, even though I haven't chosen to fight, I can still be useful to you and your friends. And although I'm perhaps not the most knowledgeable navigator, I understand the wind, and I respect it and the elements. He looks up at the rolling thunder and the rain.
In a
This-
way, perhaps, that none of us ever could. You're valuable, Grun. And, well, everyone has potential to be more than they are. And I'm eager to watch you blossom into something even greater than you imagined you ever could be.
He looks at the sky wistfully.
Your people. Well, it seems that they fooled you into seeing yourself as less than you are capable of being. I hope your time with us will disabuse you of those illusions.
He nods, but says nothing.
Regardless, we're happy to have you. Honored to, in fact. Thank you for accepting.
I appreciate that. Flix, why don't you go inside? This lightning is now beginning to turn the hairs of my arm.
If you suggest it. Are you all right, Tinker?
Oh, yes.
Or Eddie?
I'm just checking out the structural stability of the wings in a high wind environment. They do appear to be remaining stable, regardless of the current trajectory and the power output of the lower levels.
Fantastic. I will do what I can to understand that later.
Oh, you know, Flix, you know what? You and I have a special ability, and we can fly. And you know what? We might be able to, make wing upgrades on the fly as well. If I could, maybe someday I can teach you some tricks. And then if we get more stuff in order to outfit the airship, we can make these wings even cooler.
I'd be delighted, and I'm eager to learn.
She
After
claps.
all, I'm invested now.
Monetarily and emotionally.
Indeed.
Star goes
Seen
and
that
shuts
there
the
was,
door.
like-
Does no one shut the door on this airship?
Probably not. That's probably something you'll have to get used to. Oh, somebody got the maps all wet. He prestidigitates them pristine and dry.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Akashaba came in and shook off in here. He's going to have to get used to, well, not doing that.
Koshima had a rural upbringing, you could say.
Oh, wait, are you nicely saying he's a country bumpkin?
No, I mean, he was raised in the wilderness. Different priorities. Different way of being. It probably didn't even occur to him to think about the effects that the water would have on the maps.
I wonder what brings a bugbear to the light. Have you asked him? I don't want to pry. He doesn't know me very well.
You know, I talk a lot, but I don't think I've ever asked him about how he came to the light.
Well, how are you supposed to listen when your mouth is always moving?
Well, I don't concern myself with listening over much.
Well, she walks, shuts the door.
I mean, at least he's owning it. At least he owns it.
That's character progression, guys.
Is it? He's a fairy. Like, he is sort of blithely self-centered. He's got moments of having a heart of gold. Like, you know, he's flex.
Nick, I think it's perfect. It's just like, you know, Nick was like literally like, well, I would listen, but I don't care. And I was like, yeah, that's fair. That's awareness.
Like I said, that's technically progression.
There's
also
a
has a lot
massive
of
clap of
cat-
thunder outside, interrupting conversation. And even Shard jumps a little bit as the light flashes. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! You hear Esther from the deck. And that's where we'll end today's session.
God, are we just gonna do the Final Fantasy IX thing where we get right out of the city and crash? Let's do that.
Let's not. I'm gonna. Yeah, no.
Stone
This
Forest,
airship will last
let's
forever.
go.
That's the other reason why I didn't want to name the airship after a Final Fantasy airship, because every single one of those motherfuckers crashes.
I mean, not every one of them. And besides, like, you know, maybe we just become sky pirates. Maybe we never crash.
I want to be Sky Pirates. That's why Flix wanted to be captain, so he could be a Sky Pirate captain. How amazing is that?
Captain Flix,
Bosch
Duke
von
of Cat.
Ronsenberg.
Don't believe Dalmasca's lies!
Don't believe Polaris's lies. I'm Captain Akashaba.
I'm Captain Akashaba of of Borealis. Don't believe Ondor's lies!
God, I only ever think of the Mega 64 thing. When I
It's
hear
so good!
that. It's so good. They're just running around. I'm Captain Bosch.
Yeah, I fucking love those guys. I love those guys. All right, did you guys have fun today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So rags to riches story.
So you guys have an airship. Congratulations. Clap.
Oh,
And a home base.
And
that's
a home
portable?
base. A portable home base that we have just plugged in your friend Lakaris Winterheart.
yeah.
Yeah, we weren't expecting that exactly, and now we can't do anything about it, so I guess it's great.
I appreciate that much like a small startup. Like at first we were just like some, you know, man children running things, and then we hired an actual adult, and Char's just like, no, stupids, this is how you do things.
Char's like, everybody's like, okay, where's my airship? Is my airship ready? And it's the fucking, I'm sorry, it's a lot right now. Lou is like, who's gonna drive it? And you're like, Esther. And you're like, great. But what if something goes wrong? Okay, we need more people. Okay, we need more. Okay, now it's just bureaucracy. Oh, and Harkin wants to come. Oh, okay.
Dude, when
Harkin was totally the fucking friend hire.
Oh yeah, 100%. Akashma's just being nepotistic without even knowing what it means. He just saw Harkin looking sad, and he's like, "Well, I don't want you to be sad."
Oh, I mean, honestly, I think
great
that it's
diversity on the
amazing
crew,
because
though.
Harkin's a very effective combatant. He can like procure stuff for us illicitly.
it's-
Like, he's going to be super valuable.
I think it is, but it's just like one of those things where like the woman in the group is like, "Guy makes me uncomfortable," and then guy is sad, so guy friend hires him. Just saying. Can't make that shit up.
That is true. That literally did just happen.
That did
Yep.
just happen.
And the worst part is like Akashma's like a great example. Like he just doesn't know better. He's just kind of dumb.
But now Harkin just took off and totally left Rowley behind. Because Harkin came with Rowley, and Harkin's like, oh, new friends on a boat? Dude, Rowley's gonna be fucking pissed. He's gonna be like, where's Harkin?
I was actually thinking that Rowley might be a good navigator too, since Rowley flies.
Nobody asked.
Yep.
Oh.
We kind of just jumped on the grunge train. But you know what? I like Grunt. Grunt's been super awesome. So
There were
like-
actually a lot of valid options. So I'm
Yeah.
actually interested in your guys' choices for your crew.
part of
seems
it was
obvious
just
to me.
who happened to be standing around. So
We've also like done a lot with Grun, like so that's why I think Grun
Grun
is
really
like a
helped.
good.
And it's obviously we tried to bring in Six and some kobolds because we've had a lot of Six and kobold antics.
Like Six and Cole and Eris seemed like those would be great pickups if they want to do it, but like they definitely wouldn't want to do it, right?
Well, 6 super invested in Borealis because she makes a shit ton of money, you know, exploiting her children for profit. And Eris, well, also, yes, does the same thing, just exploiting others for profit. So, like, Eris has a home base there.
And
Six has
somebody's
home
trying
base
to
there.
assassinate Rain.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, I mean, there's that.
I don't think Six tried to assassinate Rain. I think that was something else. Not all the kobolds work for Six.
Well, I'm pretty sure it wasn't Six, but that's that's for futurists to figure out.
Did try to bring on like the little like goblins. Specifically, he was thinking of the goblin girl they saved back when Ajax was in the party.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
thinking of,
yeah.
like, having like a group of goblins kind of like running around doing like menial labor would be entertaining. But that like what generally happens is like Akasha makes a suggestion and Rain goes no, and then Akasha goes okay.
You guys, we're a startup. We got to be careful with our cash flow. Come on.
No, it's fine. I'm not saying
We're
the
a
goblins
small
were, like,
indie airship.
I'm not saying the goblins would have been the correct choice. In fact, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have been. But like, as Christina was asking, like, what was the thought process? Like, the thought process was Harkin was literally like, you know, Harkin's been a friend. Like, we've known Harkin for a while. Like, we'll find a use for Harkin. Kind of like Akashwa doing the we just hired good people thing, even though Harkin is very clearly not a good person. And, you know, he's a goblin, and Akashwa's on the up and up, so he wants to help goblinoids. So like, that was a suggestion. But it was always about like helping like people in his local community. That was about as much thought as he put into the hires. And like once Shar offered, Akasha was like, "This seems like a mature person who doesn't pick fights. Great."
Well, Shar obviously
Yeah,
has her own
obvious.
agenda, but she's really smart and has helped us quite a lot.
Oh yeah.
In fact, she helped us maneuver around royalty so that we wouldn't get ourselves in trouble. So she's perfect for the like portmaster, quartermaster kind of.
Oh yeah. I was.
Bosun
Also,
roll,
Shar,
you know?
Shar bought you a shit ton of potions for the hunt.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember that. But for the record, Akashba has yet to remember that. And the last time we met, Akashba was actually very sore with her. Remember, because he thought she was a cleric.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So like Akashba more or less like has come around on her being great, but does not remember that she's actually the one who like bought him potions and winked at him.
Grun and Six were critical to like 3 of our main things that we've accomplished so far.
Yeah, that is super true. Like, Grun has been, like, super instrumental, probably. Like, he's had previous encounters with, like, Grisha and, like, the rest of the orcs down there, and you discovered that he is actually trained in riding the giant owls. And so Grun would have not been able to reach you if you guys did not save the owls from session 9? Because there would not be owls. Like, because you guys saved owls, although they were present and though did not help, like, super help you in the ceremony, like, they could have flew you around and had, like, flying combat, Grun and Sixik would have just straight up not been able to answer your call if you did not save the owls. So, like, that is a pretty major decision point that I just wanted to point out to you guys.
Oh, that's really cool.
Because Grun just didn't have an owl.
This was kind of like one of those sessions where I did feel like it was like the culmination of a lot of different things coming together that have been like player choices, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
Morris was honestly the only one where I was just like, oh, okay, this guy. Because who else? Like, we don't know any other artificers except for Esther. And
I mean, we know Barnabas
Bigglesworth.
is an artificer.
Yeah, but he's running the Borealis Tavern. There's no way he'd step away from that.
I do think like I assumed that part of the Morris hire was that like Morris was kind of being abused by his boss, and I could see that like sticking to Rain as being like, well, we're gonna help this person.
Yeah, Morris ended up being, like, I wouldn't say a fall guy, but like, since Lou was aware of all of the stuff going on in the geothermic rift, like, Lou was also doing his damnedest to try and, like, keep that from Morris. So, like, Lou has very much set up Morris for failure because he didn't want Morris to check on everything. And if you guys would have had Esther with you when you went into the geothermic rift, you would have been able to find out that all the dials and shit on the first floor were messed with. Because when you first went in there, and Morris was like tapping one, and he was
everything was just fine.
Yeah, the reading was like fine, and he was like, "Oh, that's weird," and he tapped it, and then it like went crazy. He was like, "Oh, that's wrong." It was actually Lou that kind of went in and like fucked with it to make it look like it was okay, so Morris didn't like freak out and then alert Borealis that like everything is about to explode. So
Yeah.
it does
Rain's-
suck for Morris, but he needed somebody there to not only like monitor everything that was going on, but he also needed somebody to like both keep an eye on it and not tell everybody if something went wrong. So
Yeah, Rain's like perception of Lou has been like a fucking roller coaster. Like started really low, and then we like learned a little bit from like Prismata about like, oh, maybe he's shitty because he's really sad about me dying. And it's like, oh, okay, maybe we should be nicer to Lou. And then Rain also made like the insight check about like, oh, Lou's actually just been keeping this all from everybody this whole time and totally just set up Morris to be like this fucking fall guy. Okay, no, Lou's a fucking shitbag. Fuck
No,
Lou.
I mean Lou's a complicated person in a complicated situation. Rain thinks
Lou
about
is
things in
very
far too
complicated.
black and white a situation. Like Rain's perspectives are far too black and white. Unfortunately, Flix is the wrong person to convince Rain that her perspectives are far too black and white because she needs somebody to explain it rationally, and he's never going to be capable of that. Probably.
Rain is very black and white when it comes to people in power abusing their power. Like this is a clear abuse of
That's
power.
what I'm
of
saying.
somebody
That her interpretations of what constitutes abuse of power is exactly Flix would feel as though it lacked nuance.
Yeah, like especially with Lou, from what you guys learned with Prismata, like he knew that the dragon eventually was like slowly debilitating, and although you didn't get the whole picture about like between when the people of Borealis went to Prismata's lair versus when the orcs started showing up at Prismata's lair versus like, oh, now a worm is about to eat like Prismata, like Lou at the very least is like, oh shit, the Sloe is coming, this dragon is dying, she's the only bastion of like hope for the city. I have to find a way to either like help Prismata or to save the city. And he just cannot be asked to do anything else. So he's very, very abrasive, like extremely abrasive. And if you want like stupid shit, like if you ask him to like infuse your weapon with like some stupid shit, he's just going to get more mad at you because he just thinks it's a huge waste of time because all these people are relying on him and nobody knows it. So he's put this like undue pressure on himself. So like whenever Flix is like, infuse my crossbow, he started to like Flix less and less because he's like, Flix doesn't understand like that I'm trying to save Borealis.
Well, yes,
And
but of course
that's
it's
the part
all
where
Lou's fault because he won't delegate any of that responsibility to anyone else.
For sure. It is entirely his fault, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
But he
not,
also
to be
feels like
clear,
it's his fault too, for reasons that you may or may not have, come to understand yet.
To be clear, that's none of that is the reason. Like him being abrasive is actually not at all the reason that Rain dislikes him. It's purely that like he kept these things to himself in a way that was very disastrous, and continues to insist on doing that and like using other people as scapegoats. Like that's really where Rain takes issue. Doesn't really care about his abrasiveness. That all seems
that's a fair thing to be
normal.
mad
Yeah,
about,
that's
I
fair.
think.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's funnily enough, like because of Akashba is played in like this way that's almost like childlike. Like once Prismata made it clear that she was actually fond of Lou and that Lou was suffering because Lou knew what was going on with her, like all other details for Akashba kind of went out the window, and Akashba was like, oh, this is this guy that's hurting and he's trying to do the right thing. So like all the actual nuances there, it just goes out the window for Akashba. And Akashba now is like thinks very highly of Lou, like hugged him. And even as Lou has continued to be a bastard, which was driving Akashima up a wall before, Akashima's just like, he's got a reason to be a bastard and he's doing the right thing. So Akashima's just like, my man.
Akashima's suffering from like the it's not Stockholm syndrome, I forget what the term is, but like it's when therapists end up identifying too much with like the prisoners that they're treating.
Oh
like,
yeah,
how do
that's
you understand why something feels a certain
major,
way?
I
You
should
just
know this.
excuse everything. I forget what the term is, but like it's a thing.
Yeah,
the way
it's like the fucking Harley Quinn thing.
I also think like the way Akashima as a character is he's like basically before the events of this, from my perspective, like Akashima has more or less been out in the wilderness and like dealing with small villages where the world is like a much simpler place. So like, you know, when you first joined up with him, like Akashima was like very upset that we were like accepting money and that like we were not technically doing like the rightest of the right thing. And so like Akashima slowly started to come around on like, you know, the idea that the world is more complicated and you can't just like jump to those conclusions. But like when it comes to actually dealing with more difficult people, like Akashima just kind of lacks the depth because he's never experienced this before. So like I said, he's intentionally played in a very childlike manner where he just kind of arrives at a point where like adult is good, or adult is bad. Like that's pretty much like that's his range, and like his range has steadily been like growing over the course of the campaign. But like, you know, Akashima's not going to look at this complicated situation with Lou and ever arrive at a point where you could argue he comes to a correct answer. Like he just like, oh, Lou is good.
Yeah.
Whereas Rain just doesn't think of people in terms of good and bad, mostly.
Yeah. Akashima very much thinks of people in terms of good and bad. Like I think actually one of the most fun things in this campaign has been like Akashima dealing with Rain, because like Rain is obviously like a very good person, but Rain also has some personality traits that are like Akashima assumes the best and is mostly a bit of a cheerleader, and then like sometimes will be like a little bit sarcastic, but like he feels like Rain punches down a lot. So like even though Rain is good and he likes Rain, sometimes he can't help but like be annoyed with Rain. And increasingly he is less annoyed with Flix, right? Like he'll never give Flix the satisfaction of saying like, oh, you're a good person. But like because Flix normally like goes in a direction that's like more upbeat, Akashima like kind of like resonates with that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Rain absolutely thinks Akashima hates her. Particularly post the Rhyme Fang fight, where like she tried very hard to try and save his life multiple times, and he just absolutely fucking tore into her. And then the fact that he insisted on naming the ship Ajax and reminding everybody that, oh yeah, you replaced Ajax.
Fuck you, Rain. Fuck you.
I think so. The Ajax thing like is just completely like Akashima just naming it after a friend who's gone. So that one's like completely like Rain's got the wrong idea. I can totally see that. And then the Rhyme Fang fight, I honestly think part of that is me not being experienced enough to understand like what we were trying to do in that fight. Because like a little like just to be completely honest, I was getting pretty frustrated with that fight because like every time we've had a fight up to this point, Rain's up in front tanking the fight and like, you know, getting in like hits with the sword and just basically being super evasive. And so, like, when Rain's tactic became like, okay, I'm going to try to land slow, and I saw something that was like, this guy can literally just say fuck you to 3 things a day, assuming he doesn't just make the roll, which it seems like he's probably going to most of the time. Like, I, as a player, could not understand the strategy, so I started getting testy, and, like, I can't imagine a world where, like, Akashima would just get what's going on. So, like, he's just getting the shit kicked out of him, and he's like, why the fuck are we doing it this way? Like, Flix fighting in the background and being, like, a ball of scared darkness. Like, Akashima, you know, in the moment wasn't huge on that, but that is usually how we win fights, is Flick standing back and crossbowing things lately. But, like, he literally did not get what Rain was doing.
So, technically speaking, at no point was Rain actually capable of getting to the dragon to engage it in melee. It decided to go for you first.
Sure.
At no point was she actually close enough to close the gap because that room was so big and, like, the difficult terrain. So she was improvising the whole time. Rather frustratingly as well. So
I think that's fair. I think it's fair. Like I said,
in character, like we're not. I don't really play legendary resistances as a thing. Like in character, we really understand it. Just it resisted the spell, right? Like not that it has like this many things to like burn through or something like that. Just like oh, it's very resistant. Like I have to get through this thing because I can't do anything else effective.
fair.
And
That's
also,
fair.
you're going to notice that like Rain is going to probably engage in melee less and less against certain types of things, purely because Rain doesn't hold up.
Yeah, that breath weapon will fuck Rain up.
Well, actually, it wasn't the breath. It was actually against that one. It was the wing buffet.
Oh,
Yeah,
because of the con throw?
No, Dex.
Oh, Dex.
Yeah, getting knocked
18.
down and eliminating the disadvantage from the cloak would then open up Rain to getting hit. And Rain getting hit, Rain's got like what? I think Rain has fewer hit points than Flix does. Flix
has
has
the least hit
66 hit points. How many hit points do you have?
You have 10 hit points more than me.
Yeah, 56 hit points is not a lot. Although none of us are what you would call tough.
Rain has a really high con for a wizard too.
It's only like 66, I think. Akasha doesn't have like much HP either.
I think you guys have the same because I think your guys' con is the same and your hit die is the same. But
yeah, so like I totally get all this now, but I think like in the moment, like Akasha is just, like,
I love that, and I love
struggling
that, like
to deal with
Akasha is bitter, and it's something that you guys can hash out at some point. Like that's great fodder for roleplay.
yeah.
no, and like that's why it's funny because like like mechanically, Rain couldn't do shit, and also like Rain gave up a spell that she really wanted, specifically because we went into this fight. Like so, like in my mind, like she just like tore out a page of her spell book that she's been working on for a while and just like threw it out and like raid something else together because we're just going after this fucking dragon all of a sudden.
No. So one thing that I struggle with, and maybe it's because I'm like newer to D&D and like I haven't really like done a lot of roleplay in probably since like I don't know 2015 when I was still doing MUDs, is like I find that I have to consciously make sure that I do not bleed into my character. And Akashba is like honestly like a lot of the core similarities between Akashba and I are there. So like, you know, one thing I'm trying to make sure is that like Akashba is a character who like 100% doesn't hold grudges, so he gets like angry really easily when something frustrates him or he doesn't understand it, but then he also goes back to like being really friendly quickly, right? Like he doesn't hold a grudge. So like in talking to Rain, it's interesting hearing your perspective because he thinks like him and Rain are just bros, right? Like things are fine, right? Like he's not holding a grudge at all. But yeah, from your perspective, I can see where the Ajax thing feels like it's just salt in the wound.
It's also interesting. It's also interesting to hear you guys pick up on like the Rain talks down a lot to people because Rain doesn't see it that way. Rain is very much like an arrogant elf, but also she feels like you guys punch down on her constantly, like by thrusting her in like, oh, like, well, what are we doing, Rain? You should just figure this out. That's your responsibility. You're the smart one. You do all blah, 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 right? And then
you're the smart one. I'm the one that murders things. Akashba is the one that like helps us murder things. And
the
like,
point is like you guys
things.
You guys push Rain into a position she's really uncomfortable with because she's not used to being in charge of things. She's used to taking orders.
Yeah.
She's not used
being
to
in charge of things though.
What's
she
that?
She loves making decisions about things. Or she loves criticizing other people's decisions about things. And so Flix is like, oh, you want to criticize my decision? Very well.
Yeah, she's a key stakeholder. Of course she's going to do it. She's not going to do any work, and she's just going to be critical.
Well, it's the responsibility thing that Rain struggles with. She struggles to be responsible for the thing. That's
that's like a theme. The only one of us that like is interested in bearing any responsibility is Akashba, and I have a feeling that his background probably also secretly involves abdication of some huge key responsibility. We're all running from something as far as I can tell.
Akashba is like, if there was like a main struggle for Akashba, it's like trying to accept that things are not the way he was, as his mentor described it. Like he really believes like everything this like Bartholomew Minotaur character told him. So like the world being different from what he was told, like, is like a really painful thing for him because like he thinks like living life a certain way is like keeping the memory of his mentor alive, but there's like otherwise there's really like nothing that complex aside from like being abandoned as a child, which he kind of almost doesn't remember. It's been so
long. What do you guys think of the the Eris situation? What do you guys think of his plight?
Oh, I think it's great. I think it's a cool plot thread for us to follow, and it gives us a big political lever to pull in the world in order to change the landscape. Basically fomenting a pseudo-revolution by taking down the House Styx, or at least that's how I perceive it. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, so out of character, I like Eris a lot because like Eris is absolutely the kind of individual that like it feels borderline impossible to get a good read on. right? Because there are times where you're like, oh, he's a sympathetic hero, and then other times where you're like, oh, he's just kind of a bastard running a shadow organization. We're being sent into this place that is highly fucking dangerous, especially for Akashima, and like, it's kind of to help Eris. But like in character, Akashima just assigned Eris as a good guy.
Rain definitely feels a lot better about Eris after their drunken wine conversation.
Yeah. A little
and-
time in the sauna does wonders.
And the fact that they basically have almost identical like backgrounds, weirdly.
Yeah. Very close.
But she's very dogmatic about like people with power abusing their power over other people, like beneath them. So like that is really her stick in the mud.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what he did. Like he went from being like in power one place to being like, I have to hide to live, but I still want power.
Right.
Right.
Rain very much like went the opposite. Like Rain very much does not want power, and basically abdicated all of her power to protect other people that she cared about. So like that's where she really drew the line in the sand over the explosive rune on Frank. Like, no, this is a really fucked up way to force compliance. Like, you don't get to fucking do this and also like play the victim. Like, you don't get to be the victim when you're actually also like an abuser.
See,
Flix
that's interesting.
Flix has a much more pragmatic view. Like, Flix is probably the most pragmatic person in the entire party.
I mean,
by a long stretch.
To a fault. Like,
Well, I mean, Eris
in whatever situation.
Like Eris doesn't trust any Polaran, and probably for good reason.
Oh yeah.
Because he thinks everybody's just after him, and they probably are. So it's like, is he justified in doing that to protect his own ass, or like does it just make him cruel regardless? And like, was it a bluff? Like, question mark? Like, would he have actually pulled the trigger if Frank did something shisty?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I think to Drew's point, like in real life, I would have netted out as like even drawing the rune. Okay, you have fucking fucked up, but also like because Akashima doesn't view like undead people as like having rights, he kind of just netted out in the same place Flix did. He's like, yeah.
From Flix's perspective, is spies get killed. That's what you do with spies. If you find a spy in your organization, you eliminate them, or you send them someplace and let them continue to report, and you feed them misinformation. Those are the two options when it comes to spies. Allowing the spy to continue to exist in any capacity was pretty generous from Flix's perspective.
I think that's fair.
I do. So if you guys weren't there, he probably would have just, if he found Frank without you guys, he would have just straight up killed Frank. Like, no bones about it. Like some unlicensed like Polaran running around and like, yeah, he's not about that.
Well, we didn't actually re-meet Frank in any meaningful capacity until we went to Eris to talk to him about the Revenant situation.
Yeah.
And he already knew about Frank, and like that was when he had applied the rune. Presumably, it was before Rain ever met Frank.
Yeah. So he basically brought him in and was like, "Yo, this is not cool. I know you guys seen this guy. Like, this guy cannot be hanging around and giving up my secrets to potential Polarans that are looking for me."
He sent Frank with us in the first place because he knew where Styx was, right? That was what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he needed like some way to keep Frank under his thumb because he didn't know. Like, Frank is kind of a wild card.
A wild card that presumably is still in Rain's backpack.
Yeah, he is
Do you still have
definitely.
Frank?
She opens the
definitely
backpack.
in your
Make
backpack.
Frank part of the crew. He can do deck swabbing and stuff like that.
Yeah, she
Sorry,
talks to him every now and then when she opens the backpack to put stuff in.
I mean, presuming he wants to.
Akashima to cast Spirit Guardians at some point and just roast Frank.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I mean, you designate who gets hurt by Spirit Guardians.
I don't. Surely I have some spell that I cast like at our point. That just puts up like that.
Turn Undead would turn Frank though.
There you go. I hear it. Ray and I put Frank in your room.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, he's gonna stare at you while you're sleeping.
Nice. Everybody has roommates.
At least he's always smiling though. That's good.
Yeah.
Rain also sees it as like, look, she got rid of the explosive rune. Like that's risk that she's taking onto herself. So she knows that it could go bad, but she would rather weirdly, she would rather trust people, because frankly, that's like the only thing that she really has. Like, she has to trust people. That's why she's with you guys in the first place.
Is Frank
trust
people?
people too.
Is Frank people?
Yeah.
Rain definitely sees Frank as people.
Yeah,
Like,
Flix sees Frank as people too.
Rain doesn't. Rain differentiates on like social status, and like use of power. She does not really differentiate based off race, which is weird maybe for an elf.
Well,
That is-
I mean,
that is interesting.
as a fairy, like, Flix is an idea given magical flesh, right? So, who is he to judge that somebody else is, like, a soul bound to a skeleton? Like, why the fuck would that not be a person?
Yeah, Flix is literally a cat fart. He has no leg
Yeah.
to
Cat
stand
party's
on.
canon. Yeah.
There's also some interesting backstory stuff that I've like written. I don't think I've even shared it with you, Christina, as it relates to like Rain's Iron Maiden that might come
Oh.
into play at some point. Like, so like Rain was part of like this order of like witch swordsmen, basically. But there's something that happens when those witches die. Like, they're bodyguards in life, and then they become something else in death. And one of those things is like they get
Their
bound.
souls get bound into, like, the metal things and they become the Iron Maidens.
It's an eternal type of service, and she is one of, if not the only one, who has ever been dismissed from that service. So there's like a very heavy stain of dishonor associated with that.
I thought you ran away. I didn't think you were, like, I thought you intervened and then you were going to get fucked up, so you ran away.
No. So she, I thought I shared this, but maybe I didn't. But like, basically, I meant to while we were having the wine conversation. Is like, no, she left voluntarily because her presence, because of her defense of another person, actually put her queen at further risk, because her queen is a very young queen. So like, she drew the ire of some of the other nobles, and so her leaving voluntarily and allowing herself to be exiled actually like gave the queen more clout. That's her
So she did it for the realm.
shtick.
Or for her
She did it
queen. For her queen.
She did it for the queen, Celine. She specifically like for that, because that's what a good bodyguard would do. If her presence is a threat, she will like leave.
True.
True.
I have to bounce, but it was super fun actually, like talking about this after the fact and before the fact. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. How does Rain view Flix at this point?
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Kashima.
Bye. I think she feels better with Flix than she did to start with. Like, Flix picked on her pretty hard when she first started, kind of like Akashaba does now, of like, oh, Rain's just...
Well, Rain was
Ajax is-
real arrogant at first, and
Well,
Flix
yeah,
was
and
like,
she is.
I'm the arrogant one here. What are you doing?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's only room for one. I think she's come around a little bit on Flix, but also like she still feels like really like she actually feels like the least like she has a huge inferiority complex around both you and Akashaba. But in general, like she feels like she is the odd one out of the group.
Oh, that's interesting. That like it would fascinate Flix to hear that Rain felt inferior to anyone, because he's seen her like arcane power and the shit that she's done, and he'd be like,
Well, it's because,
you're
she always
you're a
feels
pretty skilled wizard, and you're skilled in hand to hand. It seems to me that there's very little that you couldn't do if you put your mind to it, right?
I think what it amounts to is that she always feels like she doesn't measure up to your guys' expectations for her. Like, you guys always seem to want more, or want her to do something else, or do something different, or do something more, and she feels like she's constantly letting you guys down.
Well, she is, because we have unreasonable expectations.
Right, but she doesn't get that.
Yeah, I mean, we have no idea what expectations to have, because it's like, well, you're a wizard. Do wizard things.
Right.
Wizard it up.
Like,
Yeah,
can't you just fix this problem? And it's like, you know, like she was actually
You're
really
you're like the teenage son, and we're like the grandparents that constantly put malware on the computer.
Why are there all these viruses?
a really good character moment for this was like Rain was actually really proud of the Abishai fight and like what she did to stop like the Soul Stealer thing or whatever.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
And then she was crushed when everything that she did still amounted to Lucaris being petrified, because she also had the perfect spell to save Lucaris. Literally prepared. But it was a concentration spell, so she would have had to give up the Soul Stealer and like let that thing go rampaging, and she chose not to. But she feels fucking terrible about it because of
which spell was
it? She could have cast Autolux Resilient Sphere on the Abishai's like essence before Lucaris like disapparated, and would have like it just perfect imprisonment for an hour.
Interesting.
So she feels terrible about that, and she runs through that constantly in her head, which is why she feels even worse when Eris gave her the fucking Lucaris scale. Like, absolutely does not feel like she fucking deserves that at all, and feels fucking terrible. Like, it's just one of those things where like all these little like just random fucking D&D pieces like improv together, like make like in my mind like this really like impactful character moment that like Rain just has nobody to fucking talk to about this because nobody will understand it. And like
100%. Flix will be like
nobody
will
would understand
Rain, shut up.
Yeah,
right.
basically.
Nobody would understand it and be able to like provide like anything meaningful to her, so she just keeps it to herself because like what the fuck is she supposed to do? And like now she feels
And
really
of course,
fucking
I can't wait for it to like boil over at some point.
Oh no.
Yeah. Like, this is why, like, she's, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but she's been really fucking zealous about, like, no, we have to fucking save Prismata. We have to find some fucking ways, because, like, this is her only way of controlling her environment, right? Like...
Well, Flix actually feels the same way.
Yeah, but, like, you'll notice, like, Rain's never been huge about, like, oh, we've got to help this person, like, sight unseen for no real reason. Like, she's really gung-ho about saving Prismata. Like, no, we can't just take her death as a given. Fuck that.
I probably would pick up on that as Nick. Flix would not, because like he just sees you in Akashima constantly be like, let's help everybody, help.
Don't
Let's
you have
just
really
help
low insight as well, Flix? Isn't your wisdom
Yeah, my
garbage?
insight's like a +1. Every once in a while I'll have these, because he's not, I build him that way intentionally. Usually when I make characters, I intentionally give them some wisdom.
He's
that way
just not
they'd
very
be good
empathic.
Yeah, he's by his nature, he can't be. He's swimming uphill against his nature to be more human. He's swimming uphill against his nature to be more caring. Like, his whole arc is fighting against his very essence to be a better thing. So like, when he eventually does become King of the Fae, he destroys the monarchy and, like, makes that a whole different thing. Like, that's my headcanon arc for him if he survives, is that he abolishes the Fae monarchy. Like, he takes his place, and then he dissolves it and sets up some kind of other model and is just this better being than he started out being. But it takes other people, it takes him being around good people for Flix to become better. If left to his own devices and without those influences, he would be a self-centered little cat-like thing, because he was born of the literal idea of a cat. Like, that's all true. And so because of that, he's naturally selfish, and he's naturally self-involved, and he's naturally pragmatic and opportunistic, and it takes better influences to stop that.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that you have like Akashaba there to kind of temper that, because Akashaba will usually do the right thing, and Flix is like, oh yeah, you know, that is the right thing. Like, I will consider doing that, and maybe completely ignore it because I'm a cat and I'm fickle, but the option's there. You know.
Yeah, and then he had that brief dalliance with the light, which fucked with his essence a whole lot.
Yes.
Ooh.
The brief flirting with the light.
What did you say, Drew?
You have somebody to demo being good in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Flix is learning, like, at the same time that Flix is hoping that his friends will be less naive, he's absorbing way more from them than they are from him. Because he does find you both, like, horrifically naive sometimes.
Oh yeah, Rain is
never
absolutely supposed to, like, she is naive in the way, like, things like this work. When you get her into like a court environment, though, she gets really fucking like, she knows what this is about, right? Like that's why she's like also super on like the Styx murder plan. She's right there with Flix though. Like, yeah, overthrow the fucking like Polaran like political system. That seems exactly what we should do. Fuck it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that moment provides a signpost for him in terms of like, oh, this is what tyranny looks like. Tyranny is bad, and monarchies are probably bad even when they're benevolent, right? Because it's still tyranny one way or the other.
Yeah.
At least I'm hoping to get that. I don't know if that will come through in the story, but I would like it if it did.
It'll be interesting to see what the characters define as tyranny. As soon as they reach Polaris, I think that's the first thing that crosses my mind.
Yeah, well,
like-
Flix likes doing Flix things unimpeded, so things preventing Flix from doing Flix things are things to be reviled.
Because I think, like, depending on who you are, you may have like a preconceived notion of like what Polaris is in your head. Like, really, all you know is that it's dark. Like, it's dark all the time, and there's vampires there. So Akashipa probably thinks it's like this horrible, dark place, full, pointy and blood and death and murder constantly, and so like I think everybody has this preconceived notion of what like Polaris is in their head, and I think like what you consider tyranny when you get to Polaris may it just may be not what you expect.
I'll be honest with you, my preconceived notion of Polaris is that it's like this stratified, almost corporate case system where everyone has a defined role in the society because everybody has to have a defined role in that society with a very stratified power structure. So it's like one big corporate bureaucracy and everybody's a cog in the machine. Because the whole thing comes apart if everybody's not a cog.
Right. And especially in power structures that last a long time, that sort of bureaucracy tends to hold up. So
yeah,
that could be a good guess. I don't know what Rain thinks of what potentially Polaris could be.
I think Rain's perspective on it right now is it sounds a lot like the court she's from. And a lot of very powerful nobles vying for various control, like, and political intrigue between each other, which she fucking hates, but she has this naive streak of, she still believes in, like, the benevolent, like, ruler, the benevolent monarch, because she still really loves, her queen. Like, that's, like, she was raised in, as a minor, like, in a minor noble house. Like, she understands, like, that the nobility is evil, but the queen doesn't need to be. And like the queen can make everything better. She just needs to be protected from all these evil nobles. Like that's really like, that's where her like striation stops. And then now that she's left, she's seen how like, how like the people even below like nobility live. Like before she left, she didn't really know anybody who wasn't a noble, right? Like she grew up in nobility. She grew up at court, and she ultimately was bred for one purpose, which is like this honorific for her family to be chosen as, one of the bodyguards of the queen. Like, so she has like this very naive ideal of what monarchy could be, and should be, and believes like that, like that kind of like what, like the divine right to rule, like, oh yeah, they'll naturally do the right thing. Obviously that's not true, but like Rain's not old enough to know that, right? Like Rain's not old enough to remember like a shitty monarch. All she knows is her young queen, who, she's had many personal conversations with and like feels like she's, good-hearted or whatever. But she knows there are shitty nobles who have been around for thousands and thousands of years who fight for power and like fight for scraps, and those fuckers are evil. And she sees basically Polaris as that, without any kind of actual like monarch to keep anybody in check, and that's fucking repugnant to her. But
like Felix's perspective on monarchs is that because fairy society is all based off of chains of obligation, favors owed, favors granted, so on and so forth. So nobody's free, and the people at the top of the chain are even less free because they have to hold the obligations of so many people below them and enforce them, and are still obligated to their own vassals.
Right.
Right.
And it's just this web work. Like, if he thinks about it too much, like, Flix has fucking panic attacks, which is part of the reason why he ran away from it. He is like supposed to be king when the current monarch passes on for whatever reason, whatever Fae do, and he's fucking terrified of it.
Yeah, and like I think that's the little bit that Rain sort of understands, but at a very naive level of like, that's why she left as well, right? Like, to protect her queen from having, you know, these overlapping obligations, or having to like, you know, prostrate herself for to some of these other nobles to like protect her, right? Like, that's not what she wanted. That's why she left. But she doesn't quite understand the full ramifications of it because she is from a minor noble house, and she has only ever had one job. She was never supposed to take any kind of like political role. She's just a warrior.
How does Rain feel about navigating political waters?
Oh, she's a fucking bull in a china shop.
Oh, God.
She
Jesus.
She understands how they work. She would rather just destroy them. So the only thing that held her back previously was like, oh, like my honor. Well, she doesn't have her honor anymore. Like, she doesn't have her honor. She doesn't have a queen to protect. So fuck it, burn it all down. As far as she's concerned, it shouldn't exist. It's not my problem. Something better will replace it, probably.
Okay.
Whereas Flix takes to it because it's part of his essential nature, Flix takes to it like a duck to water, like super instinctively. If I could roll higher than a 4 when I roll my persuasion rolls. I've got a fucking plus 12 to deception and persuasion, like.
So I remember our previous session, you had rolled just absolutely garbage on a lot of
Yes.
like. I remember you failing all of those frighten checks
Yep.
during the Rhymefang fight, and then this session you crit 4 times, like in a row.
It was close to being a row. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I was actually frustrated that I was getting these amazing rolls on these relatively inconsequential things. I was like, fuck.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it was amazing. I loved the 32 on inspiring Morris. Like,
Morris at this point will follow you into battle, if you like. So, yeah. Morris will die for you, Flix.
Oh, fuck.
So,
I would never ask him
congratulations.
to, but that's good. That's good.
You have a fanboy now. That's what happens when you crit your inspire.
Oh, I love it.
You love it?
Well,
That's a very
Flix-
dangerous power to have, my friend, as a fairy. You're like, yes, die for me.
Well, he's not that kind of fairy, though, because he's had good friends.
Fair. I'm
was
actually
that kind
looking
of
through
fairy
the die rolls right now.
He was kind of that kind of fairy when he rolled into town, where he was just like, yes, I'm totally unconcerned with how other people think and feel, and I'm going to do this thing because it pleases me in the moment.
Okay, let's discuss this. Okay, so this session, you crit a sleight of hand for 28. You crit a perception check for 25. Then you crit an insight check for 21. And then you crit another sleight of hand check.
To get all the sapphires.
And then you
on it.
got
I don't know how
a
much those are worth.
31 on your persuasion. You're done. You're done.
Look,
That wasn't even a
Flix has to
crit.
have-
That's the
Flix
crazy
has to
thing.
have a good night.
You
every
had
now
an
and then.
insane session.
Yeah, it was good.
An insane social session.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, real good.
So definitely like a lot of relationships changed today.
I need a few more sessions like that to make up for all the 4s and 5s that I roll on the stuff that Flix is supposed to be good at, though. Let's be real.
Yeah, but I mean, this point, like it may not be apparent right away, but doing really well in your social roles does have a difference. Like, especially, Morris may be kind of a bumbling idiot now, but, he's kind of set up to be a bumbling idiot, and then maybe you take advantage of that, and, Flix gets the repeating crossbow he always wanted. So, like, So I'm just going to throw things like that out there. So don't feel sad if you get really good social rolls, because they are still good. They still matter.
Oh no! I love the social rolls. I meant like the random sleight of hand check to set up the bells at the entrance of the lair. It's like
I mean,
I
it
didn't
was the
need
best
to crit
bells.
the sleight of hand in order to get the sapphire, but thank you for making that be super lucrative for us. That was an awesome gesture on your part.
Money.
How much are those things worth anyway?
A lot.
Enough apparently to supply a whole fucking ship with supplies.
Yeah. And Shar definitely outfit your ship. I mean, your ship is furnished. Your ship has like paper. It's going to have pretty much the essential items of a basic shop at any given time, just because of like how much money you guys have put into it. At least to start, it'll have like paper and pen and quills, but don't expect it to have reagents or magical items or anything like that. And then like the things that you do,
I can expect to be able to like refill caltrops and bearings and rope and bells, like all the normal thief stuff.
Yes, I would definitely allow for like basic stuff like that.
I assume we'll be able to like have
But,
Shar.
like when
work
you
on-
go to port and Shar is like, if you guys are low on supplies, you're probably not going to be able to supply up next time. The next time you go into port, she'll take care of all that, right? But as
Cool.
if you decide to invest in your ship, right? If you come back and you find another dragon horde and you're like, you know what? Instead of buying magical items, I'm going to invest 10k in my ship. Then Shar is going to make sure that like those empty rooms down there are full of stuff, right? So it's going to be either full of like more shopkeepers, more crew, like improvements to your ship, like more
Oh
gear.
yeah, I totally want to make our airship like a fully fledged warship with like armor and cool shit.
Yeah, I mean, just don't expect to like glue a couple dragon fangs to it and be like, I improved my ship. Like it's not quite
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm
a
looking for.
process.
But if you like find somebody to buy the fangs and then you have the money and then you give the money to Shar and Shar's like, I'll make the interior of your ship better. And then she'll go and fucking do that. Or you give it to Esther and you're like, I want my ship to go faster. Like I have other ship models. If you'd like to skin your ship,
That's
allowed.
actually awesome. Yeah, I want red leather and brass everywhere.
But yeah, so investing in your ship will have a difference, and your ship will So your ship is a structure. It has hit points. It has a stat block, and if you give it things like white dragon scales for Esther to weld onto the side of your ship, it will gain things like resistance to cold and stuff like that. So you are essentially building an airship. It just will build more stats to it, like AC, or you have like a basic arbalist on the side. You can increase your defenses. And then if like you do mid-air battles, it may be the difference between a success and not a success.
We need to invest in a teleportation circle.
Absolutely. One option.
That'd be really cool. Like having a teleportation circle built into the below decks.
So teleportation is not like something that you guys have touched on like a super lot in Arctis, but if you want to learn more about teleportation, you should probably talk to Shar.
Well, Rain needs to buy teleportation circle, so because that's this level.
That's
Yeah.
what you wanted to take, right?
No, that's not the spell.
No, what was
You'll-
the 5th level spell you wanted?
You'll find out. She'll take it next level.
Stop being so mysterious.
But I love mystery.
And also, like, Rain also has like an experiment that she wants to try. Like, she's taken a lot of those things that are somewhat tied to Prismata to see if they're helpful in restoring Prismata at some point. But if they're not useful, like, she's definitely going to turn that fucking Prismata wingtip into like a staff of power or some shit, like a proper mage staff. Because like the staff of like thunder and lightning isn't really a proper mage staff. It really doesn't do much for Rain, and actually it's not super great in Rain's hands.
Yeah, you need something that that will improve your saving throws.
Rain's saving throws are actually pretty good.
Saving throw
her
improvements are
charisma
always
sucks,
a top
though.
priority, though.
Sure, but like,
Just recruit a paladin.
yeah, we just need to get a paladin follower. Oh, maybe we
I
just
don't mean like saving throws against enemy effects. I mean like your save DCs for your spells. Like there's
Oh.
saves and wands that increase the difficulty
Sure.
of your spells for enemies, and that's the most valuable thing that any spellcaster can do most of the time.
Well, like the single most important like magic item for like literally every wizard is always a staff of power. And like I always really like the idea of the wizard has to make their staff, so like she's starting to get to that level where like that's super valuable, and she's probably going to start
Most of
working
the
on building
campaigns
her
that
own
I've
staff.
played in, wizards never get a staff of power. 'Cause they're
No, like, that's the thing that you should always like aspire to. Well, there's also like what the staff of the
Robes of the
Archmage, which is a
Archmage,
legend.
staff of power is like the classic duo of I am now equipped as a wizard.
Well, no, there's actually the legendary version of the staff of power. That yeah, it's not called staff. I don't remember what it is. It's like I don't know. Let me look it up now because I'm curious, like what the actual legendary version is. But they're basically they're the ones that you like break in half and they explode too. Like they have the
I thought that
retributive
was the
strike.
staff of power.
That's
The
not
staff of power does that. The staff of power does that. The staff of the magi, that's the legendary one. That's the one that's really hard to get.
But you should never have the expectation that you're going to get a legendary item.
Right, exactly. Like staff of power is like the one that's like in every fucking edition though. Like
Like
has
you do have
always
that
existed.
bomb ass that bomb ass necklace.
Yeah, she does. She has no idea. Like, again, that makes her fucking feel super guilty. So,
Yeah, it probably should.
yeah, she feels super fucking guilty about that. Doesn't understand it at all.
Wait, guilty about what? What did I miss?
The scale. Lucaris' scale.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a damn fine item. I wish that I'd had access to that book before we asked for our very rare items, because holy shit, that's exactly what I was thinking of, because I figured we'd be fighting vampires and shit. There's no magic items that protect you from charm or mind control effects. Like they
So
just
here's
don't
the funny.
exist.
Here's the funny thing. Before that, Rain actually specifically invested in protection from good and evil, which is perfectly protects you from charm. It's just
Which is
it's
great,
just a concentration
but it's single
spell.
target.
Yeah,
And a
but
concentration spell, like.
But one of the things she was going to invest in was like, oh, like I told Christina this. I was like, oh, I want her to invest in like spellbound tattoos, like some kind of like henna style thing to like make one use scrolls basically that you guys could use.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Rather than make like traditional scrolls. So I was just gonna be like, oh well, yeah, like if Rain invests in this thing and we actually go after this vampire, like she'll invest in it and she'll cast this like first level spell basically into like a tattoo for you guys, so you guys can protect yourselves. Didn't end up happening that way, and then she got this scale, and it's like, okay, maybe we don't need that, but we also haven't gone and fought a fucking vampire yet since then, so.
I can't believe that was like not your top pick though. Like those scales are now one of the best defensive items in the entire game.
My top pick was +2 spellbook, so +2 to saves and attacks.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Which is a
that's
pretty
real good.
solid other option.
Like,
to be fair.
Yeah, like those are great. And also like the other cool thing about like the things that add like +2 spell save DC and like spell attacks is like they all stack. So like staves, spell books, holy symbols, like all that shit like stacks with each other.
Are you sure they all stack with each other?
They do. Yeah.
That seems.
I've even tested it out in
very
like
good.
D&D Beyond. It is very good, but also those items are all require attunement. So like that's the challenge.
Yeah, that's not much of a limit. Like.
I mean, it is if you want to be able to use anything else. Like,
I mean, I guess I could eventually, when I'm super rich, I could invest in a bunch of +3 crossbow quarrels too, and have an effective +5 weapon. But
right.
it seems excessive.
And it's okay. Like once I'm ready to like limit break you guys, I make magic items that unlock more attunement slots. So I wouldn't worry too much. Like that's what I did in Project Arcadia for you guys, because you guys ended up having so many fucking attunement slots because I customized all your werewolf shit.
Yeah. The homebrew that I played that Hexadin in, we just started with 5 attunement slots base.
Jesus.
Just because it was a very low magic, low power campaign initially, because we started off as like slaves that had freed themselves, so we had like nothing. And as we slowly built up, it eventually became like a semi-cosmic artifact level campaign where we were fighting cosmic horrors in order to stop them from corrupting the world.
Yeah, I want to keep my games a little less cosmic, a little more down.
A little more grounded.
Yeah, a little more grounded.
I feel
I'm a
that.
little tired of cosmic dangers, so I want
I
the dangers to be
agree with
more
you.
close to home because I feel more
definitely agree
connected
with
with it.
I prefer them too. I like stuff to be a little bit more personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love the games that start approaching like the like the level cap or epic levels or whatever, and it's like, okay, you guys are basically just becoming gods now, and it's like, well, okay, that's not, because like that's always like the end of the campaign. And it's like,
But
if you
what
ever
does
get
that
really high
mean?
levels,
Like-
it's like if I get a high level, I want to play a little bit as a high level. Like that doesn't,
Yeah.
you know, like that's fun, right? That's a different kind of wish fulfillment, and it's also really hard to get to a state where you have high level characters that you have like role playing investment in, right? Like, because that's just not, that doesn't happen that often, because it requires a group to stick together and like a DM to like, you know, stick it out and have enough content, right? Like, I would rather spend a little bit of time there rather than like, okay, you all just, you know, kill this big bad evil guy, descend to godhood, and curtain closes. Oh, by the way, you hit level 20. It's like, okay, that's fun. Rather draw it out a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this campaign was like, I completely agree with you. This campaign was handled very deftly. The dude who runs it has like written role-playing books in the past. He's just got a very, very solid handle on how to run a campaign like this so that it all feels good.
Sure, and like that's, I'm not saying it can't be done well. It's just like every like epic level or high level campaign that I've ever played in, with the exception of one, was like, okay, like, and just abrupt stop because, you know, you guys are all just super powerful and I don't want to balance for it anymore. And it's
Yeah,
like, but
I have
that's
no
the
idea what to do
point.
with
Like,
it.
that's the wish fulfillment, right? Of like, or like the fantasy of it, of like let's play as super powerful beings. The one campaign I did, like, we went on this like massive like world saving, cosmos saving like crusade basically, and we were like RPing not just like our like little party anymore, but we were also like, oh no, you guys are actually like the head of a crusade. Like, you guys all each have like your own specialty unit that you have helped over time cultivate through like your actions. Like, your druid has like a little cadre of druids, and like, you know, like the fighter has like gone off and like learned how to ride a dragon, and he has like a little like battalion of dragon riders, and like the clerics are basically leading like this holy fucking army, and like you guys are fighting these like cosmic war threats. So like we were RPing like the politics of that at the same time as like doing like, we would get into a battle and it's like, okay, you guys go off on your own little unit, you know, doing like your own little like 6-person, you know, combat, and how good you do like changes the changes the course of the battle, right? And like that was cool. That felt fucking epic. That felt appropriate for high level characters, and like it was just rad because you like get to have so much change and effect over like the world and like setting up like new dynasties and things. It was
That's
fun.
cool.
Yeah, we did something very similar to that in this campaign, where in the course of defeating the cosmic level threat, we split up from being a party, and we had sub-parties that were made up of the NPCs that we'd nurtured up until that point, and we split up and basically scattered to different parts of the world to each handle a different thing that was going on, and then we each guest played each other's NPCs in their sub-adventures. The other thing that was cool is he had us play the opposition at one point, where we took on the roles of like the major antagonists, cultist servants, and roamed around wreaking havoc. It was super well done. It was just super fun.
Nice. That sounds fun too.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, cool,
Yeah, I think
guys.
this
I think I'm
this
going
game
to
I'm
head
excited
out.
for. Okay.
Which is, I hate, actually, you're doing a fucking fantastic job, by the way, Christina. I love this campaign. I
Oh,
love the world
thanks.
that you're building. I love the kind of stuff that we're doing, the kind of characters that we're interacting with, the life that you've breathed into it. You've done an
Thanks.
amazing job.
I'm glad you like it. And, you know, even though Foundry gives us some trouble sometimes, I still really like using it, and I think it's just like really great for running D&D. It's been really fun to use. When you play, Nick, since you play like a billion other games, do you use Foundry for other stuff, or do you do?
Allie uses Foundry. I'm trying to turn other people that use Roll20 onto Foundry. Mm-hmm. So Monday night game was always Theater of the Mind. Sunday game, the Shadow of the Demon Lord, is Roll20 or in person. Tuesday game was Roll20. And I'm trying to turn him on to Foundry. He has been using Roll20 since pandemic started, so he just knows it really well.
Yeah, it's also hard to convert if you're more comfortable with Roll20, but also if you've bought stuff on Roll20, like it won't convert over.
Yeah. But he's interested in alternatives, so I think that I'm going to get him to come around to Foundry. I might get my friend that runs the Shadow of the Demon Lord game to come around to Foundry. Friday nights is, or Thursday is a Roll20 game that that DM is also interested in Foundry. That DM is really interesting. Like, there's a lot of stuff that he does that I find kind of middle of the road, but he comes up with these crazy fucking set piece ideas for his combats, and when we do have a good combat, it's amazing. He's made Roll20 do things that I didn't think Roll20 could do. Like we did a hover bike fight through the city, and he customized it so that we could move back and forth in 3 dimensions and then move up and down in 3 dimensions.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, like, our icons would become bigger when we moved into the foreground and smaller when we moved into the background, and it was all 8-bit, and it looked like a NES combat with, like, 2 different layers moving past each other.
Huh. Well, that's pretty cool.
It was fucking insane. It
What
was
the hell?
super cool.
Holy shit.
And, yeah, like I said, Friday is Foundry, and that's Allie, and that's a super awesome Deadlands game. And yeah, that's everything. That's all my games. So mostly Roll20. But all those people would benefit from moving to Foundry, I think.
Yeah. It's just easier.
My only misgiving about Foundry is that when it goes wrong, it seems to be harder to troubleshoot than Roll20 is.
Well, it's also my own fault because I run a lot of like modules and add-ons and stuff to make my game just kind of feel cooler. But I think like some of the weird stuff that I've been adding, I'm like, I test it out, and then sometimes it like just breaks, and I fuss over it because I fuss over it too much because I want my game to be perfect, and I don't need to fuss over it as much as I do. Like the concentration thing, like it's not a big deal when it does break. It's just more annoying because I'm like, I'm just super fussy. Overall, I just want the game experience to be like very, very flowy, very good. Yeah. I worry too much about the game.
And beyond. Allie does the same thing. She will spend hours poring over things for like super awesome maps, things like that, and customizing maps and what have you. So I live with a perfectionist. My advice to both of you is stop being so goddamn perfectionist.
Just stop. Just
stop.
Just stop. All right, guys. I'm going to take off. Thanks for gaming.
Night, guys.
Thank you for running.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night, Drew.
All right, guys. That's it for me today. Thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate it. Oh no, I'm escaping. It's time for me to go hang out and go do nothing. No, just kidding. I'm gonna go hop in the Final Fantasy XIV queue. See you, nerds. Thank you for watching. Next Arctis session, again Wednesday at 6:00 p.m. Pacific on my Twitch channel. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks. Subscribe, please. Have a good evening, and I'll see you next time. Ninja vanish.